Hello, y'all. How's it going? It is Friday, and that means it's time, this Friday in particular, that means it's time to do some Minish Cap Randomizer. I'm doing some Minish Cap Randomizer here as part of a whole month of randomizer heavy programming. Let's just show that real fast. Look at that. There's the Randomizer Month calendar. So far, we've done Skyward Sword, Metroid Fusion, and Mario and Luigi. And today, we're on to the fourth one of 8 Minish Cap Randomizer. Also, as you can see, a bunch coming up in the next 2 weeks, but never mind those. I'll say, Minish Cap Randomizer, like, I'll show the image again. Like all the ones on the right, which are the 4 randos that I started with, as the image says. Like all of these is a randomizer that I played for one of the first randomizers that I ever did. I picked it because I liked Minish Cap, I knew it very well, and sure enough, I think this randomizer works really good. In fact, I'll go so far as to say, I think, personally, Minish Cap Randomizer might be my favorite Zelda randomizer. It just has a very high density of checks to locations. Wherever you go, you're going to be getting tons of different checks, lots of different things, especially in these settings where we have Rupeesanity in play. Rupeesanity is in play. Every rupee is a check, which means there's some especially lucrative places out there with tons of rupees, like all next to each other and crap. Furthermore, what else is furthermore? What else do I got? Oh, furthermore. Bah. Furthermore, the way that fusions work in this randomizer, and by the way, this is very important if you decide to try out Minish Cap Randomizer. The way that the fusions work is, other than the gold fusions, they are all completed. They are all completed up front, meaning that like every chest thing, hole that they add to the map is there from the start, which coincidentally gives us a lot of checks in the overworld to do. Let me show you what that looks like there. I'll pull up this map tracker here, and I have to go to the overworld, and you can see that, like, say this up here, this area up here, these are like 4 bushes, each of which a chest under them. Usually in the original game, you'd have to like do a kinstone fusion for each of those, and then once you got all 4, you get the 5th one in the middle. But since we start out with all the kinstone fusions, there's just ones all over we can get. And, well, there's actually not that many we can get right now. There'll be more once we have a sword and we can cut down bushes. You can see, by the way, that if I want to show y'all where we're at, what we can get, etc., I can, and as I'm like getting stuff, let's say, for example, this sword, or, I don't know, flippers. Does the spin make a difference? Well, not without a sword. As we're getting stuff, more checks will unlock, we'll be able to go more places, and depending on what we get, we'll be able to go different places first. And let me say right here, right now that I've shown the map, now that I've explained the settings mainly, specifically for this seed, for this randomizer, we have to do all 5 dungeons. Now, Minish Cap is kind of weird in how it works originally, right? It's basically got 5 dungeons, and only 4 of them have elements, which means that if you go by, like, traditional randomizer rules, where it's like, okay, all the elements are shuffled to different dungeons, randomly, and I'll say by vanilla it includes the crypt. I don't include the crypt as a dungeon. I don't think the crypt is a dungeon, honestly. Basically, as a result, default style, even with max settings, you'd only have to do 4 of the 5 dungeons, and maybe even 3 of the 5 dungeons if, like, the crypt was one of them, for instance. I think that is, well, it's fine, it's good, but I would like to do it different. So for the sake of this particular seed, I have made it so that the Force Sword, which is a required item, is a reward for the 5th dungeon. So we do have to do the 5th dungeon. It is required. We have to do all 5, and I think that'll be a good time. Honestly, I don't know like how much that adds as far as time-wise to the randomizer, which I'll say traditionally, like it's taken me anywhere from like 3 to 5 hours, I would say. So it's not like a super long one, but we'll see how all dungeons treats us. I'll say like this randomizer didn't have like limited logic. So like even if you did have to only complete 3 dungeons, you might have to visit all 5, depending on like if you had the 4 sword. You know, maybe if you don't have to go to the clouds and you don't have the sword to even get into clouds properly. You know, it's you're not gonna have the access to it to start it, but long story short, we have to do everything. We'll get things as they are. One more thing that's new in this relatively new version of the randomizer. This randomizer had a relatively new version about a year ago, and in that version, they added the ability to set dungeon warps, which is accounted for on the tracker here. And with that, I have set up a Dark Hyrule Castle's red warp, which takes us from the start to the end of the dungeon, which means that once we get into go mode, we can go to Dark Hyrule Castle, open it up, and not have to trudge through the whole goddamn dungeon just to get to the end and fight Vaati. We can now skip to the end and fight Vaati, which is great. Previously in the previous version of this randomizer, you had to, I always did a pedestal ending, meaning it just ends at the pedestal when you turn in the 4 sword before Dark Hyrule Castle, which made sense at the time because the alternative was like, oh, you need like 3 more keys, and also you need to go through like an hour-long linear dungeon without that much randomness to its name. It's not the way that I like to end a randomizer generally. Yeah, so does that all make sense? By the way, only one Gordon Merchant set is in logic. There will be no Cuckoo minigames. Their Bigoran now has a shield. And yes, heart pieces and rupees are both shuffled into the item pool. I think that's cool and good. There's no glitches or anything or tricks or whatever accounted for. Keysy is in play, so we are starting with small keys and large keys. And other than that, I think we're ready to go. I have a map here of all the dungeons, so like we can see, you know, when we get to them specific where to go. So I'll say as far as like randomizers to get into, this one's particularly good insofar as like, other than perhaps, you know, when you first start playing this randomizer, how do you read this map, which floor is which? You can pretty much see at all times like where, yeah, this one's a little confusing as well, which floor is which. You can pretty much see at all times like they should just label the floors and put like number 1, number 2, number 3, etc. next to them. You can see at all times like where every check is, and I think that is very helpful for getting through. Let's get that down. Let's get fixing to begin. All right, my hand is on the start. And my other hand is on moderation tools for Twitch because there are bots bouts. I also need to make sure that I have the option to, one more thing before we begin. Like I said, this is a part of Randomizer Month, a whole month of randomizer-heavy programming here on this this channel here. And for what it is worth, we are keeping track of how this is going. And crap, let me show you with this button that is definitely on my stream deck, and I can definitely push. Huzzah! Here's the scoreboard so far, and it is worth noting, like this scoreboard says, that like each hour in these 7 randomizers, these first 7 randomizers, gets us 1 more golden banana we have to get in Donkey Kong 64. So let's try to make that as low as possible. Let's try to get through this 5 dungeon randomizer as fast as possible. We are currently sitting just short of 26 hours. I am curious where we will end. I will, after I give final thoughts about like what I thought about all dungeons, which again I'll say I haven't done all dungeons specifically, so you know we might have some thoughts after this. I said it earlier. I think this might be my favorite Zelda randomizer. We'll wrap around to that, and then we'll add the time to the totals here, and then we'll sign off. That'll be a bit from now. Don't worry about it. Anyway, let's get into the swing of things. Let's get going. I gotta type Link's name because that's right, my guy is named Link. My fella. He is in red, and I think that's very cool. I think that's a cool color for a Link. Purple's also really good. Purple or red, I think those are my 2 favorite Link colors. Alright, are we ready? Are we ready to go? I'm a little sniffly. The timer is at 00, all nice and reset. The tracker is definitely working. I can double check that to be absolutely safe. Sure, why not? Here, I got a sword. I got this. What if I got this guy? Oh, it is definitely not working. At least some of it isn't working. 1 second. Let me see. Oh, yeah, it's not working at all. What the hell? Okay, let me fix that 1 second. Good that we caught that before we got into the fucking swing of things. Sometimes Emo Tracker just stops updating. It's broadcast tracker. Okay. Now, what the fuck? Emo Tracker! What are you doing to me, Emo Tracker? Oh my god. Fucking hell. Okay. It looks like now Emo Tracker is working, but okay, weird. You know what? It stops updating. That's very strange. But it looks like it stops updating if I drag it to another window. If I drag it from one screen to the other screen. That's so weird, Emo Tracker. That's so weird. Okay, very lucky we got this issue out of the way before we actually started. I have had this happen before, and it's a whole hell of a thing to edit in post, let me say. Let me get that tracker back up, and then we'll begin. Motherfucking Emo Tracker. I'll say, had to try Pop Tracker, which apparently is like compatible with Emo Tracker trackers for the most part. Had to try that recently for reasons, and it seems like it might actually be like workable. It might actually be good and crap. Yeah, this is all still working. Excellent. And it's on screen as well. Good. It seems like Pop Tracker might be low-key viable, but also it has things that are weird about it. So I don't know if I want to like switch over to like Pop Tracker or something. But you know, I guess at the very least it would have different bugs. Worth considering. Also, there's some Pop Tracker trackers that are exclusive to Pop Tracker. I don't know what's up with that. Like the one from last week, Mario and Luigi Tracker. That's exclusive to Pop Tracker. Anyway, are we ready to go? Is the thing working? Let me just hit this and see that it updates in real time. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, good. I got all my crap set right. Yes, 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 yes. Checking that I have all the things. I can check these things. Okay. We're ready to go. Everything's working. Oh, get rid of bombs. What the hell? I have to, like, toggle all the way around to get the bombs off. Okay, let's go! 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Minish Cap, Randomizer. Here we go. Let's do this. Like I said up top, we gotta do all dungeons. Hey, there's a quiver? Yeah, there's a quiver. That doesn't actually give us the bow. This is a randomizer. Did I mention what a randomizer is if people don't know? It means the items could be anywhere, and the way that we progress through the world will vary based on what items we get first. All the fusion warps are open, which means that we can do things like go to Cloud Kingdom immediately here up top. You know, I'll say, come to think of it, our container, very nice. A joy butterfly, okay. I'll say, come to think of it, and that was for the butterfly, for the bow specifically. I don't think it had this sort of like thing where it shows you what the item you had just got at the bottom. That's new. That's neat. I'll say we can't do very much here considering we don't have the thing. Oh, we can roll. We can roll. We don't have to just walk everywhere. I was about to say it might be a cool idea to do like the you know, if I was thinking about what items to start with, it would actually be a pretty good idea to start with the boots. The go fast boots. That would make things fast from the start. But, whatever. I'm fine just starting with, what I got. My bare naked ass, basically. Hearts and keys. Here in town, there's a couple things to get here. Like Lady Next to Cafe. I can look at a shop. Kanapaki! That's the first, that's our first key item. Nice. Very good. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering setup-wise, these are where the dungeons are. But again, like I said, we have to do every dungeon, which means that the, Mount Cronel, dungeon, the Cave of Flames, it has the Four Sword, which we need to finish the game, so, we will have to go to all 5 of them and finish her off. Okay. Kanapaki, that's a good one. That's actually, you know what that does right now? That opens some, like, warp points and stuff right up off the gate here. Okay, the salesman has nothing. None of his stuff is anything. I'll make sure to mark his crap off. Yes, that's right, set 1. There's only 1 set in logic, so we're good. Is your Twitch account, O6i? It says it's banned? Really? O6i, that's a surprise. You're always a nice dude, far as I know. What's the deal with that? Anyway, in this check here, I can see that we can just mark off all these shop items. They're all bunk. We can go up to the roof right now using the Kanapaki. So we'll just go ahead and do that. Just, you know, clear out. This is how the randomizer is going to go, by the way, for the most part. We'll go places and do things that we can do, and we'll have a good time. By the way, if you're curious, you mean on your chat? What? Okay, let me check. I'll... 1 second, O6i. Let me get you. Must have misclicked something, or some such. Or maybe Twitch has some weird automation. Twitch dashboard video producer. I'll get that sorted right away. O6i, you got it. Anyway, let's continue checking things. Enter the code from my authentication app. Oh jeez, that's hard to do while I'm also fucking running around as a little Minish man. Fuck is the authenticator? There it is. Grab it. Paste it. Here we go. Ah! Pay attention to where I am. Let's go to moderation settings. Moderation settings. And where the fuck is the mod management? Where the hell is, 1 second, let me throw to a break and fix this. That's the easiest way to do this, and not try to, play, well, figuring out where the fuck... I don't think I've ever had to unban someone, so I don't know where that is off the top of my head. Let me find it. Give me a second. Okay, yeah, I think I fixed it now. Okay, good. Good. I don't know how that happened. Must have accidentally clicked that little fucking button by mistake. You're good to go now, 06i. You know I value you. As a viewer, I would never intentionally do such a thing. There you go. Well, if you tried to do it, I would, but, you know, you're not like that. You know, if you start pulling crap or whatever. I don't have a weapon. I just have to walk and hope for the best. 200 rupees. Let's go. Now then, also a thing down here, which is, what is? Oh, it's just a rupee, okay. Can get out of here. Some of the sound effects aren't here. Like the sound for, like, getting on top of a thing. I don't know what's up with that. That's not like a channel thing, right? Let me see. Audio channels? All the audio channels are on, so... I guess, maybe MGBA is weird. Is MGBA not the right one to go with? Or maybe the randomizer removes some of the sound effects. Or something. Both things are possible. You know, there's some things in some of these randomizers where they actually manually... Nice watch streak, Rock Party. There's some things where, like, they like, manually noodle with that stuff, making it so, like, oh, every time you do a chest and it goes like, do, they don't like that, so they turn it off. And, who am I to argue with the settings there, and how a randomizer wants to do it? But, ask me, I actually don't mind that. I don't mind that as much. Okay, we did the whole attic thing. We can also do bakery attic. Okay, that requires us also to be small. So, let's go on a walk. A small style. And, go across the bridge and to the, bakery. Guess we can also go to the other side of the bridge to get the person over there. Let's go. Bakery attic. We can do, here in town, we can do bakery attic. We can do the backdoor heart piece of the inn. And we can do the mayor's basement chest. And there's a bunch of other stuff we can do as well. Honestly, it's hard to list them all. Let me say, folks, by the way, I do have some cards for tonight. And I will be pulling them as time allows. I got a 5 bomb pickup that does not include the bombs. Great. As we go through this randomizer tonight, I will pull some cards and talk about what's on them, and you know, sort of get through the things that I've wanted to talk about this week, as I've been away from streaming. As I haven't streamed since Sunday. It's gonna been a whole goddamn week, and let me say I have some things I'd like to discuss. Some neat stuff, some cool stuff, some video games. Ooh, there's been a bit since, there's been one particularly big video game since Sunday that I am, really champing at the bit to talk about. We'll get to that in good time. Let's see what Karlov has for us here. 50 rupees, all money so far. Woohoo. Okay, man. That's great. Does this dog move aside? Yes, it does. Nice. Okay. Now that we're up here, we can go over to Mayor's basement. There's also, a Minish Cap chest and a roof chest we can get from the school. Let's go basement side. Let's do basement, and then we'll proceed from there. Not sure when to start doing these things. You know, I still haven't gotten a sword. So, like, I feel like with the way that this randomizer is, odds are good we'll get a sword pretty soon here. Pretty quickly. But, we'll see what happens. Backdoor harp. Wait, is it just open? Don't you usually have to, like, light a torch to get that door open? At least that's how it was previously. Interesting. Oh, wait, yes, you do. But, what does backdoor in mean? Just, like... Backdoor in part piece. Not quite 100% sure. Which check is that? Hang on. There's the hearth ledge, and then there's back to. Oh, it's a Minish Cap. It's a Minish check. Okay, I gotta get small. Right. Okay, I know what it is. I know which one that is. I got it. It'll take a bit of a walk to get there, or we could go out of town and like check. Let's check the five that are in a circle up here, up north, and then we'll go for that high-hanging fruit, as the case may be. This is like maybe the best example of the early game Kinstone fusion thing here, where since you start that randomizer with all the checks, we just got the... Which sword is that? That's the 3 sword. Swords are not incremental here. They're not progressive in this seed. Since you start off without a sword, it's one of the first ones you can get. That one there. These 4. Each of these 4 has a chest and a thing. And once you hit all 4, you can get the main one. And the randomizer is full of a bunch of checks like this because, you know, there's so many Kinstone fusions and they all add things to the map. And in this randomizer, you can set it up. Make sure you set it up this way. You can and should set it up so that they all start unlocked. Flippers! That's also really, really, really good. Pro tip, pro tip. Make sure Kinstone fusions are on. Make sure Kinstone fusions are on, and you can have just this much luck in these 5 really close together checks. Boomerang! That's also a really good one that I like to see. My God, man. We're having some good luck up front. Those are just... Those aren't the good bombs. Those are just the item. Not the item. Real good, Broom. Come here, check it out. Let me just say, folks, after we did this opening crap here up top, we have, in the last couple seconds, unlocked a whole bunch. Before we got the flippers, and the sword, and the boomerang, before, this is what we were looking at. And now, after we got all 3 of them, we just unlocked, like, you know, huge swaths of the map. And what's more, there's one in particular that we really have to go to. Since Rupeesanity is on, Southfield here has a whole fuck ton of checks here. So let's gotta go knock that out real fast and have ourselves a good time. By the way, let's just have a timestamp here. The part where I got a sword. It's we didn't do much so far. We just sort of hanged out and checked some stuff in town. But you know, now that we have a sword, we have much more choice in where to go. We have many more options in front of us, and we can also swim. So you know, that's even more additional options. I think right now, as far as places we should go, other than this one thing, I had to say, I'd say that well, vanilla style. Okay. This is not the best caves, not the best rupee bits, but we did get 1 book, the first of the books. We did get 1 Kinstone piece. Caster Wilds. I always forget which one is Caster Wilds. That's the swamp, no? Yeah, there's like 3 of those that we have to get, so that's not that's only one of 3 there. We got incremental shield, very nice. Oh, it tells you which sword that you got. I got the down thrust. Excellent. Hey, Fauntleroy with the sub. Thank you, Fauntleroy. Nice prime subscription there. I can't say prime time like Team Kayla is. It would hurt my throat. And also, I have apparently I didn't know this about myself, but I have too deep of a voice to do a prime time. Yeah, I can't do it. But that's great. Prime time. Hell yeah. Thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. Enjoy the emotes. Anyway, that was at least a good check. We did get a shield. And I'm not sure that does anything for us, honestly. Where are we headed to next? We can get some small chests over here. So let's go get some small chests over there, why not? We can also start going over, we now have a sword, so we can go over here. Isn't that nice? By the way that these 4 swords work is that I can use only 3 clones. I can't use 2 clone ones that require 2 clones, and I can't use 4. I can't do 4 clones yet, obviously, but I still might need the 2 clone. I guess if there's any floor things that only need you to have a specific number. So that's cool and good. Again, appreciate that. Appreciate you, Fauntleroy. Let's do this. Chest, heart piece. There's some chests I can get over here. The rope golden. I think the golden. I don't think the ropes, the golden creatures are in my pool. I'm pretty sure I turned those off, so I don't have to worry about them. But yeah, let's see. There's a bunch of like beanstalks around here. Isn't there a beanstalk over here? No, not here. That's just the guy with bombs. And I think you just kinstone fusion with him. He's not like a check. There is a beanstalk over here. Some of the beanstalks have a bunch of rupees around them, making them extra good places to check. Let's go ahead and knock this out. This will have 3 checks up here. Let's go, let's go. Bomb bag! That's sick. That's sick. That opens up a bunch of stuff down in, yeah, I'll say, by the way. Increasingly good place to go. The forest. Increasingly good place to go. Let's do forest now. Yes. And we can also now do the, with this bomb bag, we can do, this bombable wall, which happens to be just fucking here. What a good sequence of events. I should, pull a card and talk about what's on it as we head into. I'll say this randomizer is so fast-paced, there's like checks every couple minutes. It's almost like there's not a good time to like pull a card and talk about stuff. But I will say I have been planning on doing it. I plan on these Friday streams having cards, and the Sunday streams, you know, considering they're like a day later, 2 days later. The Sunday streams will not. So let me just let's do the first one. Hey, did y'all watch that actually really good State of Play? I don't usually watch Sony's State of Plays, but this one was like genuinely good. It had, what's in this chest? Remote bomb! Oh shit! That's really nice and good too. The bomb checks were back to back. How do you like that? Whatever. Let me just mark that off. I think the remote bombs are better than the non-remote bombs. Very cool. it was a really good state of play, I'll say. Coming from someone who usually thinks that their pressers are like, you know, even worse than most Nintendo Directs. Even like Partners Directs, usually. This one was genuinely good. There were cool trailers for games that are known quantities. There was a new Castlevania from the Dead Cells people that looks really good. And I do wonder if it's a Metroidvania. I hope it's a Metroidvania. I've been burned recently by a certain game that wasn't a Metroidvania, despite being a Metroid game. That was a bummer, but hopefully this will be a good one. This will be good shit. There's 4 in these little caves. There's also a cool dead John Wick looking thing. There was a trailer for Mina the Hollower. That looks good. When is Mina the Hollower? I think I will stream Mina the Hollower once it comes out. Look for a launch day stream of that. I did Kickstart it and all, so, like, I do, you know, I will get it. I will have it. I already do, technically. God of War Trilogy and a new 2D God of War prequel out now. That's, those are, like, the main things. There was also, like, a game about a rooster guy. Sort of a Son Raku-looking motherfucker who's just a big rooster. And, that game looked pretty cool as well, though I did, looking at it initially, go like, is that just like a Dynasty Warriors or something? There's maybe like a amount of ass that you can kick in a game where I start to look askew at you and go like, this is gonna be like brainless and not interesting. But, watching that trailer more close, So Lantern! Lantern is really good, especially for, well, it's gonna let us do some skips in the first dungeon that I think we can go to now, by the way, so that's nice. We don't have the sucker yet, so we can't, like, beat the, that dungeon, but, it's... I'm happy. I'm happy. What's in here? Arrows. Also, I want to make... The randomizer has some good quality of life features, like being able to hit select to switch bomb types. Very nice. A big bomb bag! My bomb bag is big now. How do you like that? I got a big bomb bag. It's nothing. That's nothing. That's not anything. Good checks. Good checks. We're getting some good shit so far. Hell yeah. Anyway, I thought it was a great... Honestly, a great Sony State of Play. I thought about getting that God of War game. It looks pretty okay. I'm curious, like, it's out today. People have been playing it, I presume. I'm curious, like, how much of a Metroidvania it is, or rather, if it is a Metroidvania at all. I assume it's a Metroidvania. It kind of looks like a Metroidvania to me. If it is a Metroidvania, I will absolutely get it. Let me know how much, like, Metroidvania map slop is in there, and also, I wouldn't mind knowing, like, how much of that is going to be in the new Castlevania game that I'm also very curious about. There's 3 things here in town, by the way. Oh, I also gotta talk to the guy outside of town that has the bombs. I'm excited about Mina the Hollower. That's probably one of the games I'm most excited for at this moment. Very curious about all those Metroidvanias. And you know, as someone who does randomizers a bunch, I'll say that you know, there is always potential for a good randomized version of all these in time. I got a piece of hearts. What else you got? I gotta, like, go outside and come back in, apparently. It's fine, it's cool. Yes! 1 rupee. Cool. Okay. Nothing there. Most checks can't have anything good. It's true. Something to keep in mind. It's not a big deal. here in town, there's one thing over at the far right, where, at the dock. So we'll go over there and get that. And there's the heart container. That's the heart piece there. Where the hell is the Minish Village chest? I don't remember a chest in the Minish Village, but it has been a bit. We got the barrel. Does that mean the chest on the path out that like leads into? I know there's a chest right here that you get from doing the doing a kinstone. So maybe that's what that means. There's also a Minish hole. There's a lot of holes in this game that we will have to check. Excellent, 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 excellent. Very good. In this hole, there's 5 rupees. All right. Let's go to the dungeon. I think it's dungeon time. I think we could do a lot of things in this dungeon short of anything requiring, and I say requiring, blower. And I'll say, like, or sucking. Like, we can't beat the boss, but we can do a lot else. Okay, that's 10 rupees. I don't need that. What can and can't we do here in the dungeon here? Why yellow? Yellow usually means that you could do something theoretically, but it's hard. With the ability to swim and with the torch, we can skip some of the sucking stuff. Like we can swim where well, actually, hang on. You can't get out of water unless you have the ability to suck. Okay, actually, literally this whole thing, literally this whole room, okay. I can't get out of it if I cross that place without the suction ability. And also, you need the suck to beat the boss, so, you know, it's not like I can go do the boss right now, but I think we'll be able to do a good amount here, and then we'll leave. We have, hey, can I just set these using the lantern? Hell yeah, I can. Isn't that nice? No buttons. 100 rupees. Did anyone get, I'm curious if anyone got the, wait. Oh yeah, this is vanilla. You don't suck here. You just make a bridge appear. I'm curious if anyone got that God of War. Curious how it is. I'll absolutely get it if people say it's cool. I've got Mio and kind of I'll say the God of War kind of looks low-key to me, more interesting than Mio has been so far, but I don't know. I assume people will start having opinions about that new God of War pretty soon, right? And I'm looking forward to hearing all of those. I hope to be able to decide. I can just use the torch here. I don't need to hit the switches at all. Very nice. Look at us. We're circumventing the traditional logic of the game. By which I mean a button that doesn't matter. I cannot do shit with that particular web. Get Neo, God of War is bad. The new God of War is bad? Is that the take? The new one, the 2D one? Okay. I'll say I'm a little curious about the God of War collection. I never played the original games back when, and I do have them on my Retroid, but I never did go through them. I only got like a little bit in on it. I wonder how much those original God of War games hold up. I wonder if they do hold up, or if they are just a little bit aged, you know. If it's, it is a thing where it's like God of War low-key defined what that genre is like. I can just swim around that. Very nice. God of War low-key just defined, like, what character action games are now. So, like, those first couple, like, the first 2 God of Wars might be relatively vanilla now that, like, it's a whole genre with tons of games. But then again, you know, okay, God of War 3, I hear, is, like, huge and cinematic, and I'm sure that it is actually pretty damn impressive in its ways, you know? Like, I'm sure it's, like, a big, spectacular bombast fest. And, that could be cool. That could be cool. Mark off all the places as I check them. How can you get... Oh, can I use bombs to clear dust? Is that an option here? Can I use bombs to clear dust? I'm wondering what it means when it says I can do something. Considering that I cannot, suck. I cannot suck using the thing, but, I do have bombs, so let's just pop them down. Yeah, bombs work for this. Okay. I don't know that has to be yellow. It's a pretty obvious thing. It's not that, complicated. What items, by the way, what items are we looking for, you might ask? That's always a good question. That's always a good question to ask in a randomizer if you don't know. But, I think right now the most convenient thing as far as just like, oh, it'd be really nice to just be able to finish the dungeon here and now. It'd be really nice if we got the suck option, the suck item, the jar of Gus jar. I think that'd be the best thing to get right now. But I'll say, as far as like traversal goes, I think the ability to jump with the cape would be really good. Also, the boots. The boots would be I think the boots would be up there as well, as far as like, you know, being able to run. What classes are you running in Mugenics? I got cards for Mugenics coming up, let me say. You know, I said earlier that there's a game that came out that I really want to talk about. That is that game, yes, Mugenics. It's fucking good. I'll say that right here, and I'll answer your question. In Mugenics so far, I've been running, usually a tank, usually a cleric, and other than that, I mix it up a little bit, but the last run I did actually didn't have a tank. It was a mage, a ranger, a thief, and a cleric. I didn't have a tank for that one, which was unusual, but worked out really well nonetheless. I like the thief. I saw you casting some shade on the thief in a Discord rock party. I think the thief is good, actually. I think the thief is a quality, what the fuck room is this? I'm trying to find it on my tracker so I can mark it off. Where the hell are we? I think right there. Okay, I got it. I think the thief is cool. Really good for like getting in and getting out, and does some really good damage. I think I like the thief more than I like the fighter, but the fighter can also be really good. Eugenics is a fucking good game, y'all. We'll talk about it later. Let me say, I got other cards first that like deal with things I was doing before I got Mugenics. I basically made sure, like, as far as like, you know, this is Randomizer Month, I had to get some randomizers and stuff all set up. I made sure to clear my schedule for Mugenics, let me say. To that point, let me say, about the next stream. So, on Monday, I was working on getting the next couple randomizers set up, and basically nearly called off 2E Randomizer, and then didn't. I was sort of setting that up. You know, I'll say, like, I didn't really look much into any of these randomizers before I, like, committed to do them, other than knowing, like, okay, they exist, and, etc. And, you know, their archipelago or whatever, or their standalone, or, you know, I had heard about them, and, knew that the games that they are from are good. The unknown quantities and all that. So, Imagine my surprise when I get to Banjo-Tooie all set up, and I get in there, and I find, we got both of these chests, very nice. And I think we also got, yes, that chest as well. There's just one more chest we can do here if we beat this boss here. Wait, we don't have to, do we have to beat this boss? Yes, we do. Imagine my surprise when I get Archipelago and Banjo-Tooie Randomizer Archipelago all set up, and then I get in there and I'm, you know, because it's Archipelago, you have to use BizHawk Shuffle, BizHawk emulator, because only that emulator has like the ability for like scripts that allow it to connect to the internet and connect to the tracker. I get that all set up, I get it working. It's kind of a huge pain in the ass. It's not kind of a pain in the ass, it's really a pain in the ass. It's a legitimate pain in the ass to get Archipelago set up. Then I get into it in BizHawk, and I realize I try out all the video cores, and they all have like encoding issues. And only one of them works, really, and even it like has issues where the shadows just become a bunch of like shitty looking lines. And I go like, okay, I must be doing something wrong. I go to the walkthrough, the information thing, and it says like, use the one that gives you shitty lines. You're gonna get shitty lines. And I go, motherfucker. And I'm just so incensed. And then I realize like when I collect something in that randomizer, it just disappears. Or rather, the model doesn't change in that randomizer. All the models are the same as vanilla style, except that when you pick something up, it just appears for a second, whatever you got, and then it disappears. And, you know, my initial plan was to, like, randomize notes and stuff, which you might have to collect, like, one after another, like, in fast succession. It's like, holy hell, I'm not going to be able to track it if, like, I cannot see before I get the note which one is which, and, like, they just pop up for a second? Like, that's madness. That's not going to work. So I was at my wit's end looking at that and thinking just like, okay, we're not doing Tooie? What's the deal here? What can we do? I started looking into alternatives, looking at other randomizers to see like, okay, can I slot something else in really fast? Or can, like, Ori or Tunic again, go back to that as the idea? And what I eventually landed on was, I Googled, right? I Googled the big list of randomizers. And on that big list of randomizers, you know what I saw? That's right, I saw another Tooie randomizer that was Nard Archipelago, but standalone. And I said, oh shit, okay, hang on, let me try that one. And I spent another couple hours getting that set up and configured basically the same as the first one that I tried. Oh hell, I need to get that. Wait, no, I can't. There's nothing I can get there now. That's that's not in logic yet. Hang on, let me make it so that tracking, don't show me all locations. Just show me the locations I can get. Excellent, good. That cleans up my tracker real nice and good. The other randomizer works very well in parallel launcher, which is what I usually use for N64. And furthermore, it doesn't have any issues with we can get this guy. Is this randomized? I'm not sure if this is randomized. This is a bomb. What? Okay, here we go. What's up with you? Oh, you just have a hint, right? Okay, that's why this guy isn't randomized. This guy isn't a shopkeeper. Just has a dumbass hint for us. Okay. Anyway, got that all set up. Confirmed that, like, unlike the first Banjo-Tooie randomizer that I tried, it does switch the models. And, you know, I confirmed that it's all working. Generated a seed all nice and good, and that's ready for Sunday. And I also got the tracker, which I think is the tracker for Archipelago. The Archipelago version, but I think that'll be fine. I think the Archipelago randomizer is perfectly good tracker-wise you know, they're the same game pretty much. I'll say settings-wise for Banjo-Tooie, this weekend. Hey, can I get this? Dash attack. Let's go. Where is the dash attack? It's always hard to read these when they're not lit up. There we go. Dash attack. Anyway, yep. Tooie is set up all nice and good. That randomizer seems pretty solid. There is some weirdness apparently with like if a Jiggy drops during a cutscene and it's you know replaced with not a Jiggy, it might be a little bit off apparently, and that's something that we will have to keep in mind on Sunday. But I think that's pretty straightforward, and the lesson is just do not like start a cutscene like Jiggy Wiggy. Not get the if you don't get the Jiggy Wiggy thing, you know the Jiggy Wiggy if you don't get Jiggy Wiggy's check, the cutscene does not end, and the game will get all confused about that if you try to leave the area before the scene has ended. Very strange, that, but it's a minor thing. I do worry, like, from what I've seen so far, I worry that, like, Banjo-Tooie Randomizer might be real early, might not be exactly ready for prime time, as it were, but, I love Tooie, and I'm interested in seeing how this, plays out. 100 rupees! That's not good. Why am I reacting to that? I have a full wallet. I can't take shit. I should keep my hearts up to date. We have 6 of them now. We'll have that ready to go for Sunday. Also have in the near future, let me see here. I got that checked. I got a Great Fairy gift. Oh, hang on, I didn't get that yet. How do you get to the Great Fairy? It's like down. Right, you do with the Wanda Picora. Yes. Blah. Okay. So that's exciting. That's coming up. I'll also say, in the day before Mugenics hit, I also, actually, no, that happened just the other day. I made my mouse match my keyboard. You remember last week I said that, I got a new, like, week before, I got a new keyboard that's, like, for this couch area that has, like, really dark brown keys? Well, I now got some custom printed, brown keys printed so that my mouse, which is a, fancy, funny little mouse that sort of has, like, keyboard keycaps for mouse clickers, and I kind of like it. I kind of think it feels good to use, and, ergonomically, it's good, and it has, like, 2 side buttons that's cool as well. Now it matches the keyboard. There's not much to say about this, other than I spent way too much time trying to, like, you know, it's 3D printed and all, so I had to, like, try to sand it down a little bit, but also make it so that, hey, she gave me rubies that I can't hold on to. Nice. I tried to make it so that it matches, and also that it's smooth to the touch, because I feel like if I had to touch, like, 3D printed bumps every time I felt my, my mouse, I would feel bad. Thing is that when you sand, like, plastic down, even using water, it, gets a little faded and scratched up, and the color sort of drains from it. And you can sort of see that I have fixed that, and you might wonder how I did that. Well, I sort of had some, like, how do I describe this? I think we're done in this area, by the way. We have checked everything here in the woods. So, let's see. Where do we want to go next with what we got? I think, so far, we can't really do that much in mountains. And this whole side of the left side of the map is pretty much, a non-starter until you get, a bottle to go up into mountains, or climbing also helps to really penetrate deep into mountains. Or the ability to do two sword, so that you can push a block down here and get into this lower Hyrule area. Let's see now. If we got the ability to fly, if we got the ocarina, we could go over here and do stuff. Interesting, interesting. Okay, I think we go north from here and we knock out these 5 up here. And then let's just, like, wrap around, go by Castle, etc. And then finally go into Castle Town last as the last place to check. There's so many things in Castle Town. The longer we wait to revisit, the more things will be open by the time we're popping by again. So I have some, like, wood stain marker that's like brown and like wood color, and I use that as well as some like tacky wood crap to like try to make it so that it matches the color as much as possible and it retains its deep color. Rock's Cape! Oh shit, that's good. Does that open up stuff? Yes, it does. In particular, that opens up let me show you. So this is a great... Hey, the very next check illustrated my point. Now that we have the Rock's Cape, we can now do the bell in town, which adds a whole extra check to town. See? Proves my point. Also, the lake is open. The lake is open now that we have that. Excellent. We can already swim, so lake is a pretty good place to go, honestly. Think about it. Spent a while just like sanding it down, making it smooth, seeing that the color was lost, adding some more color to it, you know, by like using the marker or trying to like rub some on, touching it and going like, oh, it's all tacky and sticky now. Let me sand it down some more, and losing the color again. Rinse, repeat. It's one of those things where I kind of got a little overboard and probably spent like, hey, there's the jab or not? Probably spent like a couple hours trying to make that work last night. Kinda annoying, kind of frustrating, but whatever, man. It's done now. I am happy with the result. I'll say I made one big blunder with it, insofar as like the first time that I did it. You know, it's like a two-piece thing, right? Where each of these keys is a separate thing. As you know, if I just show you one by itself, you can see. But I used one where the connector on the inside was misprinted. It's a little bit broken in there. So I got it all nice and sanded down, all nice and smooth. But I had to do it to a second one because I realized too late that, like, oh, this one is going to not stay put in the mouse. It's not very good, is it? Whatever. That fucking dude is in the way. Let me go up and down so he'll get out of the way. And good. I got that, and, waterfall heart piece. Guess we can go up to the waterfall. We can go up north through the other entrance there, and do that. How many things are in the lake area right now? There is one chest. I can see a thing. There's a dried up pond. There's that. There's we can get. Oh my God, we can do a bunch in the Temple of Droplets. Okay, let's go Temple of Droplets. Yes. I do think that is the play. I do think that is the thing to do. Yes. But while we're in the neighborhood here, Central Hyrule, let's grab these couple of checks that are real nice and easy. There's one in this waterfall, another one of these trainer dudes, and yeah, 200 rupees. Thank you for the rupees. not helpful. Let me get a couple of checks here. We can also stop by Castle, maybe. Castle wouldn't be bad to visit. Whatever. Here we can... Wait, we have... Wait, why? Oh! We don't have the charge attack, so we still can't do... Even though we had the 4 sword, we cannot... We had the 3 sword, we can't use it until we have the charge attack. Okay. I didn't think about that. That's interesting. I totally thought... There's totally some 3... There's some 2, There's some stuff with the 4 sword in the Temple of Droplets. No? I think you need you need the 2 sword for that. You need the 2 sword to do that one in particular. Here there's this dried up fountain, which of course has nothing. And there's 2 things at the side here. There's a dojo, and there's a one of those rope dudes, golden rope. Again, I don't think the golden guys are part of our crap, but it doesn't hurt to hit them up. So yeah, I'm liking it so far. I'm glad I got that sorted out. I will say I don't think that the 20 rupees. I will say that this brown is definitely a lot deeper and darker than this brown, but it's fine. It's close enough. I'll live with it. It's too much of a pain in the ass to like. I feel like it would be like a Moby Dick situation. I'm very vulnerable to Moby Dick situations in life. You know what I mean? Just like if like perfect is the enemy of good. For me, especially, because I would like things to be perfect, if however possible, and that can be a huge commitment. You know what I mean? Finally, insofar as things I did before Mugenics, let me say one more thing that I did before Mugenics. I also did some spring cleaning. My apartment has been pretty disorganized and cluttered and shit for a while. By bombs. And I figured it was finally time to actually, like, do some cleaning, move stuff around, get my fucking tables organized, get rid of some old, you know, like, Amazon delivery boxes that had gotten, I'll say, I had just stopped, dealing with those at a certain point, and my kitchen table was just, like, covered in boxes. And, that's not right. I now have free reign and free use of my whole kitchen table. There's not a precarious pile of boxes on top of it. And, I think that's clean living. You know, that's, how you want to do. That's how you want to be. And, I hope to maintain it until such time as I move out of this apartment. I vacuumed and shit as well, and I did the, you know, I washed my sheets for the first time in forever. I think they say you're supposed to wash your sheets every... I've seen, like, on Google and shit. You're supposed to wash your sheets, like, every 2 months? Or, sorry, 2 weeks? That 2 months, even, would be, more often than when I do it. I'll say, just... I could not remember the last time I did it, I'll say that much. It could have been, I am not 100% sure what year it was the last time I washed my sheets. I'll say that much. I don't know if I perceive a difference. Seems about the same to me, and I don't know what the big deal is, honestly. It's kind of nice when they're warm. Kind of nice when they're warm and fresh, but, they start being normal after a very short time. I don't know. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm just saying. That's, you know, how I tend to do. I don't know. Maybe more other people do laundry at different cadences. You know, for me, once a week is about right. But I think I was watching, like, that anime, the cleaning anime where the girl runs a laundromat, and, like, the slovenly character with clothes everywhere was like, yeah, I do laundry, like, once a week. And it's like, well, if you're a single person, once a week is about right to fill up a basket, honestly. To fill up a laundry basket. You don't need to do bi-weekly if you're living alone and stuff. But, you know, whatever. Maybe once a week is some sort of, the sum sounds like some sort of slovenly existence, but it doesn't seem that big a deal considering that that's how long it takes to get a full load. If you don't, you know, just living life normal style as a single dude. Maybe with, like, 2 people. I think she was living with, like, her brother or something in that, show. Maybe it should be, like, bi-weekly, but, I don't know. It's, not important. Let's get first, let's... Oh, that's really good. Let me note that down. We can see that that is the, which sword is that? That is the... Well, actually, I think that's just the Smith Sword. The Smith Sword, I don't know that does anything for us, actually, considering we already got the 3 Sword, which, is just a better version of the sword, you know? But whatever. We can, I will still note that that's there, and, we will absolutely remember it. Get that check right there. Anyway, it feels good for the apartment to be clean. Feels good for everything to be sorted out and to be able to find things. My controllers are nice and organized. I put all the like the Nintendo 64 controller and GameCube controller. I put them on the shelf, you know, considering I don't use them all the time. And I have all my main controllers in a nice place. It's a good setup. I'm happy. And, I hope to not degrade over the next, following 4 months. Now, I'm not gonna be in this apartment for... Wait, I thought isn't there supposed to be a thing in there? You have to, like, do something before that appears? Ruff. Hello. I can't do anything with the dog yet. I can get that, but it don't matter, and I don't care. So I'm just gonna mark it off. I can see the Hyrule Lake cabin check. We can have a look at what it is, even though we can't get it yet. It is a heart piece, okay. I will mark that off. And we can also get, that, which is bombs. We don't need that, that's fine. There's a heart piece in the dojo. We can grab that real fast, and then let's head into the Temple of Droplets. Nice! Woo! Give me this bomb. Okay. That's a big fat nothing. Very nice. Hey, let's talk about the reason for the season. Let's talk about the biggest game of the last week. We're going into this temple. Maybe we should hold off for a second. We're about to go into the temple. We're about to get some serious temple checks. You know what? Let me, instead of doing that, let me pull up the Temple of Droplets map and show y'all what we can and can't do. Temple of Droplets, let's go. By the way, timestamp-wise, I don't think there'll be any throughout the whole course of the randomizer. I might put a timestamp when we get the boots, because that'll be a good place where I start being able to run faster, but we're not going to do timestamps like, oh, we're entering a dungeon. Just timestamps for go mode and stuff like that, I think. Here's what we can do right now in this dungeon. Basically, everything on the right-hand side looks like. Oh, except for, we can't do the mini-boss. We can't do the mini-boss because we don't have suck. I can, oh, and I can show all locations. So, actually, you know what? It's not that much we can't do. The left side, it turns out, is pretty barren insofar as things that are there. We can't do this pot puzzle. Post-ice... Why can't we? What's the deal with that? What's the problem with that? I'm not sure, but whatever. Maybe because we don't have suck. Oh, we don't have suck. We can't use the lily pad. We also can't get to the matter pillar, so we can't get this post matter pillar chest. Okay, that also requires suck. The boss. The boss requires. Does the boss require the suck as well? I'm not sure. Let me see. If I get the suck, does that let me fight the boss? No. What would let me fight the boss? Suck and arrows? No. Suck and I'm drawing a blank here. What exactly would be the issue? Suck and ocarina. No, that's not it. What's the holdup here? What's the issue? What don't we have that we would need to fight the boss? Boots. We have a shield. We have a regular shield. Trying to think what in logic. Is it... Oh! You know what probably is? We need the ability to do 2. So we need the spin attack. And we also need the 2 sword because we can only open the door to the final boss with the 2 sword. So spin. Do we need the suck? No, we don't need the suck to do the boss, but we need the 2 sword and we need spinning. Okay, so there's a couple things we can't do here, but for the most part, it's gonna be pretty good. Interesting the stuff that you can and can't do with each level of sword. I'll also say that, you know, I'm definitely noticing some things where it's like, oh, this move is so central to stuff in this game, maybe it would make sense to start with. Like, for instance, the, I think it would probably make sense to start with the spin attack, for instance. And like I said, the boots, just for, the purpose of speed. I don't know, are the boots, like, really that significantly better? Here, there's a cool thing we can do. Since we have the torch already, we can just literally melt the thing and get a joy butterfly for faster swimming. Nice. Very, very good. We don't have to do the puzzle at all because we have the thing already. Because we have this dungeon's puzzle item already, there's a lot that we can do. Also, we don't have to deal with this whole usually you'd have to hit the switch to close and open the thing. We can just jump over. Here on the right side, I think there's another key here. In this case, we do have to open the thing. It's fine. At the very least, we won't have to reclose it because we can just... Well, actually, I think that you can just walk around it in this case, but you know what I mean. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. Let's get this quick warp back and start doing the dungeon proper style. I'm not sure which way to go first, but hey, we have Keezy, we have you know, all the keys are we have Keezy, we have the lantern. The world is our oyster. The left side kind of doesn't have that much, honestly. So let's just focus on the right side. I'm not even sure, like, if there's anything we can really get not on the right not through the right side, honestly. So let's just go this way. Bow! That rules. I feel like with having gotten the bow now, I feel like there's gonna be a window where I can talk about stuff and not have to worry about getting any real big, significant checks. So, you know, we would have to be really lucky for this to be another check, the one immediately after. Yeah, okay. Let's talk about Mugenics. Let's talk about Mugenics. Do the card. I started Mugenics. Ooh, it's good. So, if you haven't heard about Mugenics, you don't know what it is. I'll say Mugenics is Edmund McMillan's new game. He's the guy who did. He also has a friend who is involved. For what it's worth, it's not just him. But basically, it's Edmund McMillan's new game. Let me see. This would be the that's the mini boss that we can't do down there. Oh, I think we can do what's down here, so let's go down there. It's Edmund McMillan's new game that is basically a turn-based tactical roguelike where you shepherd and raise and breed a bunch of cats to go on little adventures where you do turn-based combat that's as a little reminiscent of like Into the Breach, sort of the same sort of like turn count, etc. Maybe a little more in depth than Into the Breach, relatively. Maybe a little more in depth, but it's fucking great, y'all. The biggest thing about it is it's procedural. It's how do I say this? So it's like it kind of reminds me in a lot of ways of the game that never lived up to its full potential from Double Fine, Massive Chalice, which was a intergenerational game where you know, sort of like had a bunch of great houses that had warriors of several classes, and you sort of intermarried them to like you know, have them have kids over generations and do things further your interests and all that. And I'll say it was a good idea, but it only had like 3 classes, and the classes were so straightforward that like you saw one, you saw them all. Also, each single encounter was like XCOM long, which was way too long for like a game that can last like, well, actually, I guess the XCOM, it works for XCOM, but I kind of got tired of that game, like, within one mission, basically, every time I played it. Mugenics kind of solves all those problems all at once. For a start, every combat is just like a single screen. It's just like a single screen in size, so it's a pretty small, tight arena, like basically Into the Breach style, but a little closer to like Fire Emblem. Somewhere in between like Fire Emblem and Into the Breach in terms of like tactics go. What's I'm trying to think if there's something that's in that ballpark that I can mention as a good example. It's like a little bit involved, you know, you do have to keep in mind like all your different abilities, the stats of your dudes, etc. Hey Bacon Even, how you doing? Thanks for lurking. You do have to like keep in mind all that crap while you're doing your stuff. Like stats do matter. You do raise stats, get all sorts of items that affect stuff in a way that like, you know, is beyond Into the Breach, for instance. But the main thing about it, I think, is the fact that each of the classes, of which there's a bunch, by the way, each of the classes in, oh, I think this might be a big room. I think there might be a bunch of stuff in this room. Let's see. How many checks are in this room? Oh, maybe there's not. Maybe there's just one for killing all these guys. Okay, whatever. I remember there being like a grid of something, but it's blocks, not items. Okay, okay. Each class has like hundreds of moves that they could get, that you could get randomly within the course of the game. And like every time you do a battle, one of your cats levels up, so you get a new move on them, a new passive, a new upgraded move, more stats, whatever. You know, depending on what level they're getting to, they get like different things. And it's all just really cool insofar as you're just, you know, it's that classic roguelike thing of just like, oh, I'm putting together these moves I've never seen before and putting together wild synergies, you know, within one character, within all my characters, etc. Like, you know, for instance, I had a thief, right? The thief class is really good for, like, sort of being able to move a lot, right? You get a lot of them that have a move like, reset movement, gets your movements back for a certain amount of mana. By the way, you can cast as many spells as many times as you have mana available. There is no limit of, like, 1 spell per turn or something, which is pretty cool, just to be able to, like, if you have a cat with a lot of mana, just be able to go, like, fireball, 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 you're dead. Everything's dead now. One example of a thief is, like, one thief I had really good move speed, and also whenever it landed on a coin, it would reset its move situation, so it could move again every time you collected a coin. So, like, with that motherfucker, I was just, like, gliding around the map, trying to find the place where it's like, okay, the enemies line up with this coin, I can do my attack on them. If I go to that coin, do the attack, and then I can get my retreat out of dodge. It feels really good, you know? But the best thief I had so far was a thief who had a 0 mana ability that it could cast once per turn. This is a big tunnel, by the way. It had nothing. A bunch of rupees, I guess, in there. Oh, we can't go any further there. Rupees grabbable? What are rupees grabbable? Hang on. This area says that there's rupees and rupees grabbable. Not quite sure what that means, but okay. Here we can jump to the left side, by the way, which allows us to get to the left side of the dungeon and do everything over there. So, the thief that I had last night in my, in the run that I went to caves for the first time in. I beat caves, by the way, last night. First time was there, felt really good. Caves is one of the biomes, you know. I've beaten the alley, I've beaten the sewer, I've beaten caves, and I've beaten junkyard. So I've been through 4 of them so far. It's fucking great. I'll say again, Mugenics, recommended. Go pick it up. Oh, there's probably some things I should say about, like, the personality of Mugenics. It is the guy who did Binding of Isaac. It has a very, like, what's the word? It kind of feels like it's courting controversy insofar as it's about collecting a bunch of cats. And, you know, like I said, it's a game where they breed, they procreate. And I'm not kidding. If you don't change the options, which, you shouldn't really, except actually, by default, every time the cats, like, mate, it's literally just like it goes to an intermission, and then they're humping. They're humping on screen, they show it to you. You never see this in a video game. You never see cats humping in a video game. It's just a fucking thing where you go like, oh my god. Also, yes, the cats will die. They do, kill, each other. And it is a very violent, game. With a lot of, like, stuff like, you know, I think someone in a Discord was saying, I'm not sure who, or if someone that chat would know necessarily, but was it Rock? Was that you who was saying that one of your cats got COVID, and that made it so that, you know, whenever it got close to the enemy, it poisoned them essentially? That shit is wild, and also it kind of feels like it's too soon to have, like, cats with COVID, cats with cancer. I found cancer, and I can equip it, and that could give my cats a mutation in exchange for, like, stat penalties. I haven't gotten any mutated cats yet, so fucking that's interesting, I'll say. That's interesting, that's there. And, yeah. Personality-wise, I'll say, you know, beware, be warned there. It is a little bit idiosyncratic. You had cooties. I think I had pox. I think I had the pox on some of my cats. I don't know what that does, if anything of import. But basically, it's a roguelike. You're constantly putting together overpowered combos. Isn't there a thing in the bottom of this pot? I thought there was a thing at the bottom of this pot. I guess there's nothing at the bottom of this pot. Huh. Okay. Let me explain the overpowered thing that I got on my thief. So, my thief already had a passive where its movement ability was just teleporting like halfway across the thing. Just big, huge teleports without any regard to like things in between, etc. It could just basically teleport across half the map. And then on top of that, it got the ability to like trade places with another cat, another friendly cat, and then at the end of the turn, it trades back automatically. So all of a sudden, I could have my my thief just like be in the you know, in the back line and stuff, and just like trade places with someone with more health, and then just like I think here the best play is the quick warp back, so we can get to the we can get back to the start here and go to the left path. I guess there is some stuff you can't do on the right path. There's a few checks over this way. I can see right now. So oh my God! Right, this is a whole big corridor of rupees that are just hidden. So any of those could have been an item, but they weren't. Okay, you can't see them, so you don't know what you're gonna get until you actually walk by them. So I could teleport to a buddy for free, and then teleport in deep, get an attack off, and then it would teleport back to safety, leaving the tankier fella in a better position to like be on the front line. I'll say that particular run I didn't really have a tank. Honestly, like my ranger was the tankiest, buffest guy of my bunch, which was really weird, but you know, whatever. Also, he had a bunch of like summons that he could get. He had a move called Scoot that allowed him to move one panel, one tile, and also summon a little grub. You know, basically he was scooting to like get little grubs out of his asshole, and you know, little parasites and all that. And those little grubs would fight for us and would be on our team, and it was really good and powerful. There should be droplet overhang. Oh, I think I already got that. I think I already got that one. That was the one that was the chest here. Excellent. Okay, I'm not sure that I got the post-chew frozen chest. Let me go out that way and check that real fast. I think that everything's open, that I can go that way, but I think we're pretty much done here for the most part. We should regroup and think about where we're going next. Did I get this? Yes, I got that. Okay. Now I can leave and let's go somewhere else. Also, I'll say on that thief also had like 7 mana regen a turn, and also had a 7 mana ability that refreshed basic attack, meaning that I could attack, I could teleport, I could switch, teleport in, attack once, and then refresh it and attack a second time. And if I, say, hadn't been able to attack on a previous turn and had been like stockpiling mana, let's say I had 14 mana, I could attack, refresh, attack, refresh, attack. 3 damn attacks in one turn. It was ridiculous. Still, that caves really made it precarious, made it close. Almost lost in the caves. I'll say, kind of, the eugenics doesn't fuck around sometimes. I'll say. Okay. We're out of the caves now. We're out of the droplets temple. Let's see. We have places to go. Honestly, let me turn off places that we don't have yet. We'll not show all locations, just show the location we can do. Honestly, there's not much. There's 4 things outside of town that we can get. But otherwise, town, I think, is gonna be the place. And, yeah, let's go back to town. Let's go back to town now. That's, I think that's the play. Odds are good, that's where we're gonna find our next thing. So yeah, you know, you play you play your thing, you randomly get a selection of moves every level up, and occasionally you stumble into really great synergy that does that roguelike thing of making you go like, oh my god. And like I said, every class, I don't know if I said it, but like every class has like 100 moves that they could get. 100 moves, slash passives, slash whatever. And as a result, like, there is just... It feels like no limit to what you can pull off. Tingle statue, that just unlocks another check, basically. We talk to Tingle, we get an item. That's the long and short of that. Can we get into the Flipper's Cave now? It looks like we can. Alright, let's go. Let's go Flipper's Cave. Why not? Ah! It's satisfying, it's real damn good. It is like one of the most addictive roguelikes I played in a minute, I'll say, as far as just like addiction factor and just like the sheer depth. First off, I'll say I've been playing, you know, for like a couple days now. I'll say, like, I know that a lot of people are further ahead than me. I haven't been exclusively playing Eugenics for the last 3 days. I've also been playing a few other games. And, you know, trying to take care of some stream business as well, on occasion. I'm not just, I can't just put all my time towards Eugenics, as much as that might be pleasurable and, good. But I'll say I think it has, like, it's more compelling and more engrossing than Hades 2. And also, it seems like the current areas that I'm going through right now are just the goddamn beginning. Just the goddamn beginning. You know, I've heard there's an Act 2. I've heard that... Is there an Act 1? Are there, like, chapters to each act beyond the biomes? I've heard some people say Act 2, Chapter 1, which makes me wonder... I think at my completion screen it says I have like 5% completion or something, which means that I am not very far in, even though I've beaten like 4 of the 5 initial areas that are on your map there that appear. They don't show you that many until later, I think. I'm very curious how that's all gonna unfold out. I think I need to go beat the Boneyard before I can, I think that's the next thing I gotta do. I haven't been there yet, but, you know, next time I get a really good fucking run. Spin attack! That's pretty big. Oh my god. Hang on. Hey, we just got spin attack. Here's before spin attack. Here's after spin attack. Also, by the way, does spin attack help us we were just in, Temple of Droplets? No, it does not. After spin attack? Before spin attack. After spin attack? Before spin attack. I don't know if this is the case in literally any other Zelda game, but the spin attack might be one of the most valuable pickups we can get in this randomizer here, because it allows us to do the 4-sword ability that lets us split into clones. And now we can clone ourselves 3 and only 3 times, because we only have the 3-sword. Lovely, let's go do it. I think let's go to Caster Wilds. Maybe we should finish up with town, but I think Caster Wilds just has tons of checks in general. Pretty lucrative place, I think. And yeah. Let's go. Let's do it. I'll say we don't have to worry about the muck in Caster Wilds since we have the cape to get us over the muck. If you were wondering if that was an issue, it's not. Blah! Also, I think this 3 sword lets us get the rock at the end of the path in, it lets us get some... No, it doesn't let us get the golden chest, but, we can definitely do something down there. Is there anything down here that we can get yet? I think we can get that... Where is this in the tracker? Let's see. We can definitely get something here. Definitely get at least one of these chests. This is like bottom of the well, right? I will make sure to track that correctly just as soon as I get this. School, roof chest, hearth lodge. This would be the well. Bottom chest? Is that right? That doesn't seem right. Oh, pull the statue is a chest. Is under school. Okay. And once we get those boulders squared away, we can deal with the rest of that crap. All right. Let's flip that over and then go down the path situation. I am absolutely loving eugenics. It is addictive, and I'll say, like, I think it low-key might be the best turn-based tactics game that I've ever played. I think it's part of me hates to say it, but I think it's way better than I think it might turn out to be a lifetime career average. It might be better than Into the Breach. I think Eugenics might be better than Into the Breach by like a good wide margin, and Into the Breach fucking rules, so that's a big thing to say. It just has more variety. You know, more moves, more customization, more class differentiation. And by the way, like Rock Party earlier asked like what I was rocking with as far as classes go. I'll say again, I definitely gotta have a cleric. I gotta have a healer. Need me a good healer to do some heals and stuff. I think that a tank is usually essential, just for the tankiness, just for the, you know, absorbing hits and stuff, and being on the front lines. That's oftentimes invaluable. Other than that, I'm sort of mixing, matching like the other classes. I think Thief is really good. I think Thief is maybe my third most played class. Then the Fighter. Then the Wait, do I have to do a thing in here before I can go up to the... Oh, I gotta have, like, the... Wait, but I can get... It says I can get the waterfall. Oh, I can get the waterfall, but I can't get to the water fountain. Okay, that's different from waterfall. I can't get behind the waterfall, in other words. Okay, gotta remember the logic. Also, you know, we can just mosey on at this point. We don't have to check everything if it seems like it's too long of a check to deal with right just now. We could have done this waterfall since forever. This was an easy one, but it was nothing, so it was actually correct to ignore it. It was correct to ignore it. We can get 3 dojo real fast. Excellent. Let's go get 3 dojo real fast. I'll bet that I'm gonna bet he's gonna give us boots. He's gonna teach us how to boots. 5 rupees. 100 rupees. 10 bombs. If his last lesson, which you can only get once you have the boots, oh, well, it's literally impossible for that to be boots then, because you need boots to get that. I think I set it up so that the cuckoo is off. So this shouldn't be anything. You can still talk to her. That's not a problem, right? That's a heart piece. I can mark that off. The house. There is bottom of the well. We can knock that off real fast. Did we already go to bottom of the well? I think I might have just not marked it off on my tracker. Let me check that real fast. Oh no, I did bottom of Mayor's basement, which is like a big, it's a big connected area, but technically different. While I'm here, I need to do this gimmick. It's important for the for that. For the one on the right, I need the 3 sword and the spin. I can do the one on the right now. And for the one on the left, I need the digging claws before I can do the one on the left. Okay. Well, we can't exactly do that right now. We can do the Hearth Lodge here. Let's knock that out. More cards. Let's do another card after I check this check. It's 1 rupee. I can also do in town. I can do the Simon's Simulations. I can do the thing. Let's go do that. And there's still one thing we can do here in town, but meh. I don't feel like becoming a small dude and like wandering all that far to do the back door of Inn with the Minish as Minish. We can check this and see what the item is, but we will have to go there regardless, so it doesn't really make a difference. I think that's the heart piece. It doesn't make a difference. We have to go in there anyway later on. Let's do Simon's Simulations and do another card while we're fighting these dudes. I will stream eugenics eventually. Yes, let me say, this being Randomizer Month and all, and having several big long streams. I went for like 9 hours on Sunday with Mario and Luigi, and I don't know how long this stream or Banjo-Tooie this weekend is gonna last. I didn't really feel like throwing in an extra eugenics stream to like try it out for the first time. When I got home on Tuesday, I kind of just wanted to boot it up and just go and not have to worry about, doing the necessaries, making a thumbnail, scheduling it out. I didn't feel like doing it, so I just didn't. And, I'll say, it immediately just clicked with me, and part of me was thinking like, oh yeah, it would have been good to do that, but I think it'll also be good to do it whenever. With this game being as long as it is, by the time that whenever I want to stream it, there'll be stuff to do. And it'll be cool still to put together a cool bunch of cats and do a couple runs or something, regardless of how far I am, I think. In point of fact, I'll say, I looked at the March calendar, and I think, we're gonna do Mario Maker as soon as possible. Mario Maker's my main game, by the way, if Minish Cap specific people don't know, or people who otherwise don't watch any other of my content. But the Friday after Randomizer Month ends, we'll be going into do some eugenics on Friday, and maybe we'll do some more later eventually. Who knows? It depends on how well that stream goes. Maybe we should... Maybe Mugenics is good enough where you can play it, like, all the time. I see a lot of people streaming it and playing it, and man... I think it might be an all-time great for, that sort of thing. Let me say. By the way, again, here's the Randomizer month schedule. Minish Cap, Banjo-Tooie, Paper Mario, Link to the Past plus Super Metroid, and DK64 are all coming up in the next 2 weeks. Jesus, 2 weeks. We are halfway through the month. Mario Maker is almost... the break from Mario Maker is almost over. That's cool. That's chill. I'm looking forward to getting back to some of that. And Caster Wilds. One more Caster Wilds Golden Stone, and we'll be able to go deep into there. We'll be able to go into the temple area. Not sure how far we can get there, but we can do something. We definitely will be able to do something over there. Trilby Highlands, North Chest, got it. Here, we can get this guy, but until we get the bottle, we can go no further. Ah, sniffy. I have not done anything allergy-wise. Wait, I thought this guy's nothing. It's the Vine Rupee is what we can get, and it's a rupee, so we should just go. I'll say I haven't done anything allergy-wise. I don't know. How about I just wait until it's like, not allergy season, and then I can start fucking with my allergies. I don't know. Maybe, it's hard to find time to schedule a whole every week doctor thing to get, like, allergy shots or whatever for the next couple years. That's like a whole to-do. And, haven't quite found the time for that. With Mugenics and streaming, I've been, busy, I guess. I guess I've been busy. I don't know if I've been busy. I'd say I've been busy. But, you know, compared to, like, compared to, like, my, sister, who has a, son, you know, she and her husband, they're busy. You know, they gotta deal with the boy every day. And I just gotta, like, sit down and do a stream on occasion. You know, I just gotta play Mario Maker when it's fun to me. And talk about eugenics and things of that nature. Yeah, we're all busy. Everyone finds things to fill their time. You know, if I wasn't streaming, I would have a lot more fucking time on my hands. I'll tell you that. Honestly, if I stopped streaming if I wasn't a streamer, I don't know what I would do with my time. And, honestly, I don't know what I did with my time before I streamed. I went on walks like twice a week before I streamed. Yes, that's right. I tried to walk like 3 times a week before I was a streamer. Could it be that, spending 3 afternoons a week streaming is less healthy than spending 3 afternoons a week walking? Maybe. I think when I get a house, I'll get like a bike or something, and, you know, that'll be a way to get some exercise that's, faster, you know? I won't have to walk for like an hour. I can just bike for 20 minutes and get like the same distance or whatever. What? Do these questions matter? I guess they don't. And we got jack shit, so that's fine. Also, you know, we haven't gotten any elements so far, so jot that down. Hang on, let me get this chest that you get by going left, left, up. Left, 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 up, up, up. And, I don't feel like doing this area. This is like a left, left. Was that left, left, or left, left, left? God damn it. Left, left, left. Up. 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 Okay, maybe I miscounted earlier. Left, 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 up, up, up. Man, I wish I had the fucking dash. Left, left. I think I need one more left. And then up. Up. Okay. Do I start from where the sign is? Hang on, let me just go down and reset. Okay, yeah, the up one is the first room. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Good. Fuck off, ghost. It's fucking arrows. Okay, let's do the regular. Let's do it regular style. Going up first. Then left. I would like it if it was like written on the randomizer what the order was, because it's the same order. Speedrunners, I'll say, you know, I don't speedrun any of the games that I randomize. I don't speedrun at all. Was that same as 2 before? Up. Up, left, left, up. Up, left, left, up, right. 2 before. That'd be up. Yippee! Got that chest, and now we just gotta go find Dampe for a gift. Is there a fast travel thing here? It'd be nice if we never had to do that shit again. But, give me something good, man. Fuck you. I don't like this area at all, honestly. It doesn't have that many checks in it, and if it turns out you have to go this way, pain in the ass to get through the fucking shit. There's not like a fast travel point, is there? Okay, we'll just quick warp to the start of the room, the start of the area, and I think Caster Wild's way is the correct thing. You know what I'll say? In addition to the boots, it might be good to start with the fast travel option. You know, like right now, I know that it unlocks like the lake. The lake is technically unlocked by getting fast travel, but I'll say, like, if we could fast travel from the start, that would be real damn good. You know, that would be really valuable and help with reducing backtracking, which is important in a randomizer. A good fast travel system. Sure, give me the white sword, which is, by the way, the one sword. Don't think that actually makes a difference insofar as how many clones we can summon. It's not like there's a one clone option there, but hey, it's good to get swords, I guess. I don't know. I like getting swords. Oh shit. Y'all, folks, this is a big room. This room is a big one. In here? Wait, no, I'm wrong room. There's definitely... I think there's another cave that has a bunch of rupees in it somewhere. It's not this one, though. Is it nearby? Hang on. Oh yes, it is! It's right here. And what do we got? What do we got? Actually, not much. We got, great spin attack speed. We got, rock breaker. That's not bad. We got a heart container. That's it. Okay. If you randomize rupees here, rooms like, the rooms like this can be really big. Can't even have multiple key items, but it's not a guarantee, I guess. What did we just fucking get? Just got something, right? Something that's tracked on the tracker. Oh yeah, we got moves. We got the, Wait, we have 9 of... What the hell is that? Why are we starting with all... Are those the cloud ones? There's only 5 of them. That's weird. A little confused by that, but whatever. I'm going to ignore it. And not worry. And we'll see if the cloud guys are already, like, taken care of or something later on. We got the spin attack, and we got the, fast spin attack. So that's cool. We got, yes, fast spin charge. We got the rock breaker. That I don't think is super relevant, but it's still cool to mark off. And yeah, okay. Two sword abilities isn't bad. I like being able to break pots with my sword. I really do, honestly. What else is nearby? We did the business scrub. There is a freestanding chest nearby. You know, that's a word that randomizer trackers like to use. Freestanding. To describe a chest. I don't know if outside of the context of a tracker, you would describe a chest as freestanding. But, I guess that pretty accurately describes just like a chest in the middle of nowhere. Just all on its own. No big deal. What do you got for me? A piece of heart. Alright. Oh wait, there's 2 rewards here. One from the first dude, and one from second dude. Alright. Good, taking care of that. Oh, there's another big room coming up. Remember how I told you beanstalks were good sometimes? There's a really good beanstalk coming up. When you randomize rupees in this game, there are some rooms that just have tons and tons and tons of fucking rupees. That's Octo Golden. I don't need that. That's not in logic. Here we go. Let's see what we got from this big, huge beanstalk. I think there's like a dozen or more rupees here. Maybe like 16 or so. Oh! That's a bottle! That's a bottle! Bottle is huge! And also Pictolite. I don't know what that is, but the bottle is the important stuff. That lets us get to Mountain now. And that's the 3rd caster stone, so we can now get into, actually, I don't think that actually... apparently we don't have enough to get... That's weird, I don't see any checks. Sidebar. I just turned on the third like Swampkin stone, but I don't see any checks for that. Do I need like what would I need? Run fast, dig fast, suck good. Thinking. You need to be able to get small and do a bunch of puzzles to make guys move out of the way. What would you need for that? What would you need to do those puzzles? Strength. No. Running and strength. No. Oh, we don't have the mitts, so turn that back off. Jabber shroom. We got the Jabber shroom earlier. I should make sure that's on. It actually doesn't do anything for us, so whatever. I'm kind of confused here because it doesn't look like there's anything major that I'm missing that would that would keep us out of swamp. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe there's something obvious. Keys? These two keys, by the way, aren't included in Keysy. I did not give me them to start with, for what it is worth. Do I need the 2 sword? No. Can I get to the dungeon? Can I get to, Oh, I can get to Fortress of Winds, apparently. I didn't turn on anything that I don't actually have, right? Is there just jack shit over here? I thought there was at least 1 or 2 checks over there. Let me see. Show a location. Is there just no locations out there? I thought there were chests out in that area. Weird. It's just... I thought there were chests out there, so we should maybe keep an eye out as we're... Oh, there's some beanstalk and shit over there. I think something is definitely screwed up with this tracker here. I'll say I did grab a relatively new tracker. I wonder if it just... I think it just is missing a whole area. What the hell? Look, it's just missing a whole area. Okay. That's weird. Also, like, even the dungeon should be, like, represented on the map by a little thing here, like in the overall map, but it's not, and that's also weird. Okay. Okay. Let me unshow all locations. Point is, we can go out to Caster Wilds and go out to the 3rd dungeon of the game now if we want to. Also, we got 1 rupee from the chest. That's not bad. We got like a whole bunch of fucking hearts. How many fucking hearts do we have right now? 5. I think we have 10. Let me update that on the tracker there. Alright, that was great. That was really good. I'm happy to see all those come in. All those, that was a much bigger big room than the previous big room. That was an excellent big room. I like it when the big rooms are good. I really do. Now let's head to Caster, where we can do a lot of stuff, and also we need to, mind our own, figure out how to do thing on our own. Can I, like, pull up a backup tracker real fast? Hang on. One second, let me throw to a break. I'm gonna launch Pop Tracker and get some stuff set up so I can have a tracker for that area that has those items in it. Because I'm pretty sure the previous version of this tracker did have that, but I don't want to switch to an older version. You know, I just want to have it just for the sake of redundancy. Okay. Okay, I got a backup tracker up now so that I can see what I should be able to get. I'll say, for what it's worth, I cannot show this tracker on screen like the other one, but I can at least toggle off everything that I have and see what is available for me to get. 1 second. This might be not the one I usually use, actually. It don't matter. It's all good. We got the torch, we got bombs, we got swimming, we got the jabbernut, we got bottle, we got some scrolls, we got tingle. We got a bunch of stuff here so far. We got bow. What else we got? What else we got? I'll pull it into a so I can see both trackers at once. That's the smart thing to do. Comparing. We got the blue sword, specifically. We got boomerang, we got, bombs. We got, what am I missing here that would let me get access to this area? We got spin. I'm not putting something in here because it's not telling me I can do that area where there are no checks on the other tracker. It's odd. I also have to make sure that it's open fusion, yes, and Rupeesanity is on. I'm a little confused here because it is telling me I can't go out to Caster Wilds. I can't go to that dungeon yet. What's preventing me right now? What's the thing? Do I need the charge boots? No, it's not the charge boots. What exactly is it that's holding me back? I got 2 of the books. Bombs. Oh, do I need suction? No. Oh, maybe I did the wrong one. Hang on. There we go. Oh, I did the wrong seed. Okay, I can basically do all the checks, and there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the area. So good to have a backup tracker. Yes, yes, yes. I will have to reset up some stuff for Tui when I get back to that eventually. But important thing is that I can find all the locations and not miss any. That's someone should check the their tracker that they've made for 1.0. The 1.01 stable map tracker. It's missing a whole area of the game. A whole region is accidentally seems to have gotten deleted or something. Maybe it depends on what logic you have. You know, maybe it's a thing where those locations have gone away since due to a combination of things that otherwise other people don't do, like having Rupeesanity but not pot sanity or something like that. Could be a combination of elements causing the logic to be weird. Those locations are set to be dependent on things they shouldn't be. That sort of stuff happens. I understand that, let me say, I understand that this shit is complicated and hard to manage and is by no means trivial. Let me say, I'm not trying to degrade. I'm just noting that I can't get the shit that I need to get. Okay, let's start knocking out these swamp checks, and then we'll head into the 3rd dungeon area, where we can do a bunch of stuff outside of, like, we can't, you know, dig, so we can't finish the dungeon yet, but we can do a whole damn lot there. 10 arrows. Let's do another card. It's been a minute since I did a card. Let's bang one out real fast. 1. What? I don't see the card. What happened there? Oh. That's weird. My, preview monitor froze. My preview in OBS, it froze up. I've never seen that before. That's weird. That's new. Always new things with OBS and other, software. It's unstable as shit, isn't it? Fucking hell. Do you prefer to wait for handheld versions? I'll say this is sort of another card about eugenics. Currently it's only available on Steam, so I had to get the Steam version of that. Rather than, you know, given my preference, I would probably have picked the Switch version so I could play it on the couch. It is worth noting that if you have a Steam Deck, this is a non-issue. But, I'll say, I don't currently have a Steam Deck, and also it does not run on an AYN Thor natively, though you could stream it. No, not while watching television on your through your PC at the same time, you know, which is a thing that I do. All that to say that I've been playing so far pretty much laser focused on the game, just like one thing at a time, not watching something, not doing it portable while, you know, watching anime or something. And I think that it could be really good in that form factor, honestly. And that would be a real economical way to do it, considering that, like, oh, it's a turn-based game. It can, you know, sessions can take hours. Where sessions can take hours. It'd be really nice if I could just, like, take care of, you know, Mugenics while also watching stuff. And multitask in that way, but I'll also say, just like paying full attention to Mugenics so far, I'm kind of locked in. I'm kind of like having fun. I'm honestly like engrossed by the game, which kind of surprises me that it got me that good, you know, and especially the music of Mugenics. Like, I gotta give special shout out to the music, which if I was playing on Nintendo Switch 2 and was mostly playing, like, while I was, you know, watching stuff, I wouldn't get to hear the music, and it's really fucking good. And it does a thing where, like, whenever you get to the boss of an area, right, whenever you get to the end of the area, the music track that's been playing the whole world, the whole biome, suddenly gets lyrics, and they're always just like fucking weird-ass lyrics from the perspective of cats. Like, the first song in the game, like the tutorial song, is a goddamn banger, and it's just like a soccer anthem of just like cat fight, cat fight, cat fight, cat fight, got cat, let's fight. And it's just like, sort of like just a song about cats and how they want to fight each other at all times. And it's just like, basically it paints the picture of them as like a bunch of soccer hooligans, which I guess is sort of, yes, that is sort of the personality of cats in the wild. They just sort of want to fuck shit up. They're just sort of little rascals, rapscallions, hooligans, who just want to fight and, you know, eat rats. That's like what the second song of the game is. The second song is like a jazzy number that's like, all about eating rats. Ooh, we got the... Correct me if I'm wrong. Can we do the Fortress of Winds in its entirety now? I don't know if we can do it in its entirety, but we can do a lot there. I'll just turn back on show all locations. We can't do the clone puzzle key puzzle. I guess we need the 2-sword for that. Yes, we need the 2-sword to do the last check of that dungeon. That's kind of a shame, but what are you gonna do? The music in that game is so good, and I guess if I had waited for like the handheld version, if I had played it exclusively through Steam Deck or AYN Thor or something, I wouldn't get to enjoy the lovely music as much. It's just so good, you know? And it's the kind of thing where, like, the topics are so... You know, like I said, it's, Mugenics has somewhat of an incorrigible personality. You know, a little bit, unorthodox. There's one song about how a crazy cat woman couldn't get pregnant, so she got like 100 cats. And most of the song is just like naming 100 cats. And the rest of the song is about how her hubby's seed, you know, couldn't survive in her, you know, her womb. Her womb is a hostile place where her hubby's seed, you know, could find no purchase, in the words of, you know, Raising Arizona. That's a great movie. God damn, that movie's good. I could go for some Raising Arizona right now. Let me say, randomly. Man, that's a good movie. Hang on, I'm gonna just turn off show all locations. I should have a hotkey on my Stream Deck that turns on and off show all locations. That's a good idea. remind me, tomorrow, make hotkeys for show all locations, parentheses, emo tracker, and maybe other hotkeys? Maybe there's other hotkeys that are worth considering, like if there's a, ignore all logic hotkey or something. That can be useful in a pinch. Then again, just show all location will basically do the same thing for, you know, basically do the same thing. It's not a big deal. Go in there, yeah. It's a hell of a game musically, and I'm honestly fine that I have to play it full screen style. Though, I am low-key thinking, like, you know, if I could get it running on AYN Thor, I would love that. I guess I could also play it on my laptop. Should I play it on my laptop? And while I'm, like, watching anime and TV and stuff of that nature? Would that be a good idea to do? You know what? I bet that would work. I bet that would be real damn solid. That's better than nothing, I'll say that much. I prefer when there's a mobile version, when there's a Switch 2 version. But I'll say, like, if I get it, you know, when they do a Switch, a Steam Deck 3, I will absolutely get it. And I will, you know, now have an option that for Steam stuff that is, like, super reliable in mobile fashion. And maybe when I do that, what am I doing? I can swim. When I do that, I'll definitely, like, start, caring more about Steam library than, like, maybe Switch, you know? Honestly, I kind of feel like that's a sad thing. You know, I like the Switch. I like the way it feels. I like its screen. The Switch 2 is very nice. You know, it gives me great pride to think about the lovely Switch collection I've been amassing over the years. But, you know, truth be told, you are probably better off with Steam and Steam OS. And I'm very curious if, like, Steam OS will come to, like, AYN Thor or something. That would also be very nice as, like, a possibility to, like, get more mobile stuff going. Oh right, we have the mitts now, so we can get this crap too. There's also a really good tunnel. You know, this game, there's like a handful of locations with a ton of checks. And you know, that you want to do, that you want to hit up, that are like super lucrative. And I think that the mitts let you get into one of them. We've seen most of them. A lot of them are rupee specific, you know, only if you have all rupees on. But that's fun and good. Let me look around my map real fast and just check if there's any like big location that has like 5 things. Yeah, so there's like a treasure cave that has 7 chests and 2 up a beanstalk. And also it lets you get to the sword that we saw earlier. So there's like 10 in that one spot. Relatively not that big cave. There is also a digging cave with 4 chests in Hyrule, in Castle Town. Is it Castle Town? Whatever. I got the South Cave. Mark that off. Oh, there's a Joy Butterfly. I need to get that. The Phantom platform chest. Oh, there's a platform chest. I'm not sure if there's any big lucrative location that we have that has like tons of stuff, but they're definitely around and we'll definitely get to them when we get to them. I think so far we've been making great progress, you know. Obviously, you know, a randomizer is such that you might look at our progress and go like, you haven't finished a single dungeon yet, you know, 2 hours in. Is that a bad sign? My answer is definitely not. No. We haven't finished a dungeon yet, but we have gotten like half the items, half the key items in the game, and you know, that's the real thing that we're looking for, you know, that's the real thing that's like holding us back from that prevents us from completing the game. Okay, that's a big rupee, that's what the butterfly is, I can mark that off my my shit. Here's a cave over here. Minish Cave. I'll warp back after we do this Minish Cave so I don't have to, like, walk all the way back. It's the middle. It's the one to the right, isn't it? This one. Up, there's two. There's this one. Oh, jeez. Oh, good. Pick the right one. Up. Bullshit. Bub kiss. Out of here. Okay. Yeah. Man, I kind of wish there were more games like this. You know, that's, you know, there was the, I mentioned earlier there was a trailer for Mina the Hollower. Apparently it's coming out this spring, you know. It's not been delayed that far, only a little bit. I feel like there's just such a big need for a game like this with, like, tons of little items to collect, tons of crap, tons of bullshit. I feel like it is a type of game that there are just not enough of, you know? To the point where, yeah, you know, the last year's, I feel like Pipistrello, I didn't, you know, it took me a while to finish it. I maybe didn't love it as much as I initially thought I would, but I still say, like, that's a hell of a game, man. And, like, if there was ever a Pipistrello randomizer, I'd fucking do it. I don't know. I'd fucking play it. Pipistrello's good. And, like, I'm really hoping that Mina will be good as well. I wonder if there'll be a Mina the Hollower randomizer. I'll say that and Silksong are, like, the two. I mean, I guess, you know, with the, they also announced that Castlevania and that God of War. I guess, if I had to say, I feel like the chances of God of War randomizer, God of War, I say that. Could God of War, like the original one, support a randomizer? Probably the narrative one couldn't. But you do get, like, items and stuff, and that opens up new ways through the world, right? In those older games. But also, it's pretty set piece based, right? So, I don't know if you could really do a randomizer there, but, more sides. A lot of games could use randomizers, I'll say. Not just Zelda's, Metroids, and Castlevanias. I'll say also, of Castlevanias, you know, I haven't, done a Castlevania on stream before. I haven't done a Castlevania randomizer. I do think with the announcement of the new one, I do think that when that is coming up, when we have a date for that, I would like to, in that month, do a bunch of Castlevania randomizers, like Area of Sorrow, let's say specifically Area of Sorrow, Dawn of Sorrow, and Order of Ecclesia. Maybe Symphony of the Night as well, I don't know. Oh, we did this one. Okay, this is the... Isn't there the one where you need to go... Oh, there's a thing. Caster Wild's Mitz Cave. I thought there was one where you needed to go downstairs. I think I might have accidentally checked off that one in error previously, because we haven't actually been downstairs. I think that's where the Joy Butterfly is. So we can absolutely go that way. Go knock that the fuck out. I think. Maybe. Yeah, right here. Right here is a cave where you have to fight a big boss guy, a big boss nut. We haven't been here, right? We didn't do this earlier? I'm excited. I'm excited for Mina. I am. I think Mina's gonna be, I think Mina's gonna be better than Pipistrello. I'll say that much. I have big, huge hopes. I love Zelda games, man. I love Minish Cap. This is like my favorite of the 2D Zeldas, I think. I think this is my favorite 2D Zelda, and I think there could be a lot more like it. Maybe one day we'll do, how do you think you do, There's Oracle of Ages and Oracle of, do those have randomizers? I wouldn't mind doing those. I also have never done the, also never did the, whatchamacallit, there's the, these ones are. These 9. That's... We just have all the cloud ones to start with? Okay. I might have given myself clouds to start with. Let's do these, and then let's head into this, next zone. Oh, you know what it might be, actually? Gold fusions are not out of logic. No out of logic. Okay, that's... Out of logic. Gold fusions are not out of logic, game. Maybe I have to set it so that, gold fusions are vanilla. Okay, that's it. I had set it so that gold fusions were none. That's why it was confused. It thought I couldn't go to anywhere where there were gold fusions. Okay. Apologies to the tracker. The tracker is fine. My configuration was wrong. Okay. Okay, we're cool. We're good. We're relaxed. Let's do this. Funny because it still tells you can go to the thing, even if the dungeon is literally inaccessible. Veil Falls, the Fall Stone. Nice, nice, nice. That's that opens up who the hell is that on my tracker? Right there. Funny, they're like in a different order in the game or something. I don't know. Or like I might, whatever, doesn't matter. Just need this guy to get out of the way and then we can go forward. Okay, here there's a check in that little hole there. I can't believe, actually I can believe, but I would have liked to have gotten fast travel by this point. I also would have liked to have gotten, I would have liked to have gotten the ability to run by this point. I'll say, just like apropos of nothing, I think in the future, you know, I think the previous one didn't have like starting inventory options, so you couldn't start with anything before, so I just got used to not having these things. Now that that is an option, I'll say it is a good idea to, like, I think it is a good idea to, like, avail yourself of these things. And, honestly, it's not a bad idea to start with a sword, even. Like, you're just gonna find it real fast, because without a sword, you can't do much of anything. 5 arrows, and then there's some stuff in these little holes. There's some holes on this, it's funny, you can't really see the holes on the wall, because the UI kind of covers up the holes. But we gotta get small and go past these holes, which we will do after we go up to the beanstalk and get our one item. There's one item up here. Watch this be fast travel. Power bracelets, that's something. Hey, that's nice. That's good. It's not nothing. You know, randomly calling shots eventually might work, but even if it doesn't, hey, it's cool to get something big. It's cool to get something big. Everything's still working tracker-wise, right? Nothing is screwed up. Great, good. Now, I don't know what happened earlier with emo tracker. Well, I do know. It's just a new glitch. Gotta fucking watch emo tracker like a hawk sometimes. No, it's got bugs and shit. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. Gotta be safe. Cut all these grasses before you do this bit, and it saves you, like, a little bit of time. It's still a bit of a to-do. I guess all games are kind of mostly to-dos, for what it's worth. It's not like an unusual thing, but sometimes a to-do is just a to-do. Makes you think. No, it doesn't. It does not make you think. Push this rock so we don't have to do that to do. ever again. We got Beanstalk. Oh, we gotta do the 2 previous holes. We gotta do the 2 previous holes now. How about another card? I've been talking. I have been mostly touching on Mugenics. Again, one last shout out to Mugenics. Mugenics fucking rules, and you should seriously think about getting it. I will stream some of it in the near future, but not while I'm focusing on randomizers. Not this month. Next month, though. Next month for sure. Card! I've also been playing Overwatch. That's right. This week, Overwatch had a big announcement. I think we talked about it on, was it last week that it was announced, or was it over the weekend, last weekend? In any case, I think we talked about it on a previous stream that Overwatch has dropped the 2. It is no longer Overwatch 2. It is now simply Overwatch. Wow. Kind of a big reversal of weird policy. I think that you know, Overwatch 2 kind of got a bad name for basically being a glorified big live game update that generally was disliked. Generally, I disliked it. It's 5 versus 5 nature. It's various reworks to heroes that took away core critical abilities from their critical abilities, like May's ability to freeze, Orissa's shield, you know, a bunch of stuff that's made characters less fun to play in the interest of homogenizing the game and supporting their further ambitions of having more and more and more heroes that were basically all fall into a very small amount of actual roles. Very small amounts of differentiation at this point, Overwatch-wise. But they took the number off, and they added a bunch of heroes, and I've been playing some of it the last few days. Honestly, I've been playing a little bit every day. It's, Overwatch is kind of fun, actually. I'm mostly playing Mystery Heroes, which is my go-to mode. I love Mystery Heroes. Honestly, it's my it's my favorite mode, and I love to play it. You know, if you don't know what Mystery Heroes is, basically in Mystery Heroes, every time that you die, you respawn as a different hero, and you know, you sort of just have to take it as it comes. You just have to sort of figure out, like, okay, what's this character? What am I doing? You know, obviously, if you've been playing for a while, maybe you wouldn't be like, who's this character? But like, when I booted it up, you know, there was not just the 5 brand new characters, but also 5 characters that I hadn't seen before, because they were added since I last played. And I'll say, like, not all of them are hint winners. There are a lot of them in there where I play them and I'm just like, I do not know what you're going for with this. I don't get the point of this character. Like, for instance, to name one, Venture. I don't get what exactly Venture is good for. I guess she can get around. I'm not sure. I guess Venture can, not sure. I don't know that much about Ventures. I think I heard someone say they of Venture, but I'm not 100% sure there. I guess you can, like, dig and, like, get around the enemy team, similar to, like, Sombra, you know, in a stealth slash invulnerable fashion. But, I don't know, is that really valuable? I guess it could be really good. I probably just need to play her a bunch more times, and eventually I'll get the hang of her. I would say generally, I think the newer heroes are not as, I don't like them as much as, that's Golden Octo, and we got the, chest here. Alright, heading into the dungeon now. Fortress of Winds. And we can do basically everything here except for the 2-sword. So, the 2-sword thing. Because we don't have the 2-sword. Let's start, knocking them out. I'll say, there are some characters where I'm just not sure if they're good or not. And I'm not sure, like, if I'm just bad at them. You know, like, I tried them all out in the test range, and I think that two in particular really stood out to me as, like, oh, this is actually kind of interesting. And then when I played them in Mystery Heroes, or even in, like, the, 6 versus 6 mode, or, I tried the 6 versus 6 mode. It's better with 6 players, let me say. Overwatch 2 is better with 6 players. I maintain that is true. So I like that there's a mode, but I wish I can do Mystery Heroes that way, specifically, because that's most of what I play in Overwatch. I tried out the crossbow, Freya, and I think Hazard is like the tank who can make walls. I thought their kits seemed pretty cool, you know, especially like Hazard, where he can make a wall similar to like May's, except he shoots it, sort of. I guess May also kind of shoots it. It's just like a different interface. He just aims it. Which room is this? I'm trying to find it on my tracker here. This one. Okay. I know where I am now. Wait, okay. I know where I am now. The doors don't really line up on the map. It's kind of funny, you know, like, I guess the hallway just isn't on the map, but if you look on the map tracker here, you can see that, like, we're over here right now. Here's the room that we were in. We came up to here, and, you can see that they're not quite, lined up. It's weird, it's odd. We came from actually this one. I wonder if you just can't see the other rooms here. I feel like you can see the other rooms, so it's not like they're actually miles apart. It's just a little bit, the space is weird. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Just makes it a little bit, of a to-do to, track properly. Here, I need to get these switches. Right, this is how you get the, small situation. You go here and you do this, and then you can step on the panels. Okay. Nice. I tried out Freya and, Hazard, and I didn't really get them. They didn't really work very well for me in the Mystery Heroes that I played. And I'll say, like, when I'm playing 6 versus 6 or a mode where I get to choose my character, like, if ever I pick a character that's new and start sucking shit, immediately I'm just gonna go like, okay, Panic, Torbjorn, Junkrat. I'm gonna pull out my mains, you know, and try to bring a victory that way. Which does feel like it's getting in the way, maybe, of, like, learning those characters. If every time I play them, I'm just like... Every time I play them, if things start going well, or badly, I just immediately abandon ship and just, like, switch to my all-time favorites, or even characters that I know okay well. You know, what's that? Bombs? Fuck that shit! Is there anything... I think that just leads to the piece of heart that we already know is junk, so we don't need to become small and do that whole rigmarole. We can just move on with our life. I'll get the 10 bombs anyway. Why the fuck not? Let's start with the leftmost. The leftmost one is free, or rather, it's just like a fight. Simple enough. I will say, you know, for a time I was thinking just to myself, going like, I feel like they haven't added a good hero in like forever. I feel like the hero quality has been down. Personally, I would say that the last, for me, the barrier, the like divide, would be around the time they add like that flying hero. The one that transforms into other heroes. The robot. That was the last one they added to Overwatch 1. And I'll say I never played that much of her in the first place, so that's the point at which my familiarity starts to, like, drop off a cliff. But I will say I've had some good rounds with some of the newer heroes. In particular... Fucking pull up my phone and look at a list of heroes. There's the one with the heal turrets. I actually really like the heal turrets. I think her gimmick is fun. You know, as a Torbjorn main, that's sort of my jam, to put down a turret and then support it by put it down in a really good spot, and then like really get aggressive to really like push my enemies out of cover and you know, defend my turret with violence rather than hammering it. I don't really hammer my turret that often as Torbjorn. If it dies, it dies. You know, that's how I see it. You know what I mean? Ow! Wait, what the fuck? I thought the Force Sword was supposed to be as a dungeon reward for finishing the second dungeon. Shit, I think I made a mistake there, actually. It was totally meant to be at the end of the, and I think it probably is for what it's worth. You know, I did check on a spoiler log after, like, setting up the custom logic to force the sword to be where it was. I just didn't anticipate that there would be 2 copies of it because it's probably still in the regular item pool or whatever. Okay, lesson learned. We are still going to beat all the dungeons. We're still going to beat all the dungeons. My mistake. I tried my best to make sure that was mandatory. Let me say. Tried my best there, but lesson learned. When you're checking the spoiler log to see if everything's kosher, check to see if there's multiple instances of it. And if it doesn't appear in one seed, try like 2 or 3 just to make sure. And then you can generate the one that you're actually going to use on stream. Lessons for all of us here. What room is wait, this room is this one. And we got all this crap. This crap is all really good. Did we get... There's something over there. Did we get that? No, we didn't. It's the magical boomerang! Shit, yeah. Hell and damn, yeah, let's go. And, let's see now. We got whatever this is. Forest left side... Wait, what? Left side rupees? Oh, that's probably on another floor or something. No, this is the room that I'm in. A little confused. Did I just pick up a bunch of rubies as I was walking this way? That might have been it. That might have been... I might have already gotten those. I'm gonna mark them off. And if that's a mistake, I'm not afraid to make a mistake. In the words of, Job. Or did you forget about God damn it? And that's a good scene of Arrested Development. I think about Arrested Development quotes all the time. I do. Arrested Development quotes and Futurama quotes. Whenever I see a content creator or a podcaster, like You Love to Hear It's network, for instance, use like a Futurama quote like, lava hot. Lava indeed hot. You know, it just makes me smile. I like it. Oh, right, I have the Force Sword now, so I have to do all 4 for this particular one. There's ones where you don't have to do maximum sword, but this is not one of those. This is one where you do. There's ones where there's only like 2 spots, or 3 spots, where you do them in the dungeon when you're there, and then there's never any need to do them again, so there's only 2 of them. Blah! My nose is all irritable and stuff. Really need to do the allergy stuff, don't I? Well, one of these days, one of these weeks, one of these years. We'll start in on that. I did LASIK! You know, it's not like I'm, opposed to long-term solutions. It's just that, they're long-term solutions. Anyway, had a good game of Ilara, I think her name is. the heal turret user. I think that she's a really good hero. Had a good time. Let me pull up a fucking list of Overwatch heroes so I have a list of Overwatch heroes in order would be nice. Oh, they're like in a with headshots. Let's look at the wiki. That'll be the thing. List of heroes by release date, yes. So there's the 5 new ones. Played a little bit of all of them. I feel like Jetpack Cat and also the Sword one in particular. I feel like those two are very much like reactions to, those ones in particular feel like really strong reactions to just like, oh god, you know, Marvel Rivals is out here eating our lunch. You know what I mean? Like, those ones in particular just read to me as just like, oh, Marvel Rivals figured out how to do melee damages. We talked about ages ago how, like, that was the original idea for Genji, and it just didn't fucking work. So, I guess it can work. So now we have a character that feels very much like a Marvel Rivals character, which, you know, kind of just feels a little bit nostalgic, don't it? Back to when, like, all the characters were based on, like, this is our version of the medic. This is our version of the, heavy. This is our version of, the pyro. Though, I guess you could, you know, May, I guess, is the pyro, right? You could argue they still don't have the pyro. Wait, can I just jump over this with my, Rocks cape? Fucking hell. Need to remember that I can do things differently than you'd be able to do it vanilla style. Even if I can't do it the same way as you can vanilla style as easily. Okay. My nose is just real damn irritable. Blah! Alright, so, Jetpack Cat. I'll say Jetpack Cat feels okay. I feel like I prefer... I feel like Jetpack Cat is no Pharah, is no, Iron Man, is no, I feel like Storm's, like, weak in Marvel Rivals, right? I don't know if Storm is, like, a particularly strong character, but I feel like I've tried to make Storm work playing some of her. There's also the Fire Dude, the Flame Human Torch. Human Torch is also a flyer. I feel like Jetpack Cat isn't as immediately easy as any of those. I'm not sure about the guns or the healing abilities, but you know, the ability to like grapple someone and tow them into battle is pretty outrageous and cool. And I give them credit for the concept, if nothing else. You know, Jetpack Cat, pretty novel. As far as the other 4 new ones, there's Mizuki. Mizuki's like the guy with the hats. Okay, my first impression of Mizuki is that he's shit. I don't really like I don't really love his chain ability, and nor his like teleport with an ability to warp back to where you started ability. That seems kind of wasted on a healer, and also his hat doesn't seem like it heals that well. I guess it is just like, you know, I didn't realize at first when I tried it out that it was a chain thing, like the hat goes to multiple people. So I guess he's like the Rhaegar of Overwatch, basically. He works like Rhaegar, Heroes of the Storm, in that he has a chain heal, basically. I guess that's his niche. But, I don't love the attack, I don't love the weapon, and, you know, his mobility, it doesn't really do that much for me. Also, I think that other ninja healer they added, like, years back, you know, with Overwatch 2, with the shurikens and with the shurikens on one hand and we're about to beat our first dungeon, let's go. With the shurikens on one hand and the shurikens on one hand and struggling to think for a second. She has shurikens on one hand, and, healed talismans on the other. I feel like she's really weak. Whenever I play her in Mystery Heroes, I just feel like, you know, I just feel that sense of like, okay, please, someone just kill me. Just kill me. I can't do that much as this character. I just need to run into the thick of things and just try to, like, suicide bomb whoever I can run at and take the L on this particular hero. You know, sometimes that's how you gotta do in Mystery Heroes, you know. Don't be special. Don't be extra. You know, you got a hero you're no good at, just dive bomb their most valuable hero, and maybe you'll get lucky. Maybe you can kill them, and then you can, you know, you're trading a bad hero for a good hero, essentially. That's just a really good trade, you know? That's just a pro tip for you. Pro tip for you. Dive. Mystery Heroes fucking rules. By the way, I love Mystery Heroes. It's, Marvel Rivals, get Mystery Heroes, for God's sakes. Let's see now, Emery. Who the fuck is Emery again? God, there's so many fucking heroes in Overwatch. Fucking hard to even keep track of the new ones, let alone the, ones that were introduced while you weren't looking. Emery is... Oh yeah, he's like the new Soldier 76. He's like... whatever. I feel like there's very little to his kit that's interesting. He just like can pull out a sidearm that makes him jump big. I guess that's fine. He has an option to like retreat and run away and get to high ground or whatever. Oh right, bow and arrow, bow and arrow. What am I doing? I'm just forgetting here. We got this, folks. Let me say, this is gonna be whoop, Jesus! Stop doing this. He's the guy with just guns. I think he's kind of basic and boring. I don't think he's that good. I have never gotten him like long enough to get his ult. Maybe his ult is pretty cool. You know, like I said, I play Mystery Heroes. You're not always gonna get an ult. Unless you do really, really good. Oh, I'm sore. Yeah, the sneezing that many times in a row makes my whole chest sore. Ah! First boss down! First boss down! Mark that shit! That's, this dude. And, we got 30 bombs from it. But also, you get a thing here that says, like, hey, yo, we're the tribe of winds. And here's the red element, the fire element. Let's go. Oh, yo. That's right. Hat. It is true. We still have more checks to do in the dungeon, so let's head back in and continue doing them. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 additional checks, so, we're not done yet, folks. Relax. Take it easy. Kick back. Do whatever you want, basically. Wait, how do we do this room without the ability to run? There aren't you supposed to like... Oh, we can do this room, but isn't the other one you're supposed to like run? Can you use the jump to get far enough? Fuck me. Domina seems pretty good. I had like one really good game as Domina. I think Domina's a solid tank. She's not like super unique or nothing, but she's cool. She has a shield and a gun. Those are two good things to have. Onron is the fire one with the fans. I don't really get her yet. She seems like kind of just a pretty basic damage. Nothing really to speak of. Hey, Storm Trippin'. We just finished this dungeon, but we still have to do a little bit more. How you doing? I'm just talking about Overwatch. I've been playing Overwatch last few days since they brought it back to be Overwatch 1 again. Trying to go through and give opinions on all the relatively recent heroes. I think that the sword user, Vendetta, is pretty good. I haven't gotten a good feel for her yet, but she seems comparable with, like, you know, Marvel Rivals, Storm, melee characters. You played a bunch last night. Nice. I haven't played Wu Yang in a match yet. I mostly play mystery heroes, so I'm waiting for it to happen randomly. But from what I could try out in try mode, Wu Yang with the water, he seems pretty cool. Freya, I think her kit seems really good with the crossbow, but I've had no luck with her so far. So, jot that down, I guess. Hazard, same story. I think he seems like he has a real cool kit, but I played him like 2-3 times and had, like, no success, so I don't know. Juno, I don't think I get Juno. I don't really get what her deal is. Or, like, in what way she's supposed to be strong. She just seems like a alternate Lucio who's not as good, is my impression of Juno. She can hover instead of wall run. She can put down a boost thing instead of making a song that makes you go faster. You know, that's not much of a difference. I'm not sure what Venture does yet. I haven't gotten the knack of Maga, but he seems fine. Mauga, not Maga. Of course, Maga is a bad thing here in America, but, you know, Maga is like a Samoan character who is basically like Overwatch's Heavy. I want to say he's like Overwatch's Heavy, right? I think the thing is with him, just fucking, you know, treat him like a Heavy. Shoot. Shoot stuff. Shoot stuff. If you just shoot stuff as Maga with both guns, oh yeah, jumping makes it easy. You'll be good, I think. Ilari with the healing turret, I think she's really good. I had a really good game with her, where I was able to keep her for, like, most of the round on defense. That felt really good. Just holding out with her, and, you know, keeping the line or whatever. She's the turret user, the heal turret user. I really don't like Lifeweaver. I've played him a couple times. I kind of just think he's shit. He has his big gimmick is that he makes a big platform that makes you get up high, that lets anyone get up high. I guess in a coordinated team, that could be useful. I am not a coordinated team. I am doing mystery heroes, no thoughts, head empty. You know, I'm not in the mood for, like, coordinating with people and saying, like, hey, do you want to ride my platform and get a vantage point? And as far as, like, that dude goes, he doesn't have, like, a splash attack like Pharah. He doesn't really benefit from getting up high directly himself, so... Huh? What the fuck? Can I just release the dude too? I don't know that I can take... I need to do all 4, yeah? But, like, as soon as I... Can I... Oh, I can use select to switch swords. And I don't have the... Is the 3 sword good enough? No, the 3 sword is not good enough. Okay. So I need the 2 sword to do that one. Got it. Okay, okay. Right, that's the one that I couldn't do yet. That's the one I can't do yet. I had a really good game at Ratatata yesterday. The guy who's like the robot who can switch between melee and ranged. I feel like he's just a very fun hero to play. You know, he has a good shield and a good ranged attack. But when you want to mix it up and get serious, you can go in for the kill, and that just feels really good. I think Rattata is really good. Kiriko, like I said, I think Kiriko's kind of shit. I don't like to play Kiriko at all. I guess it's part of it is like the coordination thing, you know, like with you have to teleport to heroes as like your main mobility thing. And it doesn't feel good like with Mercy where you can like get a hover and like, you know, teleport to someone and then just like fling past them and fly up into the balcony. No, you have to stop. And you have to stop at them and, you know, it's, I don't know. Junker Queen is like okay, I want to say. And so is Sojourn. I haven't had like a good game with either of them yet, but they're fine. I don't have any strong opinions on them. Sojourn or the other two heroes that were added with Overwatch 2. And I guess that just leaves Echo as like the... Echo is like the last of the relatively new heroes where I never played enough when they were there to really get a good impression of them. They were the last one that was added to Overwatch 1, and I don't know, sometimes it's nice to do that that bomb attack and just spray a bunch of bombs out. That can work sometimes, I don't know. I'm not huge into Echo, but she seems okay. And I guess, fuck, I could just run down, like, the older ones just to give, like, basic opinions. Why not? We're halfway through now, basically. Sigma's solid. Baptiste, I don't like that much myself. Ashe is okay. I cannot for the life of me do the Wrecking Ball gimmick. Bridget, I feel like, is really seriously nerfed from, like, her height. Yeah, it should remind you of Four Swords. You do have the Four Sword as, like, a major item in this game, the cloning gimmick. Chard. This is a great Zelda game, let me say. I love it. Moira is great. Doomfist was nerfed into the ground. Or Orisa was nerfed into the ground, changed into the ground. Sombra, I think, benefited from her reworks, but I still don't really like her that much. Anna's fantastic. Genji, Genji's a little hard for me, honestly, but Genji's solid. Diva, I think Diva might be weak right now, just relatively, but Diva's good. Junkrat is like one of my mains. Roadhog is fucking fantastic. Lucio is one of my mains. Soldier 76, I don't like the thing that they do now where it does the muzzle climb. I feel like that's really awkward to counteract on a mouse. You know, I just gotta continue moving my mouse down. Ugh, I don't like that. I feel like they kind of ruined him a little bit, but he previously was one of the best heroes. Thanks for the YouTube subscription, by the way. Whoever just YouTube subscribed, hell yeah. Cassidy, formerly known as McCree, I think was pretty damn good. I don't like his current state, I think. I missed the flashbang. I think they put back in the flashbang. I'm not sure what's the deal with the flashbang, where we're at with that, and shit, but whatever. Zarya's great. Symmetra is relatively better than she once was, but she's still just, you know, just pretty good. She doesn't really, like, auto-aim anymore. That blows. That sucks. I like the auto-aim on her. Bastion was nerfed into the ground. I really don't like his non-Bastion form. I preferred him when he was, like, just immobile. That was fun. That was good. That was the whole point of the character. They really homogenized him into the just being another character. Zenyatta rules, Winston rules, Hanzo rules, Torbjorn rules, Mercy is S tier, great version of that character. Reinhardt is just classic. Pharah is classic. Widowmaker, I can't Widowmake for shit. Reaper, I feel like I'm always a liability on Reaper, honestly. And Tracer, I'm just not that good at. And that's all the heroes in Overwatch. That's all of them. We talked about all of them. Did I get, there's one check that I still have unchecked on my map. It was in an earlier area, though, so I might have gotten it and just not marked it off. Let me go run over there and check it, and then we'll head off somewhere new. I believe we're done here. There is one check that we will be able to get eventually, but that's a problem for eventually, when we get the 2-sword. As you can see down there. Yeah, I definitely got it. Okay, good. We have the, let's save and, get out of here. We have the 1 sword, the 3 sword, and the 4 sword. So that's a lot of swords, I guess. I don't know. All right. Next up. Let me see. Let me think. Let me show on the map. Let me show on my mini map. Let me just do the toggle map tracker here. Let's have a look at what we can and can't do right now. So, what we have, apparently it's possible to get up here. I don't know why it's so risky though. Like, I got this Rwanda Picori that lets us get up to here. But like, what is the deal here? What is the thing that we can't do yet? Oh, you know what it is? It's because you need to do the part where you clear out the dust. And usually that would use the sucker. Sorry you can't stay long. Hope you have a good rest of stream. Hey, thanks for stopping by, Char. Yeah, we can absolutely do... I think we can do the second dungeon now. Let's go knock that off. Yeah, second dungeon is where we need to go. We have everything we need for it. The reason why it's yellow and not green is because we'll be clearing out the dust using bombs, not the gust bellows. Woo! Alright. This will be our second dungeon. I will say, you know, technically I'm pretty sure that I set it so that it would have the 4 sword, and we kind of already found that. But I did say that this was all dungeons required, and for what it is worth, Ganondorf's castle is set up so that I do need to complete 5 dungeons. Now, I guess technically I could go and complete that fucking crypt as a 5th dungeon if I really wanted to be, you know, fast about it, but I want to go to the actual goddamn dungeon with actual goddamn checks and check some actual goddamn things. Okay? Okay. You know, I do just want to do every dungeon in here, and there's only 5 of them, so not that hard to do. It's not that much of a to-do. It's not that much of a ask. This game is pretty fast-paced. I do declare. I need to get some water in my jar. And water this plant. Excellent. And we can start doing things down here a bunch. There's a bunch of stuff down here before we leave the area. I'll say Overwatch has been fun. It's been fun playing Overwatch again. I'll say there's a couple things that still, you know, annoy me about it. Like, I do think Overwatch was, truth be told, I do think that Overwatch peaked a long time ago, and that peak Overwatch was, probably around the time of, like, Sigma. Probably around the time of, like, Sigma, right before Overwatch became Overwatch 2. But it's still very fun. I'm still having fun playing all the characters again, and Mystery Heroes does rule. I'll say with 50 characters now, there's basically a 2% chance that you get any specific one. So it can just be a while until you know, happen upon the hero you want to play. And I do feel that that's like a kind of a, you know, almost a shame. I feel like there could be another mode where you could just like specify like, okay, I want to play like these 5 heroes, mystery style, randomly. Or like, you know, what if there was a mode where like you selected 10 heroes, and if you died 10 times, you were just done or something. Let's say, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's room for like a mode where you have to play a lot of heroes, but it's not random, so that you could select them and choose and think about which ones you do. That's just my little note for the Overwatch team. Consider such things. Hell, I don't know. Maybe there is such a mode already. That's possible. Or, you know, you could even have a thing where it's like, okay, it's Mystery Heroes, but today the Mystery Heroes does not include, you know, a limited pool for a change of pace. I think would sometimes be cool. Like, to just change the dynamics and change, like, what is and isn't in play. I don't fuck with competitive or anything. I know that there's a ban system there. I'm just not interested in taking it that seriously. Like I said, I don't coordinate. I don't coordinate. I just play mystery heroes and have a good time. Bombs? I already have those. Also, I don't know if that's actually a check. Is there anything in this cave? We got the spring water chest, right? Wait, do we have to get spring water? We have to get spring water. I forgot about that. Let me go get that, and then we'll, don't we have to get spring water, like, over here? I will also say, like, they added a whole perk system to Overwatch the last time since I played it. And, in Mystery Heroes, you pick your perks randomly, which I think is not good. I'll say, like, just, like, feedback-wise, I think it'd be better if you selected them from menu, like, selected your favorites from, like, the hero menu or something. I think that'd be better. And, certainly it would take out a lot of situations where, like, I'm playing McCree, and I go to fan the hammer, and suddenly I find myself aiming and going like, wait, what? You no fan the hammer? Or I'm playing Orisa, right? And I'm like, oh shit! The fucking shield is back! They fixed Orisa! And then the next game I get Orisa again, and it's like, oh, it's a perk. You don't always get it. Like, half the time, you get fixed Orisa with the shield again. And half the time you get shit Orisa. The Overwatch 2 Orisa. And it kind of blows. You know, I would love just to be able to have that much little consistency. I know it is Mystery Heroes, but, you know, I can't go learning 200 perks. That seems like a lot for me to learn for Mystery Heroes. Let alone all the heroes themselves. You know, I kind of think Mystery Heroes is better when there are fewer heroes. And less, and no perk system. But, you know, whatever. Maybe they'll see a reason. Or maybe, you know, who knows. I hope that with so many people coming back, the voices of those of us who never played that much Overwatch 2 count for something. And we're able to just, like, say things like, hey, make it like we remember it. That should be the goal. And certainly some things are like that, right? Like, you know, like I said, they put the shield back on a perk. You can freeze people as Mei again with a perk. I wouldn't be surprised if the flashbang was empowered by a perk. These are good changes, but... Minish Crack. These are good changes, but, oh, there's also the Minish Hole over there. Excellent, excellent. Or the Minish, Vine over there that has another couple of things, or one thing or something, who knows. It doesn't matter. We're just gonna go get it. I feel like Overwatch could be more like it was originally. I feel like, some of the changes were just... feel to me like they're for change's sake, but you know, whatever. It's fun and it's good, and I'm having a good time with it, and I hope y'all are too if you're playing any for the first time in ages. It's been fun. Maybe I should get that on you know, laptop or you know, actually I was gonna say like play it while watching some anime or something. I can't play a multiplayer game while watching anime. I need the ability to pause if I need to read subtitles real good, and I can't just swap back and forth as I am wont to do. You know, it's kind of a similar skill to reading chat, you know? Just playing at the same time as occasionally looking over and seeing what chat is saying, if chat's saying anything. Similar skill, similar skill. I developed the anime skill first, and then started streaming. You've been playing a bunch of Deadlock? Is that out? I remember when that was like an unofficial beta. That was like a secret beta. And that secret got like spilled. Is that like out of beta now? I'm curious about that, actually. I am actually curious. I might check that out at some point. The invite thing skill? Okay. I'll say, you know, when it comes out of early access, when it's in, when I can just get in, official launch, I'll do a stream of that. I'll check it out. Is it like a good stream game, or is it like a high guard? It's not like a high guard, it's like good, right? It's like an Overwatch, MOBA, correct? I do like me a MOBA. I did play tons of Heroes of the Storm back in the day. That was probably my most played game until, like, probably Mario Maker 2 overtook it. Hell, Mario Maker 1 was probably up there as well. I definitely did make a lot of Mario whilst waiting in queue for Heroes of the Storm. Those two basically had one era, the original Mario Maker and Heroes of the Storm. Like, when one ended, the other was also on the verge of ending. You could send me an invite? I'll take an invite, but I still might wait until it's like, until some sort of like landmark before it actually like, before actually checking it out. I don't know. Is there a reason to check it out right now? Honest question. If there's like a good reason to get in there and do it now, checking all these things. We got the. Did we get the ferry? Shit, did we get the ferry over on the far left? I forget. It's pretty fleshed out. So it's pretty much ready to go. Do they have a date? If it's this year, I'll just wait until it comes out. I mean, I do have. Oh, I did not get the ferry, so let me get the ferry. Ocarina of Wind! Folks, we just got the fast travel system 3 hours in. I will say I don't think we were really held back by not having any fast travel for this whole time, but it is worth noting, and you know, from here on out we'll be able to like pop back to town at a moment's notice. Mind you, we will have to find a way to get back, but we can do that. We can absolutely do that. Hell yeah. Maybe a timestamp right here. The point at which fast travel is unlocked. I'll say it right now. Now that you can't have a starting inventory in this randomizer, I think it would be a smart idea to start with the fast travel system. That just makes too much sense. Also, the boots that we haven't gotten yet. I would like a run button. Anyways, talking about Overwatch, I'm curious about Deadlock. How long are the matches of Deadlock? How long is a match in Deadlock? Is it like a 20-minute affair? Is it like 10 minutes? What's the deal? Is it like an hour? I liked in Heroes of the Storm that every match was like 20 minutes. That was a good that to me was a good that was a good balance as far as length goes. Around 30? I could fuck with that. That's pretty decent. I think there's like a fairy thing that we get over here. A business scrub in this cave here. Excellent. The other mode is closer to 20. Ooh. There's like a quick play mode. Is it like a, what, 50 rubies, 40? Sure, I'll buy 50 rubies for 40 rubies. Yes. Oh, I'm full on money. That doesn't make any fucking difference. I spent 40 to get 50, and then lost 10 to not having room in inventory. Okay. It's like 1 lane instead of 3. Gotcha. That makes sense. It's like ARAM, basically. It's an ARAM mode. I'll check that out at some point. Hell, there's you know, I got the schedule for next month, and I'm starting to work it out. I have that, like, PI game on there, as well as Space Station Silicon Valley. Maybe could have a stream where I check out Deadlock at some point next month. Maybe month after. Maybe April would be good for Deadlock. I don't know. We'll see. If they announce a date, I'll definitely, like, do it when they do it. Invite was sent. It should show up in your notifications. Thanks. I'll I'll accept. I will, honestly. That's cool. That's cool. I tried Fortnite last year for the first time and got into Fortnite something fierce, so, like, if I got into you know, how much room do I have for, shooters? I guess, like, with Fortnite and Overwatch, they're shooters such that you can play them for a bit and then, stop playing them for a while and come back whenever you fancy. You don't have to no one has to commit to, a shooter. Just like no one has to commit to a randomizer or a stream game. Wait, there's a chest here? It says, Krenel Mines Chest. Krenel Mines Cave. Oh, I see. It's this. This is the chest. Fire! The two sword! We got the two sword! Fuck. Yes. Okay, our sword. We can now officially do every different kind of, number of sword transformations. Great, cool. We could go back to the last dungeon and do one additional check, but, we're gonna hold off from doing that as much as possible. We got the light arrow, that's not bad. I don't think it actually, does, I'm not sure it does anything for us, but yeah. You've been so out of touch with games lately, you only read about high guard devs being laid off today. Oh yeah, that did happen, huh? I'll say, you know, I watched a stream or two of high guard. I watched a Giant Bomb play it. It didn't look bad, by any means. It looked like a Rainbow Six Siege wannabe. That space is just so damn competitive that if you don't, like, set the world on fire, you're fucking done. Like, if your plan is to make money off microtransactions, fuck you. You're an idiot. Only Overwatch, Fortnite, and maybe Deadlock can make that work. And Marvel Rivals, and, you know, actually, there's a couple of them that can make it work, you know what I mean. I don't think we can go all the way back here. I think that, the Krenel Mines chest, and there's a chest, I think there is a, we got the chest over here, so that's that. Okay, now we head back into the dungeon now, yes. You played like 2 rounds? Titanfall 2 rules? It does rule, yeah. Titanfall 2 does rule, but it's so competitive nowadays, you know? Like, I really liked, the original Splitgate, but, frankly, it didn't have a good monetization strategy. It just had bad skins, and skins and guns were the only things that they sold, so I feel like even people who played it and liked it didn't spend money on it, and, well, that's just death incarnate, you know? I feel like if I were to make one suggestion to the Splitgate people, or the High Guard people, you name it, here's my suggestion, ready? Make a single-player campaign and sell it for $70. 70 US dollars. That's the thing. If you want it to be free to play eventually, maybe eventually go like, oh, and the multiplayer's free to play as of like year 3 or year 2 or something, you know, when you need to pull that ripcord. But start with a Titanfall 2-ass campaign, and people will buy it just for that. And even if they don't play like years of the multiplayer, you're still feeling pretty good, you know? Hell yeah, Temple of Flames. Cave of Flames. Here, let me see, map tracker-wise, I think we can do basically everything. Let me turn on all locations here. Show all locations real fast. Yeah, we can get everything here in the Cave of Flames. There is, as far as I'm aware, nothing that we can't get. So, let's finish this dungeon. Let's get every check in the dungeon. You really miss big, single-player campaigns? Yeah, I guess even Call of Duty doesn't do it anymore, huh? Call of Duty doesn't do it anymore. Overwatch tried with Overwatch 2, and apparently it just shat the bed so bad they took away the 2 because it just didn't amount to anything. anything. That's just sad. That's just sad that Overwatch, you know, Blizzard could not make a good campaign. I'll say for what it's worth, you know, the people who are at Blizzard now are different from the people who made Overwatch, Heroes of the Storm, Hearthstone, WoW, all those games. You know, they all started out, Diablo, they all started out under other developers that are no longer with them, doing things such as Marvel Snap and making fail StarCraft knockoffs like Stormgate and Battle Aces. For what it's worth, Battle Aces was pretty cool, but it still did get canceled, sadly. Again, Battle Aces, my suggestion to you, make a single-player campaign that's really fun and good, and sell it for $70. I feel like, I mean, I don't know if, like, people could have, would have gotten into Battle Aces, but I'll say Battle Aces was fucking great. And just like it was a 10-minute RPS, or fuck that, not even 10 minutes, 5 minutes. RTS matches in 5 minutes. It was amazing. It was fast-paced. Oh my god. Call of Duty just had their worst campaign ever. Well, they should be applauded for at least having a campaign, I guess. Maybe not. Maybe no applause is correct for Call of Duty in their latest efforts, endeavors, etc. By the way, I still do have one card related to first-person shooters. So let me just third-person team-based shooters. So let me also just pull the next card here, which reveals that I did also play a little Marvel Rivals. After I played some Overwatch on the first night of Overwatch 1, I did say to myself, okay, you know what? Let me just boot up some Marvel Rivals and give it like a, you know, another go. Give it some more time just to see like how am I feeling about it versus Overwatch. I feel like the elephant in the room as far as Overwatch's big, you know, new update is that they got competition now, so they gotta be a little bit more faster paced with all their updates and stuff. You know, I think literally Marvel Rivals overtook them as far as hero count goes, so that had to feel really bad. I think things like Jetpack Cat, Vendetta, you know, the melee hero, the Marvel Rivals style, and the always flying hero, Marvel Rivals style, really feel like direct reactions to you know, suddenly having a rival in the space. I'll say I didn't play that much, and, you know, as much as I say about Overwatch that I don't know all these characters, I don't know how to play them, etc., there's definitely a lot more complexity to each character in Marvel Rivals compared to Overwatch, right? Where just learning to play one character is a whole endeavor. And also there's no mystery heroes mode, so you have to choose every game who you're playing as, and there's so many choices. I get like paralysis, and also I feel like there's 10 I really know how to play, versus like Overwatch where maybe 30, maybe 40, somewhere between 30 and 40 is like where I stand as far as that goes, you know, like 60%. A good, honest number of characters I know how to play. It has so many to pull for, it doesn't have to be invented, so that's helpful. That's true, they do just have to basically do exactly the characters as they are. It's so impressive how fast that game is moving, I'll say. But I'll say this. Add mystery heroes. As a big mystery heroes person who mainly does mystery heroes in Overwatch, yeah, man, like, that's, I don't know that I'll play that much, Marvel Rivals so long as there's no mystery heroes mode. And that also would be a good way to just learn all the characters and get a handle of them without having to, like, choose them specifically. And if I'm bad at them, not having to deal with the pressure of, like, okay, I should probably switch to someone else, right? I should probably switch to, like, who's like, who do I know how to play? I should switch to Loki. Loki's pretty good. I'll say, by the way, Overwatch could use a Loki. Loki with his 3 clones and his, like, disguise gimmick, like where you don't know which one is the decoy and which one is him. Oh my god, that's a good gimmick. I think Overwatch 2, Overwatch 2022. I think that's what it's called on Backlog now. I forget if they just merged the entries. Did they merge the entries on Backlog yet? They probably should, for what it's worth. That's a hero that Overwatch could really use, I would say. A Loki type hero. I'll say, modes-wise, I did see that Overwatch, Marvel Rivals now has a 30 versus 30 mode, and that is just wacky fun. I think that is the coolest deathmatch mode I have ever seen in a whatchamacallit, one of these. I think that does a really good job of, like, Wake Up Mushroom is pretty good. That lets us get a check back in town. Nice, 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 nice. Also, I did get these, so I should continue checking them off. Making sure I, got them. So yeah, Marvel Rivals seems like it's in a good place as well. I like how they continue to add heroes, and it seems like they're adding them at a fast pace. I'm not sure if they're adding them faster than Overwatch is now, considering that they're doing 10 this year. Or, actually, I don't know. How many Rivals were there last year? There were probably, like, more than 10, honestly. That said, I do think that, like, we are getting to the point where there kind of are low-key enough heroes in either game, and I do feel some amount of just like, oh god, how the hell do where am I, what should I play, etc. I do think these games should ask, how many heroes is too many? And also, ask specifically, like, with every hero, like, okay, is this a worthwhile inclusion? Is this worth adding? Is the cognitive overhead worth the trade-off of, this hero doing something that otherwise isn't in the game? Like, that should be a question that is asked of every hero, and I feel like it isn't because that's not how those games make money. You know, there gotta be new heroes so there can be new skins so people have things to buy. Because, you know, everyone already has good skins for the original guys back when they were paying for loot boxes. So, you know, you want a skin for, Alyssa? For Hazard? Like, cash money right now. Let's go. I don't know. I enjoy both of those games a lot. I feel like there's a whole... I feel like the free-to-play shooter thing is definitely to a point where it's super oversaturated, and you have to basically have the god's luck to break in. And if you don't, your game is going to be moribund and dead within 24 hours. It is not a good... It's not good out there. And, really, if you're not Marvel, Blizzard, Valve, or, there anyone else who can do it? Hell, they're the Apex Legend guys. The High Guard guys were Apex Legends, right? They had, you know, Titanfall as well, yeah. Titanfall, they had the pedigree. They had, you know, the works, but in this day and age, a free-to-play shooter has to be a life or nothing thing, and people seeing them as an investment of time, a time sink. Don't they take a bajillionly dollars to keep it running, even if it's bringing in some money? What, like Overwatch and stuff? Maybe, I guess. I mean, they got servers and stuff, but I'm sure if they wanted to save money on server overhead, they could just switch to local servers or something and just say, like, okay, you guys go wild, you know? Like, you know, it is true. I'm not sure, like, how much overhead is involved in live service games. I'm sure they need to keep making money for them to keep putting out skins and stuff. And, you know, I do think that when a live service game dies, and content stops coming, the people stop playing. Like, when Heroes of the Storm slowed down to like 0 new heroes, it was dead, you know? Without new content, people won't be buying new heroes or skins for those new heroes. So immediately the cash flow basically goes down to 0. Unless there's someone really getting into Heroes of the Storm right now in, you know, Year of Our Lord, whatever it is right now, 2026. I'll say Heroes of the Storm was very fun back in the day. I miss it. I mean, I don't miss the time commitment. I guess earlier I was saying, like, I don't know what I would be doing with all my free time if I wasn't streaming. I guess there was a point where I was playing, like, 2-3 hours of Heroes of the Storm a day. At least every other day. You know what a thing with live games that I don't like, personally? With Heroes of the Storm, it was set up so that you could have, like, you know, you got, like, 1 quest a day, 1 daily a day, and you could have up to 3 of them. So you really only had to play every 3 days. With live service days nowadays, dailies are dailies and they all refresh at once. Like with the Marvel Snap, it was that way. I don't like that. I feel like it's just really just makes it much easier to give in to fatigue. I can play Heroes of the Storm every 3rd day for like 5 years or whatever. Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have had time to be a streamer during that time unless I streamed Heroes of the Storm, which I don't know if I'd be the most interesting Heroes of the Storm streamer, let me tell you. I mean, I would insofar as, like, I feel like if I had been a Heroes of the Storm streamer at the time, I would be like the sole supporter of, like, Damage Lucio. You know, I used reverse amp instead of this other ultimate choice. It was like a 95% everyone chose the big shield ability, and I went with reverse amp, and man, I cleaned up. I got kills. I killed people on Lucio. People thought they were getting away. Not with a Lucio on your ass, fucking doing AoE damage constantly every couple seconds, you know, because it was not used by anyone else. They you know, it's not like it was nerfed or anything. It's not like it was weak. What did we just get? Okay, I don't think we got anything. Like I said earlier, you know, it was just the sword. It was just the sword I think we were supposed to get, but yeah, let's there's still a couple checks to do here, so we'll clean that up and then come up. I did see that Metal Gear Solid Volume 2 is coming up. Oh yeah, that's cool. Yeah, Metal Gear Solid 4 is playable now for the first time in forever. And that's curious as well. I'm curious about that. I did play Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater Delta, my first Metal Gear Solid game. I wonder if, like, Metal Gear Solid 4 should be my second. I am, like, curious if they do more remix, you know? If they do more remix, I'll definitely prefer doing the remix first, but, you know, I could do 4, I don't know. Food for thought, not an immediate plan. Yes, I think I would stream it if I played it. I think at this point, like, let's have all those be streams. With old games, it's just easier to catch up on them, you know, play them for the first time on stream, where, you know, you have all the time in the world. Or rather, you've already set aside the time. It's already been spent, basically. It's good as spent. Resident Evil 4, I would like to also do that way. Same reason, same thought. Maybe I should get into all the Resident Evils. And, you know, maybe even be interested in Requiem, or whatever that new one is. I don't know. I'll say, probably just stick to the best ones of the best. You know, 2, 4, etc. And, maybe eventually I'll check out the new ones. The new ones aren't like RE4 good, right? So I should start with RE4. How the hell do I get to this side room? Oh, through here, I got it. Wait, is this not the way? This doesn't feel like the proper way, the intended way. But, whatever. I don't know if you'd be able to push that jar when you got here first time. I can't remember. Maybe you could destroy it. Alright, there's 4 checks here, by the way. And then we'll be done with this dungeon. And we'll, move on. We're getting... Pegasus boots! Pegasus boots! Pegasus boots! Oh, fuck yeah. We can now run. And by the way, they are automatically equipped to L in the randomizer here. Good quality of life feature for the randomizer. Folks, we just got the Pegasus boots. We have the ability to run, and also we have knocked out 2 dungeons. We are a good ways into this randomizer. There's still 3 more dungeons left we have to do, for what it's worth. But, you know, we're still coming down to it. Thing is, we do have most of the items at this point. So, like, as far as all this stuff goes, we just basically have to find a few more things. Really. Like, really, what do we have to find right now? To beat the first dungeon, we need the Gust Bellows. 1 item for the first dungeon. Lock that in. For the 4th dungeon, Droplet, Cave of Droplets. You know, I think we might be able to beat the 4th dungeon right now with everything we got. We have the sword powered up such that we can do all the swords. I think 4th dungeon is within our reach. We can go do that right now, in fact, after we're done here. Excellent. This is late game randomizer, folks, and we just got a run button as well. Fun. Let's run some. It's not always going to be a time saver, honestly. Oh yeah, you do use the Minish thing, though I think maybe you come and do it through a different route originally. Don't you like go around rather than going through the pot? That's it. Peril Beam, that's an item. For the last dungeon, what do we need for the last dungeon? If I'm not mistaken, for Palace of Winds, I don't think we need a lot, actually. I think we just need the kinstone pieces, and I do seem to have started with a number of kinstone pieces of gold. Are those the ones for the cloud people? I think we might have the cloud people ones already. I am not sure how that got configured that way, but I'll take it. I think there are options for, like, what to start with as far as things go, and I thought I said it at 0, but I guess I didn't. I think we're almost in go mode, actually, when you get right down to it. Let's knock out, I think we might just need the Gust Bellows, actually. Shit, are we 1 item away from go mode? And 3 dungeons to knock out? This is maybe a negative part of having all dungeons in logic, or having to require all dungeons, which is that now we're basically almost done, but we still have 3 dungeons to do. Oh, let me put that right there. We still have ones to do. Okay, thinking about it for a second. Droplets. Droplets now. In droplets, let me pull up the map tracker real fast. First off, here in the overworld, there's a bunch of stuff we can do on the water now. A bunch of stuff we can do over here in this vicinity. Now that this and that. Cool. Treasure Cave is especially good up in the top. But point is, we can go to the dungeon now, and what's left in Temple of Droplets. There's just 1 check. Actually, no checks. We got all the items there previously? Right, we still don't have the Gust Bellow, so there's some stuff that we can't get due to not having Gust Bellow, but we can do the boss and knock that out. Excellent. We can also... we do any more of Deepwood Shrine? Get 1 extra thing in Deepwood Shrine. Cave of Flames, we knocked these out. Let me just go ahead and mark them as such. Fortress of Winds, there's 1 additional check. And let me just real quick, I'll just mark the these deals. We got 5 of them. I think we might be able to get to the last dungeon as well. The Fortress of, which one is it? Palace of Winds. Still not showing up. What are we lacking for winds? What are we lacking for winds? We need the ability to climb. Oh, we need the ability to climb. Okay. So once we get the climbing ability, we'll be able to go to Palace of Winds. Okay. There is still something holding us back from going that way. And by the way, I have this set up so that getting in with the teleport is not enough to get to the dungeon. We do have to go the whole way. We do have to go the vanilla way. So yeah, we are in late game randomizer here. We can knock out the 3rd of 5 dungeons. And furthermore, we're basically just looking for 2 items. And I should fucking look for these items rather than running right by them. What am I doing? Stop fucking with me. Assholes. Imagine we get one right here from, like, this bit, or the treasure cave. Keeping an eye on my tracker. There's, wait, there's 2 things here. Alright, there's the guy up there, in that mushroom there. We can go get them later on. Meanwhile, I think let's knock out the treasure cave. I've been talking about... In Minish Cap, there are a bunch of places where there's a bunch of checks really close to each other. In Minish Cap Randomizer, there's a bunch of places that have a bunch of checks really close to each other, especially if you have like Rupeesanity on. This is one of those locations. This is the treasure cave. There's 7 treasure chests here, and you know, a couple of other things as well. There's one of them. Very important to keep track of how many you've fucking done, because, I don't know where they all are. It's hard to remember where they all are. Kind of hidden a little bit. I'm going to just, whoopsie daisy. I accidentally clicked it on my randomizer there. Let me just unclick, unclick, unclick. I've only collected one thing. Game. Oh, it selects them all at once, all the chests. Okay, I've done 1 of 7. Gotta keep fucking track then. Gotta keep track myself. Okay. There's 2 at the top of this beanstalk. But that's not part of the 7. There's a bunch here. They're not super close together, honestly. There's easier places where there's more check density, but pretty good set of things to check. You know, pretty good get. Okay, those are nothing. There's also one that's outside that you can see earlier. We already saw it earlier. It was nothing. We're at 1, right? 1. Say it with me. 1 chest. 6 left. 6 left. And also we can get a normal sword that is nothing to us. Wait, was that the same room? No, that's later. That's later. You go around to that. Okay. Bah. Blah. I will say, before the stream, I took a nice big nap. I was kind of tired as fuck today. I don't know, with Mugenics and Overwatch and me wanting to play a good amount of both. I haven't been sleeping that, I've had some late nights recently this week. 2. I've had some late nights, and that has been, a trial, a challenge. 3. That has been hard, but, a nice big nap before the stream sorted me out. We start these randomizer streams a bit later than the, previous ones, and I think that's been for the best as far as, getting them done and making sure if there's anything weird going on, I have time to fix it. There was some weird shit going on at the start of this stream, so now hey, that's good that I had a minute. I should make sure that these are all set up to go like days before, but that's hard. Are we at 3 or 4? Fuck. Oh, whatever. I think we've found all the ones up to this point. So, it's probably fine. In any case, got this sword. Nice. That's the Grandpappy sword, right? We have all the swords now. I don't think it makes a difference. I'll say, maybe progressive swords are better for this. I tried it out with non-progressive swords, and it was, well, I'll say it was honestly neat being able to do 4-sword stuff earlier on in the seed, but it did make most of the sword checks relatively nothing. And also made it so that there was a 2-sword sword check earlier that we couldn't do, that we would have been able to do with progressive swords. It's all fine, it's all good. I think that's all of them. I think we've checked every corner of this labyrinth, and we probably passed 7 of these. We got nothing. Ah, well, it happens. Let me, hey, Trebucket, you remember this power-up? It feels good? Oh, yeah, let me say. I'm saying right as we're leaving the, digging area. Let me say, the Mitts S-tier power-up. Yeah, that's it. It feels really good to just be like, pa, 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 pa. You know, it's a good feeling thing. Let me do, this check. Do this check at the end of thing. There's really no hurry to finish off the, droplets, and we still need 2 items that could be anywhere. So, honestly, my first priority here is still on checking checks rather than finishing the dungeons. But, again, let me say, we can absolutely knock out dungeon number 2 right now, any second. Dungeon number 3, any second now. Trash! Quick warp back. And let's proceed. I still have, I think, a few more cards. I think we're done with talking about, like, first-person shooters, third-person shooters, live service games. Again, just charge 50, 70 bucks for your game. Just do that, please. That's a good idea, I think. We got a faster split gauge. Okay. Fast split. Cool. Just charge full price. Titanfall 2 is really good, and they should do that more often. I believe. Here with the run, we can get this, and with that we can get the. We can go for a swim and get whatever it is over here. I think. Can we get this? Oh no, we can't, right? Until we get the my randomizer is saying that's yellow, meaning that there should be a way. But I don't know any way to like move the thing short of like the blowy thing. How would you get that? Trying to think for 2 seconds. Look at the items that I have. I'm not getting anything. It doesn't matter. I'm sure it's not in logic if it's not you know, if it's not green on my tracker. If there's a trick to doing it. I mean, I think in some cases, like, it was yellow when it's like, oh, you can use bombs to do it. To, like, get rid of dust stuff. But, I don't think there's any need for that to be yellow. I think that can be green. That's fairly obvious to me. I got more cards! How about more cards? Quick warp. Quick warp. Knock that one off hard. I'm thinking about Mario Tennis Fever. It kind of sounds mid. Yeah, that's a game that came out the other day. Mario Tennis Fever. There's another check up north. Let's go get that. Mario Tennis Fever just came out, and reviews are pretty middling. Everyone seems to say that there's no check here. Get out, get out, get out. People seem to say that the adventure mode is pretty tedious and not great, which, yeah, that was the case with the Fever, Aces? Aces. Aces was the previous one. That was the case with Aces, so honestly, it's not that much of a surprise to say, like, oh yeah, it's kind of just, whatever. Kind of bland, kind of, not exactly anything to get super excited about. And the online is, like, okay, I guess. I'll say, for what it's worth, the reason that I would really consider it is that my dad really did like Mario Tennis Aces. I did play a good amount of Mario Tennis Aces with my dad, and that's like one of the 2 games that he has any interest in playing. So like, low-key, I think it might be cool to get that and play it with him. But also, he liked the mode where you don't have any items on, and it seems like, you know, it seems like in this one, the items are the only thing that's really cool. The racket system. And, like, the base tennis is just, like, serviceable. You know, maybe even not as good as Aces. I'm not even sure there is a mode where you don't have the stuff. So, like, as a result, I'm not sure he'll be into it. I'm not sure it'll be his jam, so I'm, I hesitate to, like, go in sight unseen and just, pick it up based on, that I know that he liked previous games. I think there's some checks in these caves over here. There's at least one thing in these digging caves. Again, yes, shout out to the Mitch. Shout out to the Mitch. The Mitch are good. They're good to dig with. They're fun and satisfying. It's fun to It's fun to dig around. There's nothing in this corner. I should leave this corner now. It's fun to dig through a bunch of rocks and mobs. I like it a lot. Shout out, shout out. That's fun to hear about your dad being into Mario Tennis. Your dad was big into Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. Oh, that's very cool. Yeah, that's the thing with, like, the old folks, you know? You can get them into, like, 1 or 2 games, and that's it. You know, like, Dan Reichert's dad is, Mario Kart 8 head, and, who knows if he'll like, World. You know, I don't think he, has got it yet. Again, good digging. I don't like these guys. Never been a big like fan. They're annoying. They're annoying. They're annoying. These chests don't have nothing in them. Okay, it's good to... You gotta check in a randomizer. You gotta check everywhere. Oh, I'm a little bit runny. My nose. Ugh. Other than that, I'll say my parents, you know, Jackbox is always it was always a success. Though we haven't done Jackbox in a while. Jackbox has sort of been on the back burner for a bit. I mean, it's not. It's been coming out, but parties have been less revolving around Jackbox recently in recent memory. You know, there's so many of them, you know, and you have to, like, learn them every time. I don't know. Oh, there's totally a check in the farmhouse, no? Or does that count as one of the pot checks? We don't have pots in the I'm not sure, but let's check it, because this would have been key item vanilla style, but I did not put pots on this time. I did consider pots to be below randomization, not worth randomizing. Well, it wasn't anything big, so whatever. We can also get the 2 things that are here while we're here. There's a couple checks here in the lawn area. Blah. So yeah, thinking about that, I'll say it would basically just be for playing with my dad. And, like, I do have some concern that he might not like it for perfectly justifiable reasons. Honestly, the thing about it that kind of turned me off is that I watched a little bit of Giant Bomb's Quick Look, and they were sort of saying in that, like, yeah, a weird thing about it is that it's kind of hard to hit your ball out of bounds. You know, like there's no skill involved in just like point yourself towards a corner and hit the ball, and it'll always just land in bounds. Like that sounds like it defeats the purpose of having skill. Like there's supposed to be risk-reward to... There's supposed to be a risk-reward there, you know what I mean? Oh, I need to remember that I can run, by the way. Let's start running everywhere, now that we can run nice and good. Also, by the way, this randomizer has a thing where you can run as Minish now. You can run even as a Minish Link. Pretty cool, pretty cool. What was I talking about? Was I talking about just the out of bounds? Right, the out of bounds thing. It sounds weird to me. I don't know. I don't like the way that sounds. And there's a bombable wall here. Let me get it. I don't like the way that sounds, and to me that's almost a deal breaker on its own. Just like the basic tennis, more revolves around the rackets than it does around like having any skill or employing any basic tenets. Like the basic tennis should be good in a tennis game. I don't think that's like, that should be obvious. Anyway, that's like the only game I'm currently thinking of getting. I think I have one last card, by the way, after which point we'll be out of cards officially. Is that right? Let's find out. Yes, I still have to play more Escape from Ever After and Mio Memories in Orbit. I've been talking about these two games the last few weeks. I picked out Mio like last week, right before last weekend, right before Mugenics, and with both of them, they seem like very okay games that I don't know if I'm gonna find the time for, honestly. Escape from Ever After is sort of a TTYD. It's sort of a Paper Mario TTYD, like a Bug Fables. It very much feels like they played TTYD and they said, I would like to do everything in TTYD, which I think is a good thing, and it is like reasonably well written as well. But it also, you know, it has the problem of not quite having its own personality. And like, it's good. I don't know it's quite good enough to really, like, justify, I have a late game teleport place. Let me use that to get back to the place where you open up the thing. You have to get to the place where you open up the thing to get to the boss. Let's do that. I don't know that it's like, you know, I think about games like Kaze, right? Kaze. Oh, right, I have to switch this to the two-sword. Alright, we're two-sword now. I think about Kaze and the, I think about Kaze, right? Kaze is an indie DKC-like, where it's just basically kind of DKC and that's it. No further identity. The basic gameplay of Kaze is so good, it kind of doesn't have to be anything else for me, right? The level design is so good as well, etc, etc. With Escape from Ever After, so much of his story that is like, honestly, it's pretty good, but it's like no Mario. You know, it's hard to... You kind of have to play it, like, pay attention to it, you know? You can't play it while watching something, which means that it's harder to find time for it, which, is difficult. Is difficult. It does seem pretty decent, though. I think it's at least a 4 out of 5. Hell, maybe even a 5 out of 5. Like, length and, like, you know, I did watch, like, Yahtzee Crowshaw's review, and, like, length and originality are, like, the two things, and, like, you know, we do say that we want more Paper Mario in the world, and, you know, here it is. I do think, you know, it's the kind of thing where, like, some games have it, and some games got, you know? Some games can just be like, hey, I'm a Mario. And it's like, oh, well, you're adding, like, you feel so good, you're allowed to get away with that, you know? Or like, hey, I'm a Mario, and also I have, like, one really good idea on top of being a Mario, and you see that and you go, holy shit. You know, like, one could look at Mugenics and say like, oh, that's a bad example. There's so much stuff Mugenics is doing. You can't just say it's like, you can't just say Massive Chalice done right. It doesn't quite capture the whole thing. Also, it's not even like Massive Chalice would be worth cloning on its own. It'd be, you know, it's kind of a failure of a game. I don't know. Do other people feel that way about Massive Chalice? I feel like Massive Chalice wasn't as good as it should have been. It was just a little bit lightweight, a little bit anemic, is how I would describe Massive Chalice. How the hell do we get to the thing here? It's been a minute. Oh, right. I know. We go through this whole sequence, and then we go this way, through this door. And through this door, there's some stuff that requires the sword to be fully upgraded. So this is often a pain point when you're doing the randomizer, when you don't have the proper sword doing this dungeon, and you have to come back here later. Or just any, I guess. Just any. You need just two is enough for this whole dungeon, so yeah, I guess if you're getting here, you just don't have any of the 4 swords. Which is possible, you know, it's a incremental thing. You need like a couple copies of it. And such. I would say Escape from Ever After is pretty good. I'm enjoying it. And if you're the kind of person who's okay, like, paying for an indie version of a game you like I am, I think it is a no-brainer in that respect. But don't expect originality. Do expect competency. That is what I'll say about Escape Forever After. It is competent as fuck. Also, I think I need to start at the bottom here. That's the better way to wait, no, that's start here. It's kind of difficult to step off. But it's even harder to like go up and stop. It doesn't matter which side you start on, either way is hard. Oh, you know what I can do? Start right here. And then this is free. Then move down. This is expensive. And also it's taking time. Ooh, let's see if we can make it. Oh fuck, I forgot about the gotta do the ice block as well. I forgot about the ice block. Shit. So yeah, I still need to finish that. I still need to play more of it. More precisely, I need to play more of it rather than finishing it. I've gotten to like near the end of the first chapter, and I think there's maybe like 4. I don't think there's that many chapters, for what it's worth. So I can probably get through it, you know, given a few more sessions. But it takes a bit. The fights take a bit. They are solidly, competently done Paper Mario 1000-Year Door type fights, and there are some good systems that they add, like being able to equip badges, every character having their own set of badges with moves that have like different, you know, different like trade-offs and such. Like, it does seem like, are the chapters longer than Paper Mario? I'm not sure. It's taking me longer, but I think that's more just because like I've been playing like an hour or so, and then you know, wanting to do something else, you know. I would say I don't like it as much as Kaze and the Wild Mask, as far as just like, you know, games that are just carbon copies of their original idea. I don't think it's that quite as solid. I would put Windswept well over it as well, but I would say that it is what's like a clone game that is just a big nothing in the general consensus. Actually, people kind of think that way about Kaze. I feel like that's unfair to Kaze. I feel like Kaze, DKC, NDC-like, has really good level design and feels really good to play. And for that, it should be praised. And is easily worth a purchase. And Windswept has an original ID on top of that. But, you know, it gets hard, so maybe be careful about Windswept. It is a, you know, like DKC and Celeste had a baby. if you like both of those games and are not averse to difficulty, like, that's a hell of a good one. How does it compare to, like, Pipistrello? That's like a Zelda, you know, a Zelda type, I don't know it's quite as good as Pipistrello. I think I put Pipistrello over it, but that's about where I think that's about where it lands as far as, like, yeah, it's like Pipistrello. It might be a little anemic, and a little just like it could use a few more ideas of its own. Like something about it doesn't quite do. Little do. I'll say I did play some of It'll Do. I think that Forever Ever After, Escape from Ever After, is better than It'll Do. I also think it's better than Bug Fables, for what it's worth. So if Bug Fables is below your threshold, then I think this is worth it. I'd say that much. I like it more than Bug Fables, and I definitely want to finish it. But time stuff. Mio, on the other hand, I feel like It'll Do is more puzzly than Zelda, but I didn't really like it that much, I'll say. It'll Do. Wasn't really a me game, I don't know. Didn't really click with it. Myself. Maybe that's a game where it's worth a second chance, or maybe it's just mid, I don't know. Could be just mid. Ooh, that was a long bit of walking in this dungeon. That's one of our emblems. That's one of our elements. We'll kill this boss and go get it. As far as Mio goes, I really haven't played that much of Mio. You know, I got it a few days ago, and basically I barely... yeah, last night, I did, like, take some time to really get through the first fucking area. And got through the first fucking area, which was just a lot of, like, walking, I guess. Mostly I just sort of walked. Towards... I struggled to even try to make it interesting. I just sort of wandered around in the direction that I could go, and eventually I found a boss who was pretty cool. Honestly, it was a pretty good boss. And then I beat the boss, and then it was over. Do you even need your sword for this boss fight? Hey, a cool thing, by the way, if you didn't know, you don't have to equip your sword in Minish Cap. Isn't that weird? There's, like, no reason for it. Honestly, it's just a problem with how the GBA did. Oh my god, my arms hurt now. My whole body is sore and aching, and I am frozen in place, and... It is low-key almost painful to sneeze that many times in a row. I say almost painful. I am in actual pain right now. I guess that's allergy season. The bosses in this game are really great. Yeah, it's really cool how they're just like giant versions of regular ass enemies for two of them. Iconic bosses. This is an iconic boss. I guess the Choo-Choo is even more iconic. Relatively. Woo! Shoot! Damn you! Yeah. Oh, stretching. Stretching. That's helping with the soreness, maybe. Ah. He's going in for a suck. Okay, shoot me, shoot me. Shoot! Shoot! Don't suck. Damn it! He shot! So anyway, need to play more of that. I'm not like loving it so far. I think it's pretty mild, pretty I think I said anemic earlier. I feel like anemic is even more descriptive of Mio so far. But it is a very, very pretty game, and 06i did say in chat the other day that he really liked it, so I'm kind of trusting in his appraisal there as far as that goes. I'm also kind of curious about the God of War 2D one. I'm curious about that, honestly. That could be good as well. I'm curious if that's a good game, if that's like worth playing. There's the blue. We got that guy sorted out, and we got the blue emblem. Let's go. Hell yeah. Let's fun, happy, thumbs up. There's 1 rupee on the ground over there. That was a rupee. We didn't need that. What abilities did you get so far? Oh, I just got the, in Mio so far, I got the ability to grapple. I got the grapple ability. I think that's like the first ability that you get in the game. Maybe the second, after like a double jump or whatever. I would like a map. I feel like right now I'm just sort of wandering aimlessly, and that's just kind of annoying to me that I have to do it like that. Map tracker. As far as Sons of Sparta, Giant Bomb was hard on it, but Nextlander, parentheses Vinny, was more positive on it. Interesting. Okay. I'm curious. I'll definitely have to hear what people think as of like, you know, as more time passes. I'm sure some other people will try it. I'll say what I saw looks more interesting to me than Mio does. So take that as for what you will. If there was like I mean, one thing with it is that there's no portable version, right? Like it's a PS5 game, so you have to play it on PS5. You can't. It's not on Nintendo Switch 2, right? I'll say this, Sony: if Sons of Sparta is on Nintendo Switch 2, I will buy it right now. I don't think that it is though, because you are fools leaving money on the table. It's not on there, right? Sony's starting to put out some games on Switch, right? You get some money by you get a map by offering money near the save point? Near the save point? Okay, I got some bows from him. That's nice, some arrows. Ah. There's a Mitz cave in the Eastern Hills here. Let's go get that. Was I about to like do a thing where I said where I can and can't go? Where there are checks available en masse? Maybe I should do that right now. Maybe that'd be a good time. Maybe a good time to like do that sort of thing. Yeah. I'll say this game, with at least in the previous versions, is one of those like randomizers where it's like you're not like specifically set out. You're not like given specific goals to do as far as like, you know, oh, you have to do 3 elements to do this, a 3-element seed. But it doesn't specify which ones you have to do. But generally, odds are good, it's probably going to be the first 3 dungeons. Or, you know, depending on which ones have it, the first 4. The one up top in the clouds is kind of hard to get to, which, honestly, in retrospect, makes me feel like there's a setting in the settings to make it so that you can use the warp thing that lets you go up to the clouds early, and you can in fact, now that we have... Oh, wait, we don't have Gust Bellows, so we still can't do jack shit over there. Yeah, we're still, pretty much out of luck as far as, that goes, huh? We can't help with the sucking of the ghost. They also re-released the people who made the Sons of Sparta game also re-released Backyard Sports games on Steam. That is weird. That is surprising. I don't know what to make of that statement. That point of fact. I guess I don't have a strong... I was never a big sports guy, I guess, you know? Other than, like, you know, Tony Hawk and things of that nature. Obviously, Tony Hawk is, like, you know, the good Tony Hawks are S tier. I will play more Mio, and I will consider God of War. But, Eugenics is definitely the, game that I'm playing the most of right now. That and Overwatch, and between those two, you know, I kind of don't have that much time to spare on additional games. I kind of hope that things cool down in the near future. By the way, where we're at right now, let me show the map tracker. Long story short, town. Town has stuff. Everywhere else is kind of whatever, you know, there's... Actually, the Trilby Caves over here have 3 checks in them. We can get one additional thing from the Cave of Flame. And, there's some stuff up in Castle, as well as 4 things over here. Are any of these multiple things? Yeah, there's 2, 2, 3... Okay, actually, there's like 10 checks over by the mountains. Even if we can't climb yet, it might be worth going that way. But I think the most lucrative option at all, of all, is definitely going to be doing all of the town bullshit. So let's do some town bullshit. Okay, what do we have here? What haven't we done? What can we do? We can start with this. 5 bombs. Okay, that's nothing. We can do the guy who's sleeping. Wake him up, get him to make shoes. Those shoes will not be shoes because I'm already wearing the shoes. Wake up, dickhead! And give me, the Gust Bellows. I would like the Gust Bellows, please. Yeah, hammer those shoes and give me a Gust Bellows. A heart container. Okay. Well. That's not whatever. We can turn the books up here and get a thing. We can get the chest that's downstairs. We can get the chest in the mines. We can take care of that whole business. Turn the books and talk to the Picari guy who lives in the books. There is an additional thing we can get 3 whole chests behind the school gardens. That's pretty good. The digging cave has 3 chests and 4 actually, really. And then there's actually a 5th. There's a bunch of chests we can get underground, and then there's the fountain and Dr. Left's house. Why is it in yellow? I don't know why Dr. Left's house is in yellow. That means that typically there's some sort of something with Gust Bellows? Oh, it's probably something like you need to go up into the attic and get rid of some dust, and you could use bombs instead. That's fine, I can do that, yeah. I know how to use bombs instead of Gusty. I got a wallet. Can you not climb up these books anymore? Okay. There's something weird going on with those, but I think that was the check we were meant to check. So I think we're good. Excellent. Oh, my nose. Allergy season sucks. I hate it. I really need to do that thing where I go to a doctor and get injections for years. You know, allergy shots. I would like to do that, actually. I need to line that up. Remind me on Monday. Line up allergy shit. probably won't be able to get an appointment right away anyway, so I might as well book it in advance. I've just been pretty busy with eugenics streaming. You know, last week we did 3 streams because Twilight or Skyward Sword went for 14 hours, and I had to finish it on Tuesday. I hope Banjo-Tooie, as much as I love Banjo-Tooie, I would like Banjo-Tooie Randomizer to be in and out. I would like it to be a 8-hour affair. That's what I'm shooting for. 8 hours for Banjo-Tooie. I feel like that would be nice. We got 1 chest here. Let me get the other ones real fast before we get out of here so I can mark it on my tracker. Nice and good. Piece of heart. Did we get the 3rd? Oh, I think it's over there. Yeah, digging is so satisfying in this game. Just entirely satisfying. One of the best abilities in this game, I think. The Gust Bellows is also up there. The Rock's Cape is also up there. I guess almost all there's not that many items in this game, so like every one of them is really one of the best ones, except for the lantern, which is pretty basic and doesn't do that much for you, and is actually weird insofar as it appears midway through the game, late into the game. In the 4th of 5 dungeons, you get the lantern, which is just the most. You get that for free in Link to the Past. Come on. Did I check the chest down there? Yes, I did. Okay. Let me mark all these off then. I think we're good to do the center chest now. So let me just gotta knock this out. Quick warp, quick warp, quick warp. I'll tell you what, you've been busy with RE4 to get ready for Requiem. I do have to play RE4 myself at some point. I do plan on that being a stream game. RE4 or RE4 Remake, I'm not sure which. Should it be like, could I do like a, oh shit, it's the other one. I need to do the Mayor's Basement, I think. Is it Mayor's Basement that I'm missing? Which one is the one to the right? I think that's Mayor's Basement. Yeah, I need to do that myself at some point soon. I do think that's gonna be one of the next playthroughs in like April or May. I think that would be good as a as an idea for some streams to do once you know, once I'm done with Randomizer with Randomizer Month, and also with the other ideas I have for the near future, of which there are a couple. I can pull this out now that I've done all the stuff, and we're good. We did it. Woo! This is a big long puzzle, and that you have to do like 3 whole things to get, and I hope it's fucking worth it. I hope this is a big thing for all the little things we did to get it. I mean, I'll say we got other checks along the way as we were getting those boulders in place, but this better be good. I mean, it's not bad. Heart piece is okay. I don't have that strong a feeling about heart piece. Turns out it's really dang go. Can't go wrong with RE4. Both are great. Could I do something like a vote or something? Could I do like a, you know, have the patrons or something decide? I think that'd be fair. I think that'd be good. I don't know. I'm not sure what if we're doing a sub goal for the birthday stream this year in May. I'm not sure what the incentive for that will be. I did at one point offer as an incentive for extra life, doing both like doing both RE and RE4 remake and RE4 regular at once, switching back and forth between them on death. Maybe you could do both of them, but not. Yo, that's Gusjar! That's very important, Gusjar is. Gusjar lets us finish, Gusjar lets us finish, Gusjar lets us finish the first dungeon that we previously were unable to do. And also lets us get a few last checks back in that neck of the woods. It's a pretty damn good get. Also, it does help us with a few other things here and there, apparently. But a lot of stuff we could get otherwise through our other items that we've gotten, you know, other places. But it's still one of the best, literally the last, you know, you look at this screen here, we're done as far as those main items go. I think at this point, the main thing we're looking for right now is the ability to climb, and that'll let us get to, the cloud level, which is the last dungeon. I'll say this right here, right now. We get the ability to climb, we are go mode. We are one item short of go mode, people. One item, we're very close. And then, it's a very quick thing to knock out 2 dungeons without stopping and checking the roses along the way. There are no keys. There are, you know, it's keysy. There were never any keys. We started with all of them. We don't have to worry about locked doors or any of that normal crap. We are real damn close. Real damn close. Real damn close. Real damn close. One more thing. One more thing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ah, my nose is killing me tonight. I haven't had that much problem the rest of the day. I don't know. I guess it's sort of the problem with this season, you know? The trees are fucking, basically. They're spreading their seed, their pollen, and it's just getting everywhere. And, fucking annoying, I hate it. I need to get my body on top of it. Or I could wear, like, a Bane mask. There must be someone out there who wears a Bane mask all day, right? Who just, like, just full-time, always in full Bane mode because allergies. That's gotta be a thing, right? It'd be crazy. I think it'd be crazy if that wasn't already a thing. You know, Bane mask or like All for One, you know, with the life support thing on his you know All for One from My Hero. I guess that's a minor spoiler for like season 3 that dude exists. Isn't he revealed in like season 2 or something? Or at the very least, it's not a big deal. And also, who here hasn't, if you're into My Hero Academia, you watch the whole thing. You've seen it. You've seen it all. Okay, let me look at the dungeon map here. There's, 2 additional checks that we can get in this dungeon in the underground area. Did we not set up the fast travel point earlier? When we were here earlier? Whatever. Jesus Christ. My goddamn nose. Whatever, I'm curious about RE4. I'll definitely play that sometime this year. I'll say that much. I'll say, let's lock that in. Sometime this year, expect to see a full playthrough of remake or original. I'm not sure which. Maybe we can have a fun way of deciding. Can we do like a bet? Can we do like some sort of like, oh, you know, I don't know what the stakes would be, or like what, you know, we could have it so like, oh, you know, play I could play some other 2 games at once that are, you know, original and a remake, and whichever one I finish faster, make it like some sort of stupid race. That sounds dumb. I don't know about that idea. Okay, I'm just spitballing here. Just spitballing. Just saying whatever comes into my mind. I really don't have any big idea for, like, what to do there other than the big idea that already was offered as an incentive. And, you know, when you do that, it doesn't get met. You can offer it again, maybe, but I do think the fairest thing is just to say, okay, well, you know, you gotta have, gotta mean something if incentive don't get met, you know? I could offer it for birthday stream as well, I guess. I don't know. I feel like probably we'll have done it by then. By, like, the end of May. I don't know. We'll see what's, ahead. I have a lot... I always have a lot of ideas for, like, what I can stream. And, that's just one of them. I gotta sneeze again. Oh, yeah. Phlegmy, ooh. There's some weird warble on that, wasn't there? Ugh. Man, I hate allergies, I really do. One of my least favorite things. I will say, allergies are better than ice. I'll say that much. I think that is fair to say. Well, did I accidentally click this off earlier? I think I accidentally clicked that one off earlier. That's even worse. I like that less. Those fuckers. Congratulations. By the way, you know, I didn't say. I guess it's a good time for congratulations to Minneapolis. I think they won. I heard last I checked. I heard the other day that Minneapolis has been freed from ICE's aggression. ICE is stepping off, and I hope, well and truly, that they go fuck they go fuck themselves, like, all the way. They did a horrible thing. They terrorized, you know, I don't know how many people live in Minnesota, but or Minneapolis, but a lot of people really were made to feel really goddamn unsafe in their own American city. This boss rules. One of the other iconic bosses, by the way. Again, look at him. He's a big guy. He's just a big guy. I love him. I made the YouTube like live stream VOD him because he's so cool and iconic. It's probably one of the best ways of representing this game, I think, just insofar as yeah. In fact, now that I think about it, isn't one of the emotes is that dude going like doing like some eye stuff, right? That is one of the emotes. Turbucket, you got that emote. So show it off in chat real fast, right? You do it. That'd be fun. You don't have to if you don't want to, but that is this dude. That I believe it is this one, not just a generic one, because the sprite is bigger. It was more suitable for this particular edit. I think I got it from concept art specifically, not from the sprite. That's concept art. But I edited it so that the eyes are facing the same way. I guess this guy literally can't and doesn't like turn his eyes. So it's a little bit doofy, a little bit unrealistic, but I think that's fine. It sort of has a funny, irreverent sort of like has the same vibes as eyes, I think. The generic emote that we all like. Fourth dungeon down. That makes 3. One more to go. One more to go. Yes, yes, yes. I got some arrows. one more dungeon to go. Let me look at the map here. As soon as we get the next... Let's look at the map real fast. You're gonna head to Bedrock Bucket. Good night. Have a good one. Right now, there's a chest in a cabin. We can go get that. There's still the town inn back door that we never got right at the start. That was, we got that one already. Let me mark that off. We haven't been to the fountain yet. That's, important. Nor have we been to Dr. Left's house. There's a couple things over here. Mitt's Caves. There's a couple things over here. But the most lucrative single zone right now has gotta be right here. Which coincidentally leads up to, where leads up to the sky. So, like, if this ends up being where we need to go, then we'll already be where we need to go where we need to go. So I think let's go where we need to go, and, let's go where we need to go, and hopefully find that one last item. We will be in go mode as soon as we find that item, and the last dungeon, as far as based on what I know about go mode, will be free. We won't have to do jack shit while we're there. We'll just basically walk on through and immediately go to the boss. I think we will have to like walk all the way through the dungeon and shit, but it won't be that difficult. It'll be fast. And then we'll fight Vaati, and then the end. Looking to me, I mean, like I said, this is like as soon as we find one last item, we're good. Should I go by the? I'll go by the Lake Hylia real fast. We're in the neighborhood. Well, maybe we don't have to be. I cannot stop myself from checking a check. If I see it on the map and I know that there's nothing else nearby that like I will need to get later, I might as well go pick this up. Right here and now. Let's go pick this up right here and now. One item, folks. One item. It'd be cool if, like, Pegasus boots let you run on water or something. You know, I do love this game, but, like, what I wouldn't give for, like, a version of this that had, like, twice as many items, you know? And, like, more weird applications of them. I feel like that would be even more interesting as far as, like, how logic would unfold over the course of a randomizer, etc., etc. Okay, that's nothing. Okay, we can quick warp. Alright, let's head up north, and, yes, I do believe we should do the north stuff up there. We should go do that. Is there anything in town that we can get all easy? The stuff is right there. Okay, you know what? I can check a few things while I'm in town. I'm in town, I might as well. Get out of my way, dog. Oh, I'm so fucking sniffy. Okay, let's go check the fountain. Check the fountain? Check the fountain. I gotta move this to get up to the attic. Right, I gotta, like, put out the fire before I can do... Ah, shit, I forgot about that. I always forget about the fucking... The fucking fire thing. Every time I do this randomizer, I forget I have to start with that. Alright, let's go ahead and get our grows. Let's walk. Blech. And step it down. I guess the guys do weigh. They are heavy. They do have weight. Interesting to... Is that interesting? I'll say. personally. I realize I'm not using the run very much. Here, I'll use it right here. I don't know if that saved any time. That's the problem with the run. Oh, also I need some water. 1 second. There's so much wind-up on it, you know? It's kind of hard to take advantage of in general. I do feel like... Ocarina of Time would benefit from just like a run button. You know? I've said this before. And, I guess it is true that, like, Skyward Sword and On do have it, so, you know, point taken. It's obvious, clear. But, like, I do feel like a traditional Ocarina of Time style game would be really cool with a run button. And, honestly, I think that Metroid Prime could also use one. I'm surprised that, that never was that wasn't a priority. I guess they had other ideas. Psychic stuff and shit. Ah, well. Let's deal with these cats. Mugenics. Mugenics. Those guys are having a little bit of a Mugenics adventure. It's cool in Mugenics how just like when you go out on adventures, all the cats are just like going into encounters and coming across like groups of cats, other rats, bugs, shit, and just, you know, killing them with prejudice. I think that is just like... I think that is just like core to the fantasy. That is just real to me, personally. I think that's just really what cats do when they're outdoor cats. They just wander around looking for things to kill and hanging out with other cats, maybe getting in fights. And I think it's great for a game to represent that, you know, so brutally, so violently, making it a just straight up cozy combat game. I'll say Mugenics, apropos of nothing, Mugenics, you know, kind of does feel cozy to me. When I play it, it's like, ooh, you know, I could just go for another round. I could go for another fight. I could really just like settle in here and really get this done. It's weird because it's such a I had the word for it earlier. Enigmatic game. It's such a odd fuck of a game as far as its personality goes, but like, you know, it does feel cozy to me. It got cats down to the fact that, like, yeah, cats love killing things. And, they love fighting things. That's a thing that they love to do. They're predators. It's in their nature. They're, like, probably, you know, low-key, cats are probably the best predators on the planet. As far as just, like, you know, as far as just, like, fucking success rate goes. There's probably some weird bugger, or like, dragonflies, right, yeah. Dragonflies apparently have a 97% success rate with their aerial maneuvers and such, with their attacks. Like, they always hit their, find their mark. They're really fucking good. But, okay, fine, we'll get the fucking inn that we passed up earlier. We have the run now, so it'll be fast. It'll be fast and good. Okay. And let's use this run to really make this fast and good. Confirm, confirm. Okay, run, 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 run. We are faster with the small Minish boots, which again are a feature of the Randomizer adds. The go fast boots in Minish mode. We are faster than the mailman. How about that? Fucking nothing all along. Let me save, okay. You know, I'll say, I feel like we don't need we won't need to save until such time as we get the last item, at which point, I'll be next to near no more progress left in this, rando. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm pumped. I'm feeling it. There's two things right here. Let's grab these. Let's swing by Hyrule Castle as well. I think there's a big bomb bag. I don't think there's that, but you know what I mean. Okay, so there's Fusion Mitts cave, and there's another cave to the left here that has another two checks in it. So, yeah. I wish there were more games this good. You know? I love this damn game. I feel like I could play it 100 times. And I've probably played it like a dozen times, just like casually. And a couple more times randomizer-wise. It's just so satisfying and just... I do think this is as solid as you can ask for a 2D Zelda. I think this is, you know, peak knowing what to do, knowing how it should be, and getting every single detail along the way basically right. Like, if there's any note, I would say, like, I would love to have a couple more items, just for the sake of, like, you know, variety, but, like, the items that you do have are, like, so peak and good, except for the Flame Lantern, the one exception, the one mid-item. So, like, it's, you know, you already got such a good set of killer items already, you don't need to, you know, you don't need to impress me none. But, oh, we can also get the, you know what, we'll check everywhere before we go up the mountains. And by my logic, you know, I was sort of thinking earlier, like, how far are we left? You know, there's only, like, less than, like, a 14. There's, like, 14 checks remaining right now. So, we will find what we're looking for relatively soon. And then we'll just be beelining. So, like, the 14 checks that we have now, they're basically all the checks that are going to be in the game. Unless we find the small key that lets us get into Dompe's bullshit, at which point, oh shit, we might have to go through the Forbidden Woods again. Let's hope not. 2 quick checks here, and then let's go back to the mines real fast and just take that finish that off real fast. And you know, I think there's 15. I think there's something in some of the previous dungeons, right? Can't remember which ones actually. Let me check the actual, like, map pages for those particular ones. There we go, we got those two. So, let's see now. Dungeons. Cave of Flames is done. Okay, Cave of Flames is all the way done. We don't have to worry about Cave of Flames. Cool. There is one for the dungeon in the digging dungeon. The digging dungeon has 1 item left. Should knock that out. Let's just be thorough. Let's be thorough here. I am going to quick warp, and then I'm going to play my Ocarina. Oh, right. They made it so that in the randomizer, the Ocarina is on select, so you can always just hit it without equipping it. I forgot about that. That's a cool feature. We have to go here and talk to Mallory in the mines, in the little Minish mines over here. The Minish mines are cool. It's cool how there's a little bit of you can see into the top of them. They're mining pebbles or whatever. It's not much. And making really, really good swords. It's cool. I will say, you know, if I had any vote for, like, where to take the next 3D Zelda, I think it'd be really cool to do Minish Cap again. Do a shrinking gimmick in a full 3D Zelda. Man, just imagine how cool that could be. Like, if like, you know, you literally did go into, like, a patch of grass and just everything's all zoomed out, everything's huge, big little world. I think that would be wonderful in 3D. That would be my vote for like what they should do with the next Zelda. They should do traditional style Zelda with the Minish Cap again. It can literally be the Minish Cap. I think that's allowed. Or it could be some sort of other shrinking gimmick. Either way is fine. You know? I'd be fine with either, but I think that would be neat. I mean, I do think the Minish would come back if you did that. It would be totally a case where it's like, oh, hey, yeah, literally the Minish are back. How about that? I wonder if Nintendo would be, like, reticent about that because Minish Cap was developed by Capcom. I wonder if they would say, like, that's not ours. It's like, that and the stuff from Oracle of Ages never came back, did it? The kangaroo and other such bullshit. Shame that there's no fast travel point right outside this goddamn temple. In the original game, you're never supposed to have a reason to come back here, but obviously in the randomizer we sometimes do. What else is I would like to see in the next mainline Zelda. 1 second. Where's the thing here? It's like right. It's the center. It's the center way. Center and then to the right. I forget if a warp point is like in that ballpark. I feel like the warp points are different, or not quite that. I want it so that you can equip, like, I want it to be a game where you get, like, dozens of items, and you equip them on your face buttons, and also, the bumpers. Both bumpers. Why not both bumpers? Sure. Yes. Both bumpers, not just one. I think that would be, I think that'd be rad. I feel like that's what I'm looking for from Zelda. I like having items, I like having dungeons. I want some really good dungeons where, you do a thing. Alright, I definitely have this the right way, right? Yes. Yes, this is the right way. I wonder what's next for Zelda. You know, that's definitely a big question. Obviously, there was, the still pretty enigmatic, but also did have dungeons, Echoes of Wisdom. I do think Echoes of Wisdom is pretty okay. I do think that, I do wonder with Echoes of Wisdom. I played it originally when Arc Container. Okay, that's fine. When I played Echoes of Wisdom originally, I did so, in a hotel room in Japan, because it had just come out. And, mostly didn't have enough energy to, like, really go the distance, really, like, play the game and spend the time, spend the energy. I just was, like, at the end of a long day being like, let me play about 30 minutes, and then I'm going to crash, because I've been walking since this morning. I have been on many trains. I've been, walking every which way, 10-ass miles. Ooh. It was a hell of a good trip, but it was tiring. And by the end of any given day, I was fatigued as all hell. By the way, in this area that we're in right now, there's 10 checks, and, they're the only checks that are left in the randomizer as far as the, tracker is indicating. So, we are now basically guaranteed to get something that either opens up some additional checks, maybe back at town. There is one item that we could get that would get an additional 3 chests, or we'll get it right here. If we get the climbing rings here, we'll be able to proceed to clouds and finish the game. Or rather, finish that dungeon and then finish the game. If we don't, something has gone terribly, terribly, terribly wrong. So, this is the last bit. This is down to it. We're just about to end here, basically. We're about to reach go mode. There will be a timestamp at go mode, which is always nice to do. I do wonder with that in the randomizer VODs, is that giving too much away? I feel like it's more about the journey than the destination. And also, it only gives away like when the very last item is gotten. Not the order, not how it proceeds, and not how the logic drives the path. Not how the logic determines how we do. This is Bummable Wall first chest, I believe. Also, I've done it so many times, it would be really fucked up if I was wrong the whole time, and I should have done not what I did, and just left it a big mystery. I feel like there's sometimes in randomizers where it's really clear, like, okay, I think I need a 3 here. Let's do 3, yeah. There's sometimes in randomizers where it's really clear. Fuck off, fucker. It's really clear, like, oh, I'm struggling, I'm stuck, I don't know where to go. And that's just kind of downbeat to me. I'm panicking. I feel like that. There's plenty of perfectly good reason to have that be its own segment, its own thing, its own, you know, standalone business. Okay, I push these. Okay. Let me get out this way. But it does also spoil a little bit. I guess you don't have to look so closely, and as you're watching, it's not like the YouTube is telling you like, oh, a new segment coming up in 2 minutes. You know, if you don't look at the cursor and see how long is left in this segment, whether it's like 2 minutes or like an hour, you wouldn't necessarily know. That's not a check, that's an enemy. Is that fuck? The Mitz Cave, did we do? There's this Mitz Cave, okay, there's this Mitz Cave over here. Did we do this one already? I feel like I remember doing this, but let me just check. Yeah, we did this one, right? Yeah, we did it. Shit, unless I'm miscounting, there's just one left, another Mitz Cave on the other side of these, hills. I'm just realizing now that, you have to go around this way to get there, so, probably should have taken that out first anyway, considering it's more out of the way and all that, but let's see. It's always nerve-wracking when it comes down to the very last checks. When it comes down to the very last green mark on your tracker. And, let me just say, toggle that map tracker for me real fast. Oh, wait a minute. I think I did, it might be a dungeon check. So there's these 2 Mitz Caves that's left here. But also, Deepwood is done. Cave of Flames is done. Fortress of Wind is done. Isn't there? Yes. Okay. There's two things we can get in the droplets. 3 things we can get in droplets actually. So, actually, logically, there's only a 40% chance that this check has what we need. Okay. We're not cooked yet. We're not cooked yet, folks. We still have places to go after this. So it's not as bad as it looks, but it is always harrowing getting down to those last final few checks and just thinking like, oh, did I miscount? Is the tracker off? There it is! There it is! We found it! The tracker was right the whole time. And there's also 10 arrows in the other chest. That's also pretty good, huh? I don't think there's anything less for us to find in the randomizer for what it is worth. Just checking to make sure the randomizer didn't break at any time. It did not. My tracker's still working. Folks! We have found our last item. We are now in go mode. Now, we can check the map and confirm, but I am 99.99% sure that we can go the distance. We can get to the final dungeon now. We've finished the last 4, by the way, before go mode hits. But now that we have grip climbing thingy, we can climb all the way up here, and you know what? We can get all the way to Gyorg, who is right here. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to climb all the way up to the heavens. We're going to go through, honestly, some kind of linear stuff, like, you know, you sort of have to go around this whole loop and get all these guys to sign off on letting you go up to the sky. It's going to be a relatively long sky part of the game go mode. But hey, bright side is we don't have to check shit on the way up there. We can just boogie. We can just turn in our kinstones, and you know, we'll feel good about it. And crap, fun. Okay, I will say, in retrospect, I kind of wish I had allowed for fast clouds, allowing you to use the teleporter thing to get to the cloud fortress thing, rather than making you go all the way around before clouds actually gets unlocked like in the original game. I think it would have been better for the purpose of randomization if, like, as soon as we got the jump, and the four sword, we could have headed off to that last dungeon. You know, that last dungeon is pretty demanding insofar as, like, you know, you do have to get a lot of kinstones if you want to get it that way. I'll say also, maybe just cutting the 4 golden kinstones would be honestly a good idea. That's, you know, we did accidentally start with all the ones in the clouds, and I think that might have been, like, the best mistake that I made setting up the randomizer. And the only mistake, I think. I don't think there was any. Hey, look, a chest. We don't need that, but okay, you know what? I'll take a great, what do we have? The log and the roll and the, we have, like, almost all of them. I can mark that on my thing. I haven't been marking that off. That's fine. That's just for some logic or whatever. By the way, new thing in the randomizer. Relatively new thing. I say new thing. This version of the randomizer was, this version of the randomizer is from like a year ago. But relatively new thing. A year ago or more. You can now get a check from this guy. You give him your shield or whatever, and he gives you... I mean, we already are in go mode, but... So it can't be anything good. Yeah, 20 rupees. Yeah, can't be anything good. But he's now a check that you can check if you have a shield. You're probably gonna have a shield if you get here. This is pretty... I'd be surprised if you got all the way up here without getting a damn shield. Like, getting all what's required to get up here. Okay. Yeah. Kind of a lot. This kind of late game area. I do think, in retrospect, early, fast, is a better setting. I will say, coming out of this, I do have some thoughts for how I would set this up differently in the future. It mostly just comes down to starting with a few extra things, mostly. Otherwise, I think this was a great way to do it. Oh, also, if I want to do 5 Temple of 5 Dungeon again, actually do better in making sure that it's actually required to do all 5 dungeons, other than the fact that the final dungeon does require me to do all the dungeons, and does check that I have, so I do actually need to do all the dungeons. It's not like a... It is a real requirement. In addition to getting every emblem, I did have to finish the second dungeon that didn't have any emblem for the sake of going to Dark Hyrule Castle. Okay. I'll say, like, low-key, I would consider just, like, I would consider just putting all of the graveyard area out of logic. I just don't think it's a very interesting part of the game. And there's not that much there anyway, so like even once we do get the graveyard key, even once we do get the crap that lets you go deeper into there, you're just talking about like 2-3 extra checks. And it's kind of a lot. It's kind of probably the most inconvenient check in the game. The most inconvenient checks in the game. I would just cut those all together, honestly. Just junk them. Is that fair? It's fair to do whatever you want. You can junk any location. Like, I will say, I did junk cuckoos. And in fact, the randomizer does have a specific setting for like, hey, you want to junk cuckoos? Here you go. I think that is great because that's kind of difficult and kind of annoying. Come on, man. You just gotta die and then we can finish the game. Oh, say, is that the lawn key? I'm not sure which key it is, but we didn't have to come down in here at all, apparently. Because those are for the kinstones that you need. Fuck. I don't have a perfect memory of where all the kinstone fusion fuckers are. I think there might be a setting for, like, start off with all of them, like, automatic turn-ins. That's probably the setting that you want to use. Okay, I won't just say no to a chest that's right there in front of me. I love opening chests. I will absolutely open the chest. Good sprites in this game. I was just thinking about that as Link was like soaring gracefully through the air. He looks good. He looks cool. He's a cool looking sprite. I love the whirlwind gimmick. I'll say they should make another game like this, but like twice as long. I mean, I guess that's what the Oracle games are. And you know what I'll say? The Oracle games are pretty damn good. I think they're my second favorite set of 2D Zeldas. No, Link Between Worlds is second favorite. But third and fourth gotta be the Oracle games. And then, I guess Link to the Past. I guess Link to the Past would be at that point. I think I would put Link to the Past. I cannot resist a fucking chest in front of me, man. I knock it off. We got them all already. It's go mode. This game, you know, just has so many checks everywhere. It's not that long in between each check. Case in point, enjoy faster digging. That might be helpful for a final boss. Shit, I'll say. I think that's a good guess. I'll take it. Shit. There's one more left. Okay, cool. I think we have to do this, and then we'll be done, and then it'll be done. Alright. I feel pretty good about how this has gone. We've been going around like just over 5 hours. I cannot resist a bigger wallet. Okay, well now I can get if we get any more money, we'll actually be able to get it. You know, we didn't get that many bottles. That's a thing we didn't get that many of. Fortunately, I don't think the final boss is very hard, so we'll just be able to like knock that out pretty much easy style, you know, pretty easily, without that much in the way of concern. I'm not concerned. I am feeling pretty good. This go mode is excellent. Alright, that's all of them. Let's go to the final dungeon and just walk through it, kinda. Get to the point, you two. Get to the point. Do it. Wait, I can do quick warp. I can do quick warp. Quick warp. Quick warp. Clouds! And a fast travel point. Let's go. I mean, it doesn't... It's not important. This is a one-time trip up to the clouds here. And we don't gotta do nothing other than get to the end, and then get to the end. And beat the Gyorg. The guys who used to live on the ground in the wind thing, they figured out how to fly. And they were like, in the wind fortress, they figured out how to fly, and they land, oh, fuck the wind fortress. We're gonna live over here in the clouds palace. Under the cloud palace. Coincidentally, the cloud palace is full of monsters, so actually it's not a great place to live. I don't recommend it, folks. I recommend living anywhere else. Okay. So without the 3-sword, you can't, well, I think the 4-sword is good enough for what it's worth, but, without the 3-sword, you can't do this area, so jot that down. You know, if you ever get here in the randomizer, you've somehow gotten here with you know, everything but the 3-sword. Maybe you're progressive. Maybe you found, like, up to 2-sword. You know, it takes a couple swords before you get to the final one, you know? Hey, fire makes us fast. I also think, like, this game has the best, like, 2D dungeons so far as, like, their actual physical places. You know, I feel like the first Link to the Past, right? I feel like it's just barely getting the hang of, like, okay, so this doesn't have to be like SNES, it doesn't have to be like the NES game, right? Hello, GeoIndie, how you doing? We're in Go mode, GeoIndie, by the way. Oh, Go mode. Let me, I just realized there's totally a spot on the tracker for Go mode. I need to, mark that off so that it's obvious. We're in Go mode. We just gotta finish this dungeon, and then we'll go fight Vaati. By the way, like I said earlier at the very top, usually, previous times I did this randomizer, like, you know, it's probably been a couple years since I did this randomizer, let me say. Previously, I used to do a pedestal ending, meaning I just got the 4-sword, the emblems that were required, and just ended right there. I'll say right here, right now, that we do have to fight Vaati. We will end on a Vaati fight, and I think it's been a couple years since the last time I fought Vaati. I can't remember if I replayed it recently on Game Boy Advance Online or something, but if I did, that was the last time, so it'll be fun to fight him again. And like I said, it's been a minute. Oh hey, there's a bunch of checks all in a row, 5 checks all next to each other. Rupeesanity is good and very easy to recommend, by the way, if you're doing Minish Cap Randomizer. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun. It's fun just getting big patches of items occasionally. It's hype as shit, you know? This deep into the game, you know, it's probably not, you probably got most everything you need to get out to this point. But, whatever. What am I doing? I need to wait for the platform to arrive. There's no way to skip it with the ability to jump, right? I wish. I don't think that there is. Whew! That part can be annoying if you have to do it multiple times. It is annoying if you have to do it multiple times. I can confirm that from experience. It definitely can be. For sure. Obviously. Yes. I prefer when things are on such tight timers like that, on touch cycles. I prefer to do them the first cycle rather than the second. Definitely not the third. God forbid the fourth. The 5th is right out. First cycle every time, please and thank you. One like even sooner than that is even nicer if I can manage that, you know? If I can manage that. All right. I think we're at the end, nearing the end of the first, this is like near the end of the first part, right? And then we'll have a mini-boss, and then we'll just have to sort of climb up the, second half. This is kind of a long dungeon. I suppose they're all long dungeons. This one is extra long insofar as, like, there's not side areas so much, right? Like, it's pretty much just a linear progression, jumping around the different platforms and doing stuff. I'll say, though, I think, like, for how much jumping you have to do here, it is all very cool. It is all very cool looking, and it really sells the coolness of Rock's Cape and all that. Rock's Cape is an S-tier weapon. I didn't need to go this way. There's just an item out here. We're in go mode. Remember, you can jump kind of a good distance, so just jump a good distance. I'll say at this point, you know, we're about 5 hours, 10 minutes in. I think we've made perfectly fine time. Like I said, I've never done this randomizer with all 5 dungeons required before. So, I think that did probably add like an hour or so, maybe, to the total run time. But, fuck you, asshole. Get yeeted and all that. I suppose you can set these dungeons up. You know, one thing to consider might be low-key, like, they did set up in the randomizer the option to just start off with the warp things, starting there. I did kind of scoff when I saw that because it kind of sounds like a way to trivialize some of these dungeons, you know? It kind of just makes it so the shortcuts are already there, and that might cut out some, like, places where you would have to confirm that you had X item for going here or there, you name it, you know? But I do think it'd be cool in cases like this where we're in go mode and we're just sort of going through the dungeon limply. It would have been really cool if we could have skipped to, like, the midpoint, let's say, or if we could have skipped to the end even. I'll say, in retrospect, that's an option worth considering. We'll definitely talk at the very end as far as other options worth considering, final thoughts, things of that nature. We always do that in randomizers. Hey, look, it's another key. Apparently, why can I do that and then do that? I cannot resist a key item right in front of me. It is a character flaw of mine, I'll admit. Get out of here. That's just that might be a portal or an item or something. It's not important, it's what it is. So keep on moving up. Don't you have to drop down here or something? Oh, this is where you get the red portal, or I think. It'll be good to get this so that we won't have to come back here if we die. We're kind of running low on hearts. Could use some fairies. Definitely before we do the final boss, we'll go talk to some. We'll go get a fairy real quick. Okay. I really don't know where I'm going. This dungeon has always been kind of confusing to me. Just in general. Can I just do this with a, here's one of these. Oh, damn it. Does the sound effect for, like, these switches going off sound a lot like the Mario and Luigi sound effect? I feel like the Mario and Luigi has the same sound effect as that. Someone check that. Reuse sound effect. I played Mario and Luigi Randomizer earlier this week, so that's why I remember. Like 5 days ago. That's why I remember that sound effect. It sounds so familiar to me. Also, that was not the fucking way to go. Where's the fucking way to go, please? We already went through this room and flew around and... oh god. I mean, I guess we unlocked, like, a path forward. I don't know if there was a path forward or a way through before we, got here. A way to the right side. I think you had to go through that room, actually. So it's not, we didn't waste time there. It's just a little turned around. Maybe warps on would be a good thing to have, honestly. I am beginning to regret my configurations. It'd be convenient, and when you get to go mode, honestly, you're in a state of mind where you're not really feeling like, you're kind of feeling done. Kind of feeling like, sleepy. You're ready to end. I mean, I guess I'll say, like, no other Zelda game works like that. Like, in every other Zelda randomizer, you do have to go through the dungeons, like, once you're in go mode. Other than maybe the last dungeon, the one exception to that rule is that most of those just say, like, okay, you don't need to fight the 4 bosses again. Let's be real. Let's be honest. That was a bit much. Needless in a randomizer. And a good change to have, you know? But I don't know, I'd like it. That, is that fair? I mean, I'll say, like, if you were playing this normal style, you still would have to go through the dungeon to get all the checks before you got into go mode. So, like, it wouldn't change that much, except for, like, the last couple of dungeons in the seed, basically. I think it's through here, right? You have to come down here and go up through, this room, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, my health is low. Tell me there's, like, a fairy or something in one of these pots. Yeah, okay, good. Okay. Wonderful. This is it? This is it? This is the final place to go? I forget if this is, the key, the big key, or if this is the big, the final room. I feel like left here is Gyorg on the left. I might be wrong. Let's see. Yep, this is definitely a big room. Definitely a big room here. And we can grab another couple of hearts and stuff before we go into boss. Alright, go mode almost over. I mean, I can just do select and have all 4 guys here for this. And that'll make the eyes phase get easy. Okay, just gotta do Gyorg and then Vaati and then done. It's been a while since the last time I did Vaati. I assume he's easy. Not that hard. You just, if I recall, Vaati is sort of just like the other boss that's similar to him. I say the other boss that's similar to him as if that means anything. But there's another boss that where you shrink down and go into his mouth. That boss is very much like a Vaati Jr. Just like similar ideas, similar mechanics, similar gimmick. And I think you do also have to go into Vaati and shrink down and go inside and claw around a bit. It's a very similar boss. I feel like... Didn't I do... Didn't I feel like I fought Vaati once on stream, actually. Did I do a full playthrough vanilla style of Minish Cap? I don't remember doing that, so I don't think I did, but maybe I did. Maybe I did a full playthrough of that. Or maybe that was just the first time I did the randomizer before I realized that Dark Hyrule Castle was kind of a pain in the ass to do. Who remembers? It was ages ago. I think there was one time that I got there and I fought Vaati, and there was something that I didn't figure out. Took a bit to realize, but we'll be good. Man, we're running low on hearts, low on health. Will we have to, like, walk all the way back out here if we die? Let's hope we can struggle through. Alright, 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 yeah! Okay! Good. Good deal. Good deal. That's the last dungeon. And, I'll just mark it off now. That's the last element. Wait, did you need... Oh, okay. When I, marked off... I thought that changed, like, another thing, but it didn't. I'm just imagining it. If I toggle this, it's just Dark Hyrule Castle that changes on the map tracker there. That is go mode. That is, okay, let's just capture a fairy right here. There'll probably be another fairy to, like, refill our hearts and all that, right? I don't know. Let's just go for it. Folks. Ooh, let me take my headphones off for a second and just, like, try to unfuck my headphone hair up. Remember when we went into those 3-4 bushes earlier on? That was nice. Folks, it is time for one last thing. We gotta go beat Vaati. This is the finale of Minish Cap Randomizer here. Basically, we're going to go into the castle. We're going to set our pedestal, set our sword down on a pedestal, and then Dark Hyrule Castle is going to appear. Now, like I said, you can start with certain warp points enabled, and indeed, I have started off with, can I do this? Yes, I can. I can't do the other one. Hold off. Be safe, be safe. I have started off with the warp point that takes us directly to Vaati, so basically, we're just gonna go in here and fight Vaati. It's gonna be like any other randomizer where, you know, you get to the end and it skips the final dungeon and just lets you right at the final boss, you know, like fast, it's good, it's cool. We're just skipping some stuff that otherwise would be kind of a more tedium than anything. Because basically, we got everything we need, everything interesting has been collected. There's nothing left for us to find, and it wouldn't be that interesting even if there were much left to find. So, we're going to get this, we're going to read a big memorial wall thing. Our sword is getting nice and officially powered up. That's right, it's now officially powered up. It was like unofficially powered up before, but yeah, we're gonna go beat Vaati, basically. And during that whole explanation, I was gonna start by saying, like, oh, one of the last things. Previously, one of the last things you do in the randomizer was that annoying little stealth sequence. It was over so fast, I didn't even mention that it was booty before, and that I didn't like to do it, and I found it kind of tedious before even finishing it. I guess it's really not that bad. There is an option now in the randomizer to make it so that there are additional checks on the pedestal, right? Like, every time you get a 4 sword, you can come in and cash it in. A 4 sword and the right amount of elements, you can cash in for another check, but I think that's kind of shit. So, you know, I don't want to necessarily trek out here like 5 times throughout the randomizer. It's not a great part of the original game, and not something that I feel like the randomizer needs to keep. So yeah, we're basically done. We just have to find our way to the exit here. If I do a quick warp, where does that take me? By the way, quick warp. Dang, just to the regular door. Okay. Keysy is still in effect, so there are not real key doors. I was wondering about that key door for a second, you know, considering there aren't keys in this randomizer, other than the non-dungeon keys, which are different. We can open a chest and get, hey, another bottle. That's actually pretty good. I mean, I guess the bottle of dog food, I'll note it on the tracker, but I guess it doesn't actually give you a bottle. Maybe you only get the bottle when you turn it in, or maybe you don't even get a bottle. Maybe it's random. Point is, we have a warp point. Let's go beat up Vaati. Hey, what are you guys doing here? It's Vaati time! Let's go Vaat it up. Are these doors supposed to be open? Oh, that one is, which is nice. There's a whole, like, time element to this where you have to do this fast, or else, you'll fail. I forget if that includes the bosses. Fuck you! As well, but, hey, you know, this area, this whole... Fuck, I was trying to roll or something. It's one last opportunity to make use of the 4 sword with 4 copies, which, you know, you only get once you finish the last dungeon, so, you know, the Dark Hyrule Castle is the place for the such and such sword. Light arrow, right? Light arrow will do this? Okay. Will light arrow kill these guys? Okay, that was optimistic. I think the way that you do this is like you jump over them and just stab. Oh, if we get into the final boss and we're already like haggard from fighting the extras outside, that would be a shame. Like I said, it's been a while since the last time I did this. Honestly, it'd be cool if it just started at Vaati rather than Vaati's security guards outside. These guys are kind of annoying in the best case. Never been big into fighting them. Is there a trick? I could use bombs. Bombs will work. Oh yeah, bombs will stun them good. But I do have to get in them, get in and on them. And there's a bunch of guys in the fucking way, making that hard. I'm on half a heart. I got my half heart bonus here. Okay, got one of them. And it left me a heart too. I have no excuse here. I have like all the hearts in the world, pretty much. All the hearts except for... I don't have that many bottles. That's like the one thing I don't have. So I'm limited insofar as like how many fairies I bring in. But like... get good, you know? I hope this is harder than Vaati himself. I hope this is harder than Vaati himself. Shit, my fairy. Tell me I have an opportunity to, like, refill that. Come on, dickhead. You can blow him up from the it's kind of not good though because he gets blown in the wrong direction where he can't follow up. Okay, I hope that saves. I hope that in fact, let's just save right now. I don't know if that matters, but I'm just gonna save, and hopefully if we have to do this again, we'll skip those guys. I think this is a 2-phase thing, right? I forget, it's been a while. Yeah, there's this phase where he's like a weird eyeball. Isn't another one where you shrink down and go inside him? I think I think that's right. I'm definitely not just conflating that and the other one that, I'm definitely not conflating two things that are, similar. You have to, like, shoot him with an arrow or something, right? Shoot his eyes with an arrow? Stab his eyes? It's been a while since the last time. I think the last time I very distinctly remember. It might have been on stream. Not knowing how to do this. So that's fun. I'll manage. Yep. You can just sword the eyes. I might have been struggling with the idea of just being able to attack them. I don't know if it occurred to me. Come on, man. Let me hit you with my sword. Oh yeah, this was the hard part. Yeah, they were covered in like balls, and I didn't know what to do. You gotta suck the balls. That's it. That was the difficult part. I didn't realize what these fucking balls were. I was just like, what? What? Huh? First item in the game. First major item in the game. That's the key here. Suck them. Suck them good. I guess you can't beat Vaati without the, you know, even if you have a seed where you're not otherwise required to go into and finish those some such bosses. You still have to have that to fight Vaati, if you have a Vaati specific ending. We're on 2 hearts. That's not good. Thank God for that. Okay, his eyes open. Big tummy eye. Is this a case where we need to, like, arrow? Nope, just follow him. Phase 2. Okay, shit, fuck, ass. I'm a little concerned. I not in a good way here. Think we can get some, maybe we can suck on these stuff. Maybe we can suck on these stuff. Maybe there's items here. Let's try that. Don't suck his lightning! Sucking lightning is bad. Those do not get destroyed by sucking either. Bombs work, and they do have items in them. I really need a fairy. No, it's telling me pretty specifically, man. Man, you're on your own here. Good luck. Right, I think we need to, like... Oh, fuck, we're on half a heart. We need to figure out which one of them where his eyes are. They're on like half of his body somewhere. Then we need to, I need to clear a path, I guess. Then we need to become big and then sword him. It's not looking good, but, can we do this whole fucking boss fight with half a heart? I feel like I'm about to be... The answer is about to be proven no in like 2 seconds, isn't it? As soon as I say that and set up stakes, we're really pretty cooked. I don't really have enough bombs to like continue opening up, destroying these things either, so that's fun. You can just walk around them. Oh wait, you can just stab them. Okay, they're not actually dangerous. Wait, no, they are dangerous. Okay, I have a quarter heart now. They're just very... You have to be very close to stab them. Pretty finicky. Pretty finicky. Okay. Okay, it's the other side. It's the side that's kind of hard to get at. Tell me we continue from the fuck me. We continue from the worst possible place. I have to like run up through the dungeon again. Even. Shit, this is a difficult boss. This is hard. We cannot go off we cannot go in half-cocked next time. Let's first off, we're gonna exit the dungeon so that when we respawn from the, close to where we need to be. Second, let's go get some goddamn fairies. And also, let me turn in that dog food, and hope like hell the way that it works is once you turn that in, you get the empty bottle, and it's not random if you do. I hope that's just guaranteed. I'm not sure. I would really like another fairy, if possible. A rupee. Okay, yeah, no, it is random. The thing that you check is the... Isn't there something over here? It wasn't here earlier, but so I guess it's still not there. Man, I wish we had gotten another bottle. Fuck. Okay, okay. Where's a good fairy fountain to get some fairies at? I think south of Hyrule Town, there's a good one. So let's go there. You know what? I have fucking money. I'll buy a piece of heart. That wasn't enough to fill up a new piece of heart, but it did at least fill up my, my current crap. So, that's better than nothing. Okay. Let's get these guys. Oh, I only can carry one because I only have one fucking thing. And then, yeah, no, just gotta go. Okay. Okay, then. Try number 2. This is the X factor here, I guess, you know? Most of the times I've done the randomizer, just because Dark Hyrule Castle has been a slog, I've, skipped the final Vaati. And, now that I have decided not to do that, you know, now that I've decided to just go ahead and do it, I have to fight him now. That's a whole thing. It'd be really nice if the doors were open now. Wait, where the guys aren't here? Oh, yes they are, okay. I was like, where the fuck are all the fucking annoying asshole motherfucker dipshits? They're just hanging back a little. It's cool. They're still here. Don't you worry about it. This room definitely still, is annoying. I wish you could use items when you were in 4-sword mode. That'd be nice, like in 4 swords. That'd be really cool and chill. 4 swords, I feel like it's just a little bit sloggy. The levels are a little bit long, and there are kind of a lot of them. I feel like, that's the thing that would... That makes it so that, you know, the reason why I would say it's not like, top 5 2D Zelda. I put Link to the Past over it, I put, the Oracle games over it. It's cool, but, you know, mostly I just feel fond nostalgia for it. I think if I charge through these guys, and then hit them from behind maybe, that's a good way to do. Got these bombs, though. I still got some of them. I'm kind of running short on bombs, actually, now that I, notice it. Oh, bombs do damage as well, so that is nice. The bombs do damage on their own, in addition to the sword hits I'm getting in. Can I throw this at these guys? Well, I can, but it didn't seem to help much. I don't like how much damage we're taking here, but we do know what to do. We're all out of bombs, also. So that's gonna be, bad news for, subsequent attempts. I guess I can go farm some bushes or something, and, get that. 1 rupee. Shit, didn't even give me a heart, that asshole. What a dick. Alright. We only lost a couple hearts there. Only lost a couple hearts. Let's go. Let's do this. Ah! Right, yeah, I think you go into his fists when you turn his fists upside down, and then you Minish mode, enter them, and then inside there's a little bit of a digging part again. This final boss does use, like, all the items. Does, like, include them all. Let's do this. I'm scared. I really am. I maybe should have saved that for a little bit later into the fight. But hey, you know, we're at full health. We haven't lost our fairy yet. We should be feeling pretty good right now. Those would go away if we went to the final boss anyway. The final phase, so... like, it's gonna be pretty soon here that we, that we're, like, beyond that. And that we can't get those, parts. In fact, the next hit might be it. Let me make sure I'm at full, God damn it. Asshole. Asshole. You're a real dick and shit. Well, definitely not ideal, but hey, 2 hearts, and if we still have our fairy. It's not bad. It's not bad. Okay. You really just close your eyes after 1 hit? Asshole. You fucking dip. Be nice to me. I've had a medium-length randomizer. I wonder, I will say, based on like how long this randomizer took, I wonder if I could do the whole of Minish Cap normal vanilla style in like this much time. You know, at a certain point, a randomizer like this is basically how long it takes to go through the entire game. Like, you're only saving a little bit by cutting out like story and things of that nature. So Yeah, you're a big eye, I get it. Wow, let's do this! I forget how much there is to this battle, whether there's just like, you know... I know there's the part with the hands, but I don't remember anything past that. So, like, I think... this might be most of it. So, you know, we're doing quite well. I wish there was hearts in this arena, or like in these things. And that would have been really nice if you could just, like, farm hearts and survive that way. I'll say, one thing I really like in a game like this, and one thing that I wish that, I hope that, like... You know, if there's one lesson to be learned from, like, say, Silksong, right? One thing that I think that, anyone can and should do, it's that it's really cool that when you can fight to, like, gain meter to, get enough, charge to get a big heal. Right? Like, so long as you can stay in the fight, you can always do a big heal. And I feel like that would be good even in a game like this, right? Like, if there was, like, a heal meter where, like, every X hits of an enemy, you could do a big heal move, or otherwise do a big damage move. That sort of resource would be really cool to have to manage, and mostly use for precaution, maybe. Hell, actually, with a game this, like, doable, I could see myself putting more into, like, okay, I'm gonna do my super attack. You know, that sort of thing. I think Zelda could really use something like that. You know, Mina the Hollower. Mina the Hollower is a top-down Zelda-type game, and one that is taking you know, previously they have taken influence from Souls-like games and the and Shovel Knight. Maybe Mina the Hollower has maybe Mina the Hollower has that. I think that'd be really cool. If so, I just think it's always better. I don't know if there's an exception where when you can where like you can always fight your way back from a health situation like this. No matter the game, really. Well, a 2D platformer, I think it's simple enough just to have it be what you have is what you have, 2 hits and done. Like in that case, you know, you don't have that much to begin with, just 2 hits and all. That's like, it is what it is. But for a game like this where you have like dozens of hearts, or hell, even like Bonanza, for sake of example, I do think that Bonanza would be really easy. Just make it so that there's hearts in the ground. I guess it already does some stuff like that insofar as like, oh, you build meter to use your you build meter to use your next phase. Let's go. Wait, isn't there the part where you do hands? You still gotta do hands, right? What? Are we done? Is that it? Or, oh, it's like an escape. It's an escape sequence, right? Okay. Right, okay, escape sequence. And then the final bit. Okay, phase 3. Phase 3 looks really cool. Phase 3 is that's a cool look. Vaati, that's good. Ah, God. And now we flip around the hands and enter them through the door in them. Upside down is a bit of a stretch. Oh, you don't dig in here. You just find the eye that's actually not blind. Yeah. He has a lot of eye-based vulnerabilities. He does. Kind of a big theme of his. An eye is a pretty good weak point to have on a boss. So, you know, it for sure makes sense. Yeah, do that again, genius. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. It worked out very great the first time. Oh, here you gotta use your lantern. And did you know Vaati is actually a little guy? He's actually supposed to be a little Minish guy. So, we're actually Vaati-sized at this time. It's cool and good. Do I have to, like, shoot his eyes with arrows? Or do I go into 4 swords mode and sword them all at once? Oh, it's definitely sword them all at once. Or it's deflect back to shit. Definitely deflect back to shit. Oh boy. We gotta wait for our window. Fuck! One of them won askew. And we were just about out of time anyway. But it's fine and good, and now we can kick his ass. Is he gonna have another phase of arms now? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Wait for him to glow blue. And then we'll, fuck me. We're doing well. We're doing great. Second try, in this case, is for sure gonna be it. Imagine if we got all this way and somehow we lost all our health. I think that the hardest parts are behind us. The dark nuts are harder than Vaati. Vaati just has a lot of, like, boss steps, you know? And boss steps are fun, you know? It's fun to have, like, a prescribed way to beat every phase of a boss, to figure them out and execute them, versus just like, I am a guy with a big shield and I block your attack. It's like, ah, you got me there, guy. Yeah, no, I can't attack you if you block my attack. I'll have to use my limited resource of bombs, I guess, to try to make it easier. But even that is not gonna be very good. Yeah, I had the dodge at just the wrong time. That's kind of booty. I don't like that. Yeah, it worked! That looked so like it shouldn't have worked, but it did. And is he dead? I think he's dead. When do I hit the button as far as time goes? I wonder when's now's appropriate. It just went right to credits. Time. That is officially 5 hours, 52 minutes, and 4 seconds. Well, final thoughts here. I said up front that Minish Cap, I think, is it's my favorite Zelda Randomizer. And playing it again tonight, first time after a couple years, I stand by that. I still think it's my favorite. The thing about it that's great is that especially with open fusion mode, where you start with all the fusion locations, Funis bonuses, like in the world, extra chests, extra holes, beanstalks, things of that nature. You start with all those checks in the world, which makes it a very check-rich environment. There's just so many things to check, and the time between each check is pretty fast. Faster than I think any other Zelda. Correct me if I'm wrong. And that to me makes it very satisfying, rewarding, and fast-paced. I do think it's kind of clunky insofar as, like, there's not a easy way to make it so that all 5 dungeons are just required. And, you know, unless you do some fiddling around in the logic, you might get the crypt as one of your required dungeons, which I think is silly because the crypt is not a dungeon. That is something I will always note, but I will also always note you can always go fiddling around in the JSON to turn off that location, or just generate seeds until you get one that doesn't have crypt as a required location. 5 dungeons worked out pretty good. I think that was a fun seed, a fun randomizer. I did have some thoughts as we were going, and honestly, I think I would have, doing it again, started myself with 1 or 2 more items. First off, progressive swords was not the way. I think, progressive swords I usually did progressive swords previously. This time I tried with the separate swords, which was kind of neat in a couple cases where, like, oh, you need the 2 sword to do this. The 4 sword is not good enough. But the 3 or the 4 sword isn't good enough. But those couple cases were rare, and it wasn't really quite a big deal. Hey, there's where the emote comes from. Except I moved one of the eyes to be like where the other eye is, to make it so it was looking in the same direction both ways. It makes sense. Look, look, look. Same source. Mentioned that earlier. Kind of a tangent. Anyway, settings-wise, I think I would start with the Ocarina, so that I would be able to fast travel from the start. That just makes sense. I would also seriously consider starting with the boots, because that's like run speed, and I think that would be neat. Furthermore, there is now the thing where you can do a fast clouds, where the warp thing that takes you to the clouds can let you go to the dungeon if you have the right items to go into the dungeon. I think that would be best to do. First off, you can't really go into the dungeon without the 3 sword anyway, so odds are good you're going to be late game before you can go there. I'll say this about progressive swords. In theory, if it had been possible to go there earlier, if it would have been possible, then if it would have been possible to go there earlier and do it earlier, it would have been interesting to be able to do that dungeon early in the seed, but since that didn't end up working out that way, yeah. I think fast clouds is the right way to go, and I will definitely do that in the future. Furthermore, I think just take out the kinstones entirely. The 3 golden kinstones, side quests, I just don't think they add much to the proceedings. I don't think they add much to the randomization, and I sincerely regret not just turning them all off from the start, even though I seem to have accidentally turned off one of them. That was the right thing to do. That was the right mistake to make. One more additional thought here as far as settings I would change on a subsequent playthrough. Now that I can do Vaati for the first time, and Vaati is an option for us to do without having to do all of Dark Hyrule Castle, I think it might be a good idea to start with bottles, all 4 of them, because only one of them is really in logic. Only one of them is only really required. So odds are good you're not going to find at least one of the other ones. Even if you have all the dungeons in logic and check every single dungeon check up to the point where you go into go mode late in with only 1 dungeon to go, apparently all the bottles were either in the crypt or in the sky dungeon, that we just did at the end, and we were in go mode, so we just barreled through, and I thought that was kind of a shame, and I didn't realize how much I would like to have as many fairies as possible. I didn't realize how much I would like to have fairies. That's hey, another lesson learned. Is there anything else? Honestly, this was fun and all, but I think in the future I would make it so that I would go with the default, the implied of the game of just like, hey, 4 elements, 4 dungeons. That just makes sense, and probably would cut a good hour off this. We did it in like 5-6 hours, nearly 6 hours. I think that would have cut a good hour or so off, maybe even more. Especially if like it could have been set up where, actually I don't think it is set up where like you're just required to do a certain number of dungeons. The specific dungeons, well, I guess the specific dungeons would be the 4 that have elements in, so they are specified. It would be good if the dungeon without an element was entirely out of logic as well. Yeah, that would probably save an hour, just like in checks basically, as well as not having to go through it and etc. etc. Yeah, there are definitely some minor improvements that could be made. Mostly, I think, in terms of configuration. I'm not sure if there's an option, by the way, to set it so that non-required dungeons are out of logic. I think there might have been. I don't think there was that option in the older version. I think in the relatively new version from a year ago, they added that option. So worth noting that it's in a good state, and I think that I do think this is a really good randomizer and one of my favorites overall. I think this is S tier, and yeah, I randomizer wise, I'll say like this is one of the first four that I started with. The first year that I was a streamer, the first extra life that I did was three randomizers configured in such a way where I could do each of them in 3 hours or so. And this, it was, it's randomizer month, and the four that we're doing on Fridays, those were the four: Metroid, Minish Cap, and Paper Mario, and Donkey Kong 64. So these four are kind of the four that I started with. In my heart, they'll always be my favorite four, maybe? Question mark. Is it a top five randomizer? Ooh, that's tough to say. There's so many, and they're all so good. Um, in my heart, in my nostalgia bones, yeah, it's I love it. I really do. I really love this randomizer, and yeah, yeah. Okay. I think that about says it. I think that about explains how I feel about this randomizer, and I think that explains like how I would do things differently on a subsequent things. Get rid of kinstones, progressive swords, easy clouds, fast clouds. Oh, maybe start with spin as well. Maybe start with spin. Spin is so important. Honestly, it might be cool just to start with all the fucking moves. Why not? Start with all the fucking sword moves. I mean, it is nice to have things to find in the world, but you don't need to find all those sword moves to beat the game. So it's not like you will necessarily find them all. So might as well just give you them, maybe. And that would be good for consistency's sake. Same as starting with all the bottles. Same sort of idea. Anyway, there's one last thing that we need to do here tonight, which is pull up the running total here and add in Minish Cap. Add in Minish Cap. Now, last time I did math to figure this out. This time I have a website that'll do math for me. So let me just punch in these numbers and see what it totals to. And also, I gotta put it like in the thing as well. I have to do both things. So we spent 5 hours, 52 minutes, and 4 seconds, which adds up to a day, 7 hours, 47 minutes, and 8 seconds. Well, let me first like put that in there. 1 second. Let me find it on the old OBS. I gotta find this source so I can edit it. It is in the editable docket. Yes, that's right. Okay, so let me just go ahead and I'll put this pop-up in the perfect place where I can see where the number is going. Ooh, that's kind of unfortunate. It's not quite lined up perfectly with all the rest. It's definitely a little bit off, but that's fine. Put the thing in the right place. So 5 hours, 52 minutes, and 4 seconds. Excellent. Very good. Not sure which is better. That's looks good. I think that looks better actually. Okay, we'll go with that. That's fine. Alignment is a struggle. I could have used two separate sources. No, I couldn't. That wouldn't have been. It doesn't matter. It's fine. Okay. So that's the new. That's where Minish Cap lines in. It's a lot slower than Metroid Fusion, but I'll say, one, Metroid Fusion is always a bit slow, a bit faster, and two, we were doing a 4-sector special last time, so we actually had less ground to cover during that whole thing. Let's see now. It's one day, 7 hours. So what's 24 plus 7? That's 31. So we are at 31 hours so far. What's the minute count now? It is 47, and 8 is the last. 47 and 8. All right, we are at 31 hours, just over 12 minutes before it hits 32 hours. Excellent, very cool. Okay, I'll say, by the way, for what it's worth, I don't know how long 2E is going to take, so that's fun. That'll be on Sunday. 2 days from now, we'll be doing Banjo Tooie Randomizer for the first time. So we'll see how long that takes and how long I'm expecting. I'll say it's casual style, going for like 100%. I would say that Banjo Tooie takes me a little over 12 hours. The one time I tried to do it in one stream, I went for 11 hours, and then I had to drop because it was midnight. So I came back a few days later and did the rest. That's for like 90 jiggies though. I'll only have to get 55 here. So maybe it'll be a one and done. Maybe like 8 hours if I had to guess. We'll see. That'll be Sunday. Paper Mario will be we can actually get that docket down and get the schedule docket up, which says the next 2 streams and when they are. By the way, is there music right now? I can hit the button so that music starts again. Also, you can see here's like the timestamp for like all the times where we beat stuff at and found stuff. It's pretty cool. It's like a scoreboard or something. And also it tells you like where everything is if you didn't find it, I think. Yeah, it's found at actually it doesn't tell you where it is, but you know, hey. Yeah, get us to some music so we can hear game as we're signing off, as we're saying goodbye, as I'm saying where you can find me next. Just do main menu. Main menu is fine. We can pop in here and hang out outside. We'll go back to town. There's good music back in town. That's the place where good music lives, right? Town? Okay. So, this continues to be Randomizer Month. We continue to be doing randomizers. And like I was saying, like I've been saying, there are more randomizers on Sunday. That's right, first time Banjo Tooie Randomizer. Like I said 5 hours ago, I initially, when I tried running the Archipelago one, I realized it was not quite up to snuff. It had visual issues and otherwise was weird. But I found a different one. There was a second one that existed, and this one switches out the models and seems otherwise pretty good and doesn't have any visual issues, so lovely. We'll be trying that out for the first time on Sunday. We'll see how long that takes. I'm expecting it to be kind of long, honestly, but we'll see. Meanwhile, next Friday, and we'll do more 2E if necessary on Tuesday, if necessary. Meanwhile, next Friday will be Paper Mario Randomizer, 7 Star Spirits. You know, I was saying earlier that this one was one of my first and one of my favorites. Paper Mario Randomizer was my first and is my favorite. So, I've done it so many times now, it's ridiculous. And, maybe like a dozen plus times, not always on stream. So, it'll be nice to do a nice and simple 7 Star Spirits Paper Mario Rando with out much in the way of twists and turns. It'll just be normal style. And I know about how long that'll take. Somewhere in between 5 and 6 hours, maybe. And I think that'll be nice and good for another Friday stream. And a good time as well. I've always said that like 6-7 hours is the right amount of time for a randomizer to take. That's the most fun way to spend a afternoon, an evening, without going crazy, you know, without requiring multiple sessions or a weekend day. But speaking of things that might require a weekend day, Link to the Past plus Super Metroid Combo Randomizer will be the week after Tui. Will be after Paper Mario. You can see all this more detailed, more elaborately on the calendar version, which I sometimes show instead of the written version. It's all fun. Either way is good. That's going to be a hell of a thing. I've done both those randomizers, and together they took me like 14 hours. So that might be a 2-stream, folks. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see on 2 weeks from now. A little less than. And finally, depending on how long we go on all the other things, there'll be Donkey Kong 64 randomizer with as many golden bananas as hours previously spent. We're halfway done with Randomizer Month now. We have 32 golden bananas on the clock. I would bet somewhere around 60. 60 would be my bet at this present time. We'll see what happens, though. Am I doing the math right? Based on my current predictions, probably not. Around 60, 70 is going to be where it's going to end up. And also loading zones will be randomized, so look forward to that. I play DK64 Randomizer in a very specific way that I like a lot. It's fun for me. Also worth noting, Mario Maker will be back in March. I'll do some eugenics in March. And also that PI game. And Space Station Silicon Valley? Sure. I will also consider Deadlock as a game I could stream. You know what? Also, low-key, maybe it'd be fun to do some Overwatch sometime, now that it's Overwatch 1 and not Overwatch 2 again. There's a lot of things I could stream in the future. The important thing is, I'm grateful for y'all coming by, hanging out tonight, and I enjoyed this randomizer quite a bit. Thanks for coming by. Give your love to the VOD. Let me get a raid going for Twitch. That's how we do when it's time to end a stream. I'm gonna pull up the stream manager and send y'all somewhere. It's pretty damn late, but it is Friday, and I'm sure lots of people are going. Who's playing something that I know? Hey, there's someone playing some Overwatch that I follow, apparently. Master Junin. I feel like I follow so many people, so I forget where I know person from or how. But we talked a bunch about Overwatch this stream, so let's send you there. Overwatch and eugenics were kind of two big topics of tonight, huh? Anyway, folks, thanks for coming by, hanging out. I had a good time. This is a great randomizer. I'll see you on Sunday for Banjo-Tooie randomizer. I have that pretty much all the way set up at this point. Pretty much good to go. Then there might be a stream on Tuesday if we need more time for that. But after that, it'll be Friday. Will be the next randomizer. Ooh, and I have President's Day off, so I get to sleep in after Tui. I can go as late as I want, and I don't have to worry about it because I get a free sleeping day. Excellent. Okay, folks, give your love to the VOD. Short form content can also be pretty good. There's some good shorts on my channel, 2 a day at this current juncture. Give your love to those if you please, and I'll see you on Sunday. Then maybe Tuesday, but definitely Friday, and definitely various other times in the far-flung future, such and so forth. I'll see ya on Sunday. Sunday. All right. Good night. Bye.